Hello there everybody, welcome in. Guess what? Game capture doesn't work if you update your GPU drivers. That's something new. Fuck Microsoft. Welcome in, Krill. Good to see you, dude. How's it going? Let me refresh this and refresh this and refresh this and say hello to everybody. Tracks. Nilo, how's it going, dude? Good to see you. Who have we got? We've got Krillin first. Oh, you decided to upload my story, did you? Yeah? Did you actually finish uploading my story that I asked you to upload about fucking 8 minutes ago? Fucking Instagram, dudes. Right, let me pause the game. And say hello to everybody. Welcome in, Krill first, GG's. Nilo in second, GG's. And we've got Tiger in third, GG's. Welcome in. Enjoy your daily bed as well, Krill. Welcome in, everybody. How's everyone doing? Happy Wednesday. I hope you guys are good. I need to adjust. Other monitors? No. Ah, yes. Okay. Beg your pardon. It is allow transparency, pre-multiplied alpha, limit capture frame rate, allow transparency, SLI, crossfire capture mode, slow, capture audio beta. No, that's fine. Leave that as is. Cool. Right, so the game's working. Finally get some rain down. Kate, look at this. Straight in with a raid. I've only just managed to get live. I'm straight in with a raid. Welcome in, everybody. How's everyone doing? Kate, what the fuck, man? That game is not fair. That is not fair. Games that give you pets and stuff, I swear to God, like if I ever make a video game that has a pet in it, thank you for the resub as well. Appreciate that. If I ever make a video game, right, and that video game has a pet in it, right, I'm going to have something pop up on the screen that says, it is okay to emotionally invest in this animal. Nothing will happen to it. Because I know you couldn't do that if something was going to happen, but if something was going to happen to the animal, I just wouldn't put the animal in the game. Like I'm done with that mechanic, you know? I'm done with that mechanic in video games. It's been done, it's had the effect, and now it always feels kind of cheap. I don't agree with it. I think having an animal or a pet in a game, and then those two brothers could bond over looking after it would have been amazing, but yeah, you get it, and then like, you know, within like an hour or two's gameplay, yeah, I don't agree. We'll try you by playing a dozen pets. No, come on now. But yes, welcome in, everybody. Lovely to see you all. Thank you very much for stopping over at the beginning of the stream. It's very helpful for me as a smaller streamer to get some numbers on the screen, even though I have them all turned off. But yes, getting out of the gate with a bunch of people to say hello to, and what a community to say hello to. Welcome in, everybody. Kate, thank you for the resub. I appreciate that. 44 months. 47 months? What does it give you? It gives you 2 amounts of time. It says so-and-so has subscribed for blah, blah, blah months, which is blah, 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 and it's a different amount of months. Out of all the things that are broken on Twitch, I know. But what is this? What is this? Yes, welcome in, everybody. How's everyone doing? Happy Wednesday. I hope you guys are good. For those of you that haven't met me, my name is Breadcrumbs. I'm a little shitlord that hangs out in Kate's chat. But yes, I'm a variety streamer from the south coast of the UK, currently making excuses to replay Disco Elysium because it's one of the greatest works of fiction ever conceived, in my opinion. I think it's up there with Red Dead Redemption 2 and The Godfather and stuff like that. I love this game, and I want to 100% it, but it's kind of complicated to 100%, but it's kind of interesting. But yes, welcome in, everybody. If I've missed anybody's messages, I apologise. Please feel free to at me if you need to. But yes, a lot of stuff just happened. Kira, hello. Duel, hello. Commander, hello. I'd put that in the game and then do something to the human instead. Yeah, kill the humans. Last of Us Part 2 with the German Shepherd gets build up bond. Yeah, bam, gone. Yeah, this is it. We've done it. We've done the whole like pet in a game, and then, you know, something happens to it for emotional depth. It's like, yeah, come on, you could do better than that. But yeah, if I was to make a game and that game was to have a pet, I would mandate nothing happens to the pet, and I would say so in a pop-up that say this animal will survive the playthrough. It's okay to emotionally invest in them. We haven't added them just to kill them off for emotional effect, because I think it's really underhanded. It's a really underhanded way to make a game emotional and have emotional impact, because people equate that as to like a good game. They think, oh, when sad things happen in video games, people are like, oh, it's a very, very well-written story because it has emotional impact. But just giving somebody a dog and then taking it away, I'm sorry, it's not. It's not okay. It's not okay. You shouldn't do that, because some of us feel very strongly about having dogs. My family have been rescuing dogs my whole life. Lots of my friends have dogs. I've always loved dogs. Dogs were always nice to me when I was a kid, even though I was alternative and wanted to skateboard and listen to punk music when everyone else wanted to listen to the Spice Girls and play football. Dogs were really nice to me, you know? They didn't care that I was alternative. They were the first living thing outside of my family that was nice to me, regardless of how I looked. And that stuck with me. Dogs have always meant an awful lot to me as a person. So yeah, when a game gives me a dog, it puts me in this situation where like I feel like I want to invest emotionally in this dog, but I know that I shouldn't because they might do something to the dog in the game. And I'm like, well, at that point, you've completely lost the whole point of trying to have an emotional impact on a player. You've created this kind of like awkward scenario where like I kind of want to love the dog, but I know I probably shouldn't because A, it's a dog in a game that's only going to last 60 hours maximum, right? And then yeah, it might not even last that long. So I'm just like, it's really awkward for me when they give you a pet in a game. Really awkward because even if they don't do anything to it, I still live in fear that they're going to do something to it. And I'm like, come on, man, we could do better than this. You know, we've got so many amazing writers in the video game space. We could create emotionally impactful stories and narratives that deal with more than just what it means to love a pet, you know? In any kind of relationship between two characters, be it, you know, brothers, be it mothers and sons, be it, you know, daughters and fathers, be it friends, be it partners, you know, be it enemies, you know, there's so much emotional complexity and nuance there to work with. And in a video game where you can generate like anything you want, it's 3D polygonal stuff on a screen. Unreal Engine will let you make anything. So yeah. Anyway, excuse me, rant over. Dog meeting Fallout is the best. I love cats. Yeah, I love cats as well. I love animals in general, to be honest. Literally break my emotional dependent ass. Maybe the dogs just didn't like the Spice Girls. So yeah, exactly. That's it, Commander. There's a website dedicated. Thank you for setting me on fire. It is fucking warm today. It is 26 degrees outside, which means it's probably about 28 in here. But yes, anyway, let's play the video game a little bit. But yes, welcome in, everybody. It's lovely to see you. Is it okay if we do a shout out for you with the clip, Kate? Or would you prefer a non-clip shout out or no shout out? That's also perfectly valid as well. Welcome in, Ray. It's lovely to see you. Please feel free to get comfortable. Don't feel obliged to chat if you don't want to. I don't give a fuck if you get counted as a viewer or, you know, whether, you know, you feel like, you know, you're contributing to the stream or any of this nonsense. Just make yourselves comfortable, please. That's the important thing. Please make yourselves comfortable. An awful lot of chat going on about how people support communities and stuff, and it's all getting a bit transactional in language, and I don't like it. So for me, for this stream, just make yourselves comfortable. As long as you're having fun and you're comfortable, that's all good. Everything else can get in the bin. 32.7 in my room and increasing. Yeah. So I did see some like fans. You've got two fans in a module, and then you've got these sliding kind of like bits on the side, and you put them on the window and you slide them out to create a seal. I haven't got any sash windows, but I was thinking of building a shelf on the top window bit that opens on my windows and being able to circulate air. And that's the trick. That's the trick, is to circulate the air. So on the cold side of the house that isn't being hit, or the flat that isn't being hit by the sun, pull air in from the cold side, and obviously then get another fan pointed out of a hot window to push air, and you slowly start to circulate cold air in and hot air out. And apparently that works. So yeah, 31 degrees. Oof. You guys don't know. Well, in the UK, it doesn't really get that hot that often, but it has more often as time's gone by. Because everybody would rather just fucking ask ChatGPT to fart out a piece of art rather than paying a human being with a lifetime's experience to make the art for them, you know? We can get ChatGPT to do that. Yeah, it was 32 degrees outside the other day. And we had flowers blossoming in fucking February because of a spike in the heat wave, spike in the temperatures. So the flowers thought it was spring, so they all blossomed, and then it got cold again, so they all died, and then they didn't blossom in spring because they were all dead. And I was like, wow, what a wonderful development that we managed to make the climate so bad that we confuse the flowers into blossoming early because it's so hot in April now. That by the time actual spring comes around, where it sustains a warm enough temperature for flowers to survive, they're all dead because they died at the end of April because it got down to like -2 again at night. But anyway, welcome in, everybody. Culture in Sweden, we call it lufting, even though when it's only 10 Celsius, you get, yeah, this is it, is that, yeah, it's, everyone's like, well, just get aircon. It's like, well, I'm sorry, bozo, like, I'm not a fucking dweeb. I like to go outside sometimes, you know? I like to go and see my friends in the park, or go have a barbecue on the beach, or go sit at a skate park and watch my friends that are younger and more able to do tricks, you know? Or go to festivals that are outside, you know, in the summer where it won't rain and ruin all the equipment, and, you know, people won't get absolutely drenched. You know, I like to go outside occasionally, so You know, just getting aircon isn't going to solve it, you know? Actually, what we need to do is stop destroying the damn planet, because we live here and we haven't got another planet to go live on. So yeah, there is no planet B. I don't like to go outside, but I kind of have to. Well, yeah, this is the other thing as well. Is that, you know, tell me you've never worked outside in your life without telling me you've never worked outside in your life, and someone's like, well, just get aircon, you know? We've got aircon in the office, it's fine. I'm sure it is, buddy, I'm sure it is. But, you know, when that office needs to be, like, taken down and rebuilt because it doesn't meet the safety regulations or whatever anymore, you know, all the people that are building that office, which they're going to do in summer because it's too cold to do anything in winter, all the materials harden up and you can't use them. Yeah, people have to work outside to build things, you know. People have to do jobs that are outdoors. So how about we don't make it so uninhabitable that they can't do those jobs, because those jobs are important to society, like all jobs, you know. They all serve some sort of purpose in society. But yeah. Anyway, what the fuck are we doing today? Try laying asphalt when it's 40 Celsius outside. Well, yeah, the thing is, when you lay the asphalt and then you compact it, doesn't harden because it's 40 degrees, you know? Like, if it's been boiled to, like, whatever degrees it's liquid at, and you pour it and roll it, it then doesn't set because it won't cool down because it's 40 degrees outside and the stuff was already like 150 degrees when you laid it. So it's like, you know, it won't go hard, so you can't drive on it, right? But yeah. Could do work outside, and now I can't even come back into a cold room because the aircon is busted, so I need to say I see. If I can work out what's wrong with this one. Yeah, I hope so, dude. Because, yeah, I mean, different parts of the world where it's, like, above 26 degrees for, like, 5 months at a time, I can kind of see how that would be, like, oppressively hot for way too long. So, you know, you need to sleep, obviously. But, yeah, in the UK, it gets a bit hot and then it cools down, and every year I'm like, oh, do you know what? Like, I might just buy a fucking air conditioning unit. They're a few £100, but once I've got one, and for those few days a year, it'll make a difference. But then as soon as I'm about to order one and I see how expensive they are, it starts to piss it down with rain, and I'm like, yeah, I'm like, well, now I can't emotionally and mentally justify the expense of a few £100 for a thing that I'm going to use a couple of times a year. I can't justify it. So anyway. I didn't want to stream because it's too hot, so it's a vicious cycle. Yeah, fucking PC, GPUs and CPUs kicking out like 50, 60 degree air. It's like, cheers. But the good news is my cat, who loves being warm, is enjoying it because he can sleep anywhere and still feel warm, which he does. He sleeps everywhere all the time. 86 degrees in Kentucky. Is that in freedom units, though? Do you have blinds? I do have blinds, yeah. Yeah, I could try and block out the sun, but living in the dark and working on a screen is, yeah, goblin mode, and I don't want to go full goblin. I'm already, like, not very well, and it's making me quite depressed, so I need to try and make sure I get as much sunlight as I can, because I'm clinging onto it right now, chat. But yeah. Air conditioning this week was a 40.5555 degrees C, 105 Fahrenheit heat wave. I literally couldn't turn on a couple. Yeah, 40 degrees is fucking disgusting. Blackout curtains is probably too awkward to stick foil on the outside. Well, yeah, because I remember a friend of mine, like, lived in a block of flats somewhere in Croydon, and the people on the block of flats down the street, a few floors up, they just put like a mirror kind of, what do you call it? Like a wrap, fucking sheet of like mirror surface plastic that sticks to the inside of the windows, and it just reflects the sun. But because the sun's arc in the summer literally hits his window, he's getting all of the normal like ultraviolet light plus the reflection of that flat. And I was like, mate, this window, he got like one of those little laser things. I was like, this window is scary hot, dude. He was like, yeah, that window gets absolutely roasted by the fucking sun reflecting off of that for like 2 hours a day, and then it just goes behind another building. But yeah, they just put this stuff up on the windows as like a mirror, and it reflects like loads of, obviously you can't see out the window anymore, but obviously it reflects a lot of the heat. And fair enough, you know, but still, it's kind of like, damn, like now I'm getting cooked by two kinds of sunlight. 30 Celsius, yeah, 30's hot. But it was a weed farm. Yeah, do you know what? It's really warm in this flat, even when it's not that cold. Even when it's colder outside, I can feel warm in here. And I'm like, I think there's a grow in the flat below me. You know, I can't smell it, but I feel like there's heat coming out of the ground below me. And I'm like, why would there be heat coming out of the ground below me, the flat below me? Because surely they want to keep it cool as well. But if there's a grow down there, that would explain it. But I don't think so. But any curtains on the inside still? Yeah, the thing is the cavity between the curtain surface and the window creates space for heat to generate. Yeah, it's difficult. But lots of apartments in European cities, they have these metal shutters. They're really fucking noisy, but they have these metal shutters that when you like lift them, they open up the seams a little bit, and there's like perforations. So you can put them down, and they're sort of like a shop shutter. They all concertina together and create like a seal that like blocks out the sun. But you can open them up a little bit, and they open up, and in between there's like a space for air to get through. And they're kind of standardized across Europe. You see them in Barcelona and Paris and everything. So when it's really, really hot, those are quite helpful. The only problem is there's always somebody in your block of flats that has to get up. They're obviously retired, but they have to get up at 5 a.m. and they have to open them, like wind them all the way up so they can stare out the window at 5 a.m. because they're so superior. And they always refuse to oil the gears that actually wind up the thing. So it's like, and it makes a really fucking loud squeaky noise. Like, yeah, cheers, mate. Not only is it 31 degrees at fucking 7 a.m. in Paris or Spain or wherever, you're waking everybody up with your crusty ass shutter. So you can drink your coffee and smoke your cigarette and stare out the window. And then they wind it back down again sometimes. It's like, oh my God, mate, you are such a prick. Such a prick. But it would make so much noise to wind yours up to tell them, so you just try and sleep it off. But yeah, anyway. Room is sun-facing, so it gets it most of the day. Yeah, so I have a window. I've got a pretty large window on that wall. It's like a bay-sized, like, patio window, but this is second floor, so there's no actual patio out there. Full-length window there. There's a full-length window behind me, and then the kitchen's got a window in it as well. So yeah, there's windows on all sides. So yeah, we get kind of cooked. But the thing is, there's a flat above me and a flat below me, so I should be fairly insulated from the ground heat and also the heat from above. But yeah, it's been way hotter this year, so I might get a thermal camera from a friend who does like cinematography and stuff, and does like testing on like machinery to see if it's getting too hot. I might ask to borrow their thermal camera and just go outside and aim it in the middle of the night and aim it at the flat below me. And if there's loads of heat coming out of the windows, then I'm going to inquire, because yeah, I'm not sweating my absolute units off because somebody downstairs is growing cannabis or something. I don't think they are. It would be very strange for a grow to pop up. Certain blocks of flats where people are always coming and going, nobody ever seems to open or close any doors, but there's always people around. You can tell there's something going on, but yeah. Then again, it's always the most unexpected place. Like for a long time, like most grows were terraced houses. Like there was a terrace of houses, like 50, 60 houses in a row where a coal mine used to be, or a tin mine or something. And then in the winter, you could see one of them was like 110 degrees on the roof. And it was like, yeah, they get a thermal camera on the helicopter and there's just house after house after house, like, 90 degrees, keeping it roughly warm for human beings. 30, 40 degrees, but it radiates into the tiles or whatever. But then, yeah, there'd be one house which was like 100 and something. And then when it snows up north, when it snows on a terrace of houses, if one house, the roof has no snow on it, it's like, yeah, that's a pretty big giveaway that there's a grow in that house. But yeah, like a lot of people in the area, rather than reporting it, they'll just say, hey, we know you've got a grow in there. You're going to have to give us a bit of money or we're going to report it. And then they get paid off and they can afford to heat their home. So whatever. The people next door, obviously either side, they get free heating because it's radiating heat all year round. Obviously in summer it's a problem, but yeah. Anyway, gets them and go, why is everything white? Yeah, why is it blinding me? South Europe, I have a whole apartment in South. Boss has a thermal camera on his phone, but the phone is like a brick. Yeah. I've seen the sort of the caterpillar, like, excavators and stuff, but they make laptops and phones for like, on-site, analysts and stuff. And yeah, the cat phone, you can like drop that thing into a quarry and it'll survive, but it is literally like a fucking brick. But yeah, they need a laptop or a phone that can, you know, accidentally get run over by an excavator and survive, because that sometimes happens. But yeah. Anyway, so we've got explore the world's passages. So we need to do that check that's in the window. So that's during the daytime. So I suppose we could try and do that, but I think we might have to progress this thing with Titus Hardy first. We don't do that until we speak to class. That we could do this evening. That we need to find the helmet, I suppose. That we do in a dream sequence at some point. Help Egghead with the beat. This may take a while. Ask Everard Cell about the drug lab. Yeah, we could go speak to Everard. Also, you can feel it. This music could hit so much harder. It feels a few tweaks. Walk back to the canal and see if you can find any tapes. Yeah, so somewhere in the canal there'll be a tape in a tree. So we need to go back to the church. So we can fast travel. Nokia has entered the chat. Yeah, I think Nokia are still kind of knocking about, no pun intended. I think they're still making some stuff, and I think that some of the telecommunications architecture is still manufactured and maintained by Nokia, because they kind of built their own network at one point. I think they pivoted towards that when they realized that phones were kind of dead. But yeah, I mean, I suppose they got out of the market at a good time, because yeah, anybody who invested heavily into like making phones before the iPhone came out, yeah. Weird, enjoy your daily bread. Thank you for redeeming. Some Chinese brand with a 24,000 milliamp hour battery. They went a good time. They almost went bankrupt. They didn't get out a good time. Well, I mean, if they almost went bankrupt and then the iPhone came out and then they're sort of doing something else now and they survived, I think you could probably consider that maybe a good time. Because yeah, like they kind of only really made phones. And then Apple came along and were like, you know what, we're going to make a phone and we're going to just make a really, 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 really good one. And everyone else can get fucked, basically. Thank you for the hydrate, Tiger. I appreciate that. And the government turning all Ministry of Truth on us. And people think, what, to go back to the 31 cities? Yeah, well, that's, you know, you do also read about these dystopian novels where, you know, and don't get me wrong, I've got like, you know, it's not a trap phone, it's just an old, like, you know, basic festival phone, right? It's an Alcatel something. It's like a really, really basic phone.
On Rue de Saint Lane endures the wintry gusts with ease.
But yeah, it just takes a SIM card, it just texts and makes phone calls, that's it. But yeah, like, it's good to have because, you know, at some point, you know, it might get to the stage where everybody is spying on everybody. And yeah, you want a phone that's really fucking basic, that has, you know, that's incapable of people spying on you. So, somewhere, there'll be a tree. Let's just speak to this guy and see if he's got any different dialogue now we've figured out who's who.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
Right, so this is empathy and it's even, so that would mean I need to buff my empathy first of all. Right, where's empathy? Authority, perception, empathy, someone else's shoes. Authority. Okay, that's kind of the only thing we can do. Empathy, what is it now? 62? 72% high, okay, cool. Right, the game can still mug you off, so because I want to try and do everything in one playthrough, I'm going to save there. Because it might screw us over.
Kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
The phone after the iPhone too. Well, yeah, they shouldn't have pulled out before iPhone. Well, I don't know. I mean, I think the iPhone kind of, you know, it turned the phone market on its head, and kind of everyone's been playing catch up ever since, which is crazy. Because, like, yeah, they they showed that there was definitely a casual version of the because the BlackBerries existed. You had like computer phones, smart computer phones before the iPhone, but they just sucked. Like they were terrible to use. Like I've used the little plasticky keyboards, and yeah, they're really awkward to use. If you're on a train and you want to send a simple email, it's easier than getting out your IBM ThinkBook that was this wide and this deep and this wide, and it weighed a ton, and it made a fucking jet engine noise when you turned it on and made everyone on the train look at you. And this was like slam door train time, where you had like this tiny little coffee cubby table, nothing, like there wasn't a proper table on the train, and you looked like a complete douchebag. But yeah, and obviously your internet connection was this fucking mobile, this like phone card that slotted into a COM port like card slot that IBM designed. I think it was IBM, maybe it was Hewlett Packard, that had to fucking phone the internet on the go. And it was, so having a phone that could send an email was genuinely kind of a good step forward, but they suck to use. And Apple was like, if we can get touchscreens to work really well, we could have a touchscreen phone, because touchscreens sucked back then as well. And then they did capacitive touch and multi-touch and everything else. That was the secret. That was the trick, was that suddenly you had a touch screen that was as responsive as real buttons, but they weren't in the way when you didn't need them. And I was like, damn, that's really good. And it just took over. And nothing was going to compete with that, unless they, obviously they copyrighted the fuck out of the technology. So the government turning on Ministry of Truth in terms of people want to go back to the 3310s. They should have pulled out. Nokia actually went on to become one of the world's largest manufacturers of network equipment, supplying cell towers, fiber optic cables, and routing hardware. Fun fact. Yeah, they pivoted to something that they had experience in, that they could continue making money in. So I think they pulled out at a reasonably good time, because they've done quite well somewhere else, whereas they were going to get eaten up by the iPhone market, of course. Government spying on you through TV, nobody is safe. Well, yeah, and even Wi-Fi routers can apparently ping a room with a Wi-Fi adjacent signal that can then be interpreted to see if there's human beings in the room, and also the size and shape, the rough size and shape of the room through Wi-Fi, which is pretty scary stuff. Windows Mobile was around too. They had totally fun. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's like the Zune and a few others. Microsoft have tried to do a few devices, and it's just, even the Xbox at first was like, why are you trying to beat PlayStation? They're obviously kind of pretty good at this, But yeah, crazy enough not to understand why people didn't want to have a keyboard. Yeah, never used a BlackBerry, but Windows Mobile was all right. I used a BlackBerry a couple of times, and at one point I had a Scion portable like computer that was really good for taking notes and sort of doing basic word processing and stuff. It was really genuinely a good little device. But yeah, fuck Microsoft. Nokia went from like 5th most valuable brand globally in 2010. Then 2014 they were 98th, and the stock in 2012 fell 95%. They fired a shit ton of CEOs, but Nokia also went on tires building phones. Yeah, like I say, they got out of the phone market. I think they probably would have gone under completely if they'd stayed in the phone market, because they would have been hemorrhaging funding to keep the phones viable against iPhone. It just took over. Anyway, fingers crossed, chat.
Nope, don't smoke.
Oh, hang on.
Some of the other drivers.
Yep.
Excuse me.
You could also check the kiosk down the street.
Ease into it.
You see, this is why. Because even like a high 72% check, it can still screw you and lock you out of dialogue.
Make way for the master poet.
Ease into it.
Because sometimes there's a check. It doesn't matter what you've got
Make
stat-wise.
way for the master poet.
In his eyes,
There you go.
an
Excuse me.
unfamiliar longing. Flecks of brown and gold.
Remember the whole litigation around the slide to unlock when they didn't pull out of mobile manufacturing at the time? Apple tried to argue that tapping the screen is a zero-length swipe. But yeah, the whole sliding to unlock, it genuinely was like kind of iconic, because it turned a screen into a switch. You have to physically move it across to unlock it like a switch, and and this is the thing, Apple, like, they don't, like, when they come to market with a product, they've usually really, really, really over-engineered and thought about everything. And that's kind of why their products are so good. They do charge a lot, but that's because they don't want to be a cheap brand. They don't want to fall into that kind of like everyman bracket. They want to maintain a level of exclusivity, and they do a few things that I don't really agree with that are specifically aimed at marketing themselves as a luxury brand, because then it allows them higher margins. You know, it's like Gucci, it's like Louis Vuitton. You know, they don't make shoes for everybody; they make shoes for the wealthy, right? So they can mark up. It's still leather, it's still like bits of wood and nails and stuff, and leather and handcraft. But you know, they can mark up a lot because they choose to affiliate with the luxury brand kind of marketing. And Apple wants to maintain that. They want to maintain like a luxury brand kind of status. So the devices are expensive, but they build them out of metal and glass and stuff. It's nicer to hold. It's nicer to use, you know? So yeah, I've always kind of appreciated the tactility and the aesthetic quality of Apple products, even on top of the fact that I just like the way they work. You know, like I don't get as much grief from Apple products. I just don't. Windows products, Windows computers, you know, other kinds of, you know, devices that aren't Apple, they're usually falling short in some areas because they're not experts in that field. Whereas Apple, you know, they'll look at something and say, that's a really good idea. It's just a really bad execution. It's a really second-rate product. Let's make it better. Let's do this, and let's make this out of glass, and let's make this out of metal. Let's give them real proper switches. You know, let's give them a really good camera. Let's give them a really good microphone. Give them a really good screen, you know? Let's give them a really bad battery. But no, it's just people are like, iPhone batteries are terrible. All device batteries are terrible. Devices have got so much more like heavy to use power-wise that, yeah, all devices struggle because battery technology hasn't improved, but devices have got immeasurably more complicated. But yeah. Bleeding Heart had 38% market share in global phone market in 2000. Only 38. I would have thought they were like 60-70% of the market back then. Steve always the best. Well, this is the thing. Steve believed in. Steve was a product guy. Steve was a ruthlessly like consumer experience, product experience guy. Like the product had to do something magical. It had to be this, and the only Apple product they've done since that even comes close to Steve's work is the AirPods. The little, like, taking the headphone cord off of inner ear headphones and making them that small with noise cancellation. It's literally magic. Like, they are such a fucking good, it's such a good idea, and it works so well. And like the new ones I've got now, like when it asks me a question, I can nod or shake my head to confirm or disagree. Because it knows how they're moving with relative to it knows it's got a G sensor, so I can use gestures. And also, the noise cancellation now has conversational awareness. So I'm not sponsored, of course, but if I'm just listening to music and I walk up to a shop counter and they say, "Hi there, how's it going?" and someone speaks to me and I speak back, it lowers the music while I'm talking, and then after a few seconds of not hearing anybody talking in proximity, the music comes back up. Really nice feature. Really, really, really nice feature. I don't have to sort of do anything with my hands to mute them or anything, or turn them off, or put them into transparency to interact with somebody in a shop. I can hear them perfectly, and then I leave and it puts my music back on. It's so clever. Never really liked Apple all that much. They're not for everybody. They're not for everybody. I can see why some people don't like them. You know, it is what it is. Giles was a business person, not a person. No, he was a terrible person. Like, person to person, he was terrible. But in terms of product design and demanding the best, yeah, you know, his body of work speaks for itself. Either way, other companies follow them too. That's how we got dumb notches on screens, no headphone jack on phones north of 1,000. Yeah, and like I say, people have been playing catch up with Apple for years, but everyone always tries to talk about Apple. You know, there are better phones than Apple, but all of the other phones are just copying an iPhone. And respectfully, not doing as good of a job because they tend to make them out of plastic. And they don't really think about, like, you know, the actual tactility of the device. And I just, you know, a solid aluminium phone with like a really strong glass front with like a really good screen underneath it. Yeah, I've always really appreciated them, but not everybody likes them. But I guess a long time ago, I just submitted to their way of thinking and I've kind of got used to it. So now whenever I use a Macintosh computer or my watch or my phone or my earbuds, it just makes sense, you know, just everything just seamlessly works together and it's one less thing to worry about, which for me personally, subjectively, is worth the money. I don't mind putting my hand in my pocket if I'm buying something that's going to present me with a completely seamless experience where my phone, laptop and headphones and watch all work together in tandem perfectly all the time. I'll pay for that, you know, but what I won't pay for is every company making their own thing and everybody refusing to adopt any school of thought or ideology about how this stuff works. Everybody's trying to do their own thing because they want to be the monopoly of that, and then it won't work. You know, your earbuds won't work with a certain kind of laptop because the Bluetooth device, the Bluetooth specification is a slightly different model that's cheaper and easier to use with something else, with like, you know, wireless mice and stuff. So suddenly your earbuds are limited to like, you know, 90 kilobits a second audio, because the laptop just doesn't have the right Bluetooth chip in it. And it's like, you know, it's just stuff like that. It's these inconsistencies between technology that make it so frustrating to interact with. Whereas, like, you know, I know it's more expensive, but like my MacBook just never lets me down. And my watch and my earbuds and my phone just never really let me down. Like, they hardly ever, you know, really refuse to do something I don't reasonably need them to do. And they always do it like really well. And yeah, when it comes to taking pictures, my iPhone camera is almost always better than every other person's phone camera. Whenever I take a picture and someone else takes a picture, whenever we compare them, I'm like, yeah, my camera has taken a better picture. It just does. They're very good at making cameras. And I remember Sony Ericsson or someone else were going to release a phone that was like 32 megapixels. And then I saw some photographs from this phone and I was like, damn, they look like dog shit. Like, that's not a 32 megapixel camera. My 16 megapixel iPhone camera, the pictures were nicer. They were just nicer. And I remember a few years after that, somebody said the zoom on the new Android phone that's, you know, just come out. I can't remember if it was a HTC or something. The zoom on this new Android phone is so good, you can zoom in and see the moon. And I was like, no, I'm sorry. Like the glass elements that are required to magnify something that far away, the glass elements are like this. The telescope that's required, the glass elements inside like 2 inches thick. There's no way that phone, which is less than a centimeter thick, has adequate spacing between the lens elements to magnify that hard. That's not true. And they're like, no, look, you can do it. Look. And they zoom in on the moon. And I was like, okay, I'm going to fucking put a white dot over there at the other side, zoom in on that, and then suddenly the moon was inside there. I was like, it's fake. It's just a marketing thing. It's fake. And they're like, oh shit. And I was like, yeah, it's not true. It's just not true, you know? Not that an iPhone can zoom into like the moon, but the zoom lens on this thing, one of these lenses on this thing, it's outrageous. Like, you can zoom in like a worrying distance with that thing. And as long as you're on a tripod and you let it like take its time taking the picture, it's pretty clear. But yeah, I don't know how they're doing it, but it's obviously sort of AI upscaling it, which is why I don't want to use it, because I don't want to use AI. But I've gestures on my earbuds, though I have that switched off. Yeah, it, depending on how much you move your head in general, it can be annoying. But yeah, every time we talked about the iPad and that age, yeah. I mean, yeah, Steve they would use a product and then say, this is how we're going to make a better version of this, and they would, and everyone was like, oh yeah, this is actually a lot better. This is a way better way of doing it. But then everyone was like, oh, Apple copying everyone else. We've had this for years. Well, Apple don't necessarily copy other people. They take an idea and then they figure out how to make it actually really work properly. I know that sounds pretentious as fuck, but trust me, the amount of things that I've done on an Apple device and someone's like, yeah, but this device had that first, and I use it on that device, I'm like, that's fucking terrible. It's slow, it's unresponsive, it's annoying, it's inaccurate. It doesn't actually do what it's supposed to do. It's just a gimmick. But then you use like a particular feature on an iPhone, you're like, damn, this is really fucking useful. And then somebody comes up with an app that uses that feature. Like somebody found that when the iPhones were perfectly flat on the bottom, they would sit upright. You could put them upright on a surface, right? And it would vibrate the motors, the vibration motors, and it would pan the phone in a circle, right? And that would take a picture with the panoramic camera whilst the motors vibrated to make it turn on the spot. So it would basically perfectly rotate and take a picture hands-free because of the high quality vibration motor in the phone, the fact that it was so like hefty and metal, and the fact that it had a flat bottom, and the fact that it had a panoramic photo mode already built in. They just put those things together to create this panning photograph app. And I was like, this is fucking genius, you know? And yeah, the bottom line is, regardless of like which company had it first, everybody makes apps for iPhone. They make apps for the iPhone first, and then when they're successful, they port them to other platforms. So for me, the App Store has always had everything I've ever needed. So, you know, I've always been an Apple stan. You know, I've been using their products for such a long time. But I'm about to pivot towards Linux because I want to see what Linux is like on a MacBook. Once I get used to Linux on the MacBook, I might even install Linux on the streaming PC because, yeah, Windows is starting to become untenable. It's so fucking bloated and so fucking useless. And I'm not talking about myself. It's so bad. Windows has got so bad. There's so much bloat. And I was saying to a friend the other day, right? I built a PC back in the day to play Quake 3. It was an AMD Athlon 2-core processor that was like 1.2 gigahertz per core, right? With 512 megabytes of RAM, right? And a WinFast AGP 8X, right? Like a 12 megabyte GPU. And my Windows 11 PC with a 4080 and a 13700K and 32 gig of DDR5 RAM feels just as sluggish as that machine did back in the day. It feels as sluggish as a machine that is like, you know, 7% the power because of the sheer amount of bloat. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how much bloat technology has and how our CPUs and GPUs have just got better and better and better and better. I would like a Steam machine. I mean, I've seen the reviews, and the price to performance isn't there for me. I couldn't justify the price to performance because a lot of the games they tested, it was putting out basically base PlayStation 5 level performance, 60-ish FPS, frame gen, frame upscaling, and everything else at like 1080p medium settings. It was kind of, you know, so. It's like 800 quid for a device that basically puts out the same as a PlayStation 5 base. And a PlayStation 5 Pro is probably still cheaper and performs better. It hits 120 hertz in multiple different games. So yeah, it's really weird because for Steam, it's an uncharacteristic L for Steam. It's just not a good time to launch a console. So I don't know why they're committed to it because they've kind of toyed with the idea of home console sort of PC hybrids before to try and move into that market. But now is literally the most inopportune moment to get into the hardware market because memory and everything else attached to it is so expensive. So yeah, they're kind of, you know, getting into the console market at the worst time because hardware is so expensive. They're not going to be able to put a machine in your hands that's going to perform anywhere near the current offerings. And the fact is, PlayStation and Xbox for a long time now have had this loss-leading model in terms of sales where they sell you the console massively undervalue so they can then make money off of the store sales. And Steam obviously makes money off store sales, but they would have to start making more money off store sales to eat cost on Steam machines. So yeah, it's a very, very awkward value proposition because my PC is plugged into my TV anyway. Steam input allows my DualSense controller to work with PC games anyway. So at the moment, like, I can already use my PC like a games console anyway because of my setup. So yeah, obviously Steam is a good company, so I'm sure they'll stand by the console. And I know that a few people have mentioned that they've got like red lines of death on the front already, but Steam is the kind of company that's just going to replace it. They'll just give you a replacement. They'll eat that cost because that's what Steam does. Oh, excuse me, I'm missing a bit of chat. Let me scroll up, excuse me. Conversation detection have as well. That are like, yeah, it's super, super handy. Bringing us Pixar changing animation forever. Next computer, the only computer that could have made World Wide Web, according to Tim Burns, the inventor. Yeah, like, I mean, a lot in Silicon Valley, a lot of really pivotal technology has come out of Silicon Valley. But right now, the AI bubble is going to have such an effect that I'm like, I think we need to stop with Silicon Valley. I think we're done. I think we're done with technological advances. I think AI is going to be the one that makes the house of cards or dominoes fall, and from there it's going to be like, do we really need to keep jacking ourselves off on fucking technology? I think maybe just making the technology we've got work better before we come up with something new might be the way to go. But yeah, Nexus then Pixel has served me well for the last 14 years. Yeah, and it depends on what you want to get out of a phone. Like I do all sorts of stuff with my iPhone that I know I can't really do as well with other phones, so it works for me, but they're not for everybody. I completely concede that. Old Sony has a 50 megapixel unit, but don't care about the pictures either. And the thing is, it's not just because it's marketing, right? Because they'll say like, oh, it's a 50 megapixel sensor, but what's the image processor like? Because if it's got a dog shit image processor, then the 50 megapixels doesn't matter because it can't handle the image that comes out of it. You know, you need to build a camera that gives you a good picture at the end, not a bunch of numbers that you can market with. Isn't determined purely by megapixel. You have to dozens of megapixels and a bad image. Yeah, exactly. Come on, the sensor, the image processor, how the image format is saved. There's all sorts of things. Shit for copying Xerox research department because Xerox didn't understand that they had, and Microsoft did the same. Linux is life. Yeah, I'm thinking about it, Neil. I'm going to start migrating some things over to Linux to see how I get on. Come the EA of technology, what EA is forgetting. Yeah, well, I mean, everything is the EA of everything at the moment because, yeah, everyone's just trying to fucking cash out before the bubble bursts because it is going to burst. The GameCube Steam Machine is $1,049. Yeah, it's silly money for the performance. It's silly money for the performance, but I know they can't sell it any cheaper. So, like I say, it's not a very opportune moment to get into the console market. Got more for building a PC in the same. Yeah, well, yeah, this is it. You could build a PC that would outperform it for, you know, even with the jacked up prices. Might have been there, would have been adjusted for RAM skyrocket. Yeah, just about. Yeah, things in motion before the RAM collapse, RAM apocalypse. Sorry, and at that point they kind of had to keep going. Like, they were already well into development. They had to have they had to ship a product because they'd put the money into R&D and then, you know, manufacturing. So at that point, they were in for a penny, in for a pound. They had to go for it, and yeah, it's released at a really and you know, like I say, it's an uncharacteristic L for Steam, like a really uncharacteristic L for Steam. Even the deck, I think, wasn't quite a loss, but not as far off. Yeah, getting into the handheld market as well. It's just, you know, like, the thing is, I was saying this to a friend earlier, right, is that the whole portable market, for me, is problematic for two reasons. One, the majority of, like, handhelds, I feel as if they're only ever really used in the home anyway. I don't really see people on Switches or Steam Decks in public. On public transport, I don't see it very often, and I know that people have them because I know people, I've seen people use them, right? But I don't see them out and about. I don't see them in people's hands in public, right? And maybe I don't travel as much as I used to, but whenever I go on a plane or whenever I have a long train journey up to the north of the country, I hardly ever see anybody. And I used to use my Switch on the train all the time, but I don't see other people using them, and that kind of makes me question the validity of that kind of product. Is that, you know, portable gaming, is it really as much of a market as we think it is? Because the fact that they exist means that you've always got this underpowered variant in the mix, right? Because you used to have this console to console generation, they would be cross-platform with old gen and then new gen, and obviously that would compromise the fidelity of the new gen because it had to scale down to work on the previous generation. So you had that transitionary period where they were still making games for the old gen, but they were making games for the new gen, so they had to cross-platform it. That then means that it has to sort of, it's a happy middle ground all the time. But if you've got a Switch 2 and a Steam Deck and a ROG Ally floating around in the mix and people want to make games that work on them, they're never going to make games that fully take advantage of PC because, yeah, there's that underpowered variant in the mix to consider. So big AAA releases are going to scale down to a Switch 2 and down to a ROG Ally or a Steam Deck, which means they won't be able to scale up as high on a 5080 or a 5090 with a fucking Threadripper, you know? Like, it's going to limit the game's size, fidelity, you know, all sorts of other kind of, you know, tangible qualities are going to be lesser because they need to be scalable. And I think that, yeah, I don't see people using them. They're very expensive and they have kind of a negative effect on game dev because we now have that cross-gen consideration limiting games the whole way through a platform. The whole way through PlayStation 5, we've had, you know, the Portal to think about, and we've had the Switch, and we've had the Switch 2 and the Steam Deck and the ROG Ally. They've been considerations when developing games. So yeah, and now we've ended up with Duskbloods, the next FromSoft offering. It's going to be a Switch 2 exclusive, and it's like, yes, that's going to sell Switch consoles, but yeah, for everybody that's played all the others, you know, people have bemoaned Bloodborne being an exclusive for years, you know, since 2016-17 when people realized how good the game was. So why are we doing that again? But Nintendo, money talks, you know. But yeah, my heart bleeds for everyone out there that is a FromSoft fan that isn't a Mario fan or a Zelda fan, because you're going to have to drop 360 quid to play Duskbloods. you know, and it's a handheld game. It's going to be limited in all sorts of ways. You know, it'd be optimized well, obviously. It's a Nintendo console. They're usually pretty optimized, but yeah, it's a lot just to play one game. And I presume if sales don't go like they hope, I think it'll be ported at some point. So keep your fingers crossed. I think FromSoft will be able to enact a clause and say, listen, if we fucking develop this game for your Switch console and it doesn't sell, we're porting it to PC and we're porting it to PlayStation and Xbox, because we can't drop all that time in development for an exclusive and fucking just be left holding the bag, you know? Unless they've got some clause in there, which means they get paid however many 100 million yen or whatever, regardless. I don't know, but yeah. I think I witnessed the pop off of all. Yeah, no, I'm gonna play the game in a second. But yeah, this is it. I love talking to you guys. This is my bread and butter. No pun intended. But yeah, I love talking to you guys. And this game will just chill out. It looks beautiful. We can just chill out and appreciate how beautiful it looks. Listen to the music in the background while we chat. But yes, if we need to play the game, we'll play the game. But yes, like I said, I'm not rushing. Valve is the company, not Steam. Yeah, Valve, Steam, yeah, whatever. You know, they're all part of the same entity at the end of the day. It's called Steam OS, it's called the Steam Deck, and it's called the Steam Machine. So I think the console side of it is a Steam thing. Valve make games, Steam is the storefront, but it's also Steam Deck, the handheld, and now Steam Machine, the console. So I think if you were going to say it is Steam, but yeah, it's nomenclature, it doesn't really matter, I suppose. At least Steam OS is apparently one to look at. I think I might be looking at Steam OS for my MacBook to see how it works, but I don't know how well it plays with Mac, but yeah. But I'm a guy who doesn't know enough about PC gaming to really even understand what a lot of you are talking about. Yeah, sorry, yes, like Fevers. I apologise, but yeah. If you want anything clarified, please ask. I don't mind explaining. As you can tell, I like to talk. Red light of issue was fixed. Apparently, the guy who had an issue left it on overnight for something, and it was okay. FPS is how good a game looks. It's like ish. So 30 FPS on a PS2, 60 FPS on a PS5. Yeah, well, I mean, the PlayStation 2 played a lot of games at 60 hertz actually, but yeah, games look smoother at 60 FPS than they do at 30 FPS. But you can do more visual effects at 30. So some games choose to play at 30 FPS because that gives them twice the frame time in between frames to render much more pretty effects. Some games want to be smooth and fast and everything, so they choose 60, but then you can't make as much of a visual impact because you haven't got the frame time to generate all the shaders and filters and everything. Maybe that made you think how big the difference is, like the UK being the EA for Ireland. Maybe sad. Interested is in the Steam frame because I'm eager to upgrade from my Index, which has been great, though it'll be a while before I can afford it properly. Yeah, VR is something that I've looked at, and the Meta Quest 3 still seems to be the one to go for, but I don't want to be fucking involved with Meta, to be honest. I don't. ANOD is very popular over here. I'm the only person I've seen out holding a Steam Deck. This is it, Nilo. It's weird. You'd think you'd see them more often because they're supposed to be quite popular, but I just never see them. Which makes me question how much of a market there really is for them. So, like, if I saw everybody using one, I'd be like, okay, yeah, you know, massive market. It is what it is. Portable gaming is the thing. Kids don't want to be stuck indoors. They want to be out and about moving. They want something like a mobile phone where they can scroll but also play video games. Cool, whatever. But yeah, I don't see them. So their existence to me is like, yeah, if I'm just going to play something, because the thing is, I can. My phone with the Steam app, it's pretty good. My phone, I can play games on my phone as a handheld, and I haven't got one, but you can get like sorry, I'm smashing the microphone. You can get what's called a backbone that's like a controller that slides your phone like slots into it, and you've got like Steam Deck controls either side on these plastic controller things, like what are they called? The Joy-Cons. It's like a thing that's like the gripping cases that slide open and grip, but it does it sideways and it plugs in. So you've got a controller that your phone is the screen. So I've got a handheld device and I can stream Steam games to my phone while I'm in the house on Wi-Fi. And it's pretty solid. Like I was playing Metal Gear, I was doing a few bits and pieces in Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta, the remake of Metal Gear Solid 3. And I was like, yeah, the input lag feels really solid, but I am on, Ethernet and Wi-Fi 6. I've got a new router, and a new phone. So I was like, yeah, but if I wanted to play like handheld in the house, I would just do that. I would just put my phone on the side and just use the DualSense to the phone, which is then controlling via Steam, a remote connection. And yeah, there was maybe a tiny bit of input lag, but I'm sure there will be input lag with every portable device that does that. But yeah, I just don't see enough people out and about doing it to make it viable. It's like game streaming. Like, you can stream games with the NVIDIA thing that you log into, and you pay a certain amount to use their service. And I was playing Control with my Steam save, but through NVIDIA GeForce Now or whatever. I was like, damn, the input latency is pretty good. But then the internet got a bit choppy, and it wasn't good. And I was like, yeah, I don't want to do that. But if you can't get hardware like you at the moment, streaming the game over the GeForce Now might be the only way, But yeah. But use it elsewhere. Like my PC was broken for ages. It would been yeah. If your PC goes down, then it's great. Spooder Boobles, welcome in. Enjoy your daily bread. PC broke down like any day. Followed out Kate and I fixed it a month or two ago. Cyberpunk looks good, maxed out, and yeah, it has a Steam Deck preset too. Yeah, if there's like support to optimize it for a certain handheld platform, I suppose it can look good. But obviously the screen is a lot smaller, so that the picture will look better because it's such a small screen. But that's kind of a trick of handhelds. True, battery drops like hell when playing, but also when components as high as they are, even to play games that run on existing hardware. Yeah. When I said pops up, I meant the AR bubble. Yeah. Anyway, apologies. We do have an ad break, chat. I've waffled so much. There's an ad break, but yes, when we come back, I'm going to read the chat and make sure I haven't missed anything important. And then when we come back, excuse me, I'm smashing everything today. I've moved everything around and I'm not used to it. When we come back, we will play the video game. I'm really sorry, but yeah, talking to you guys is like one of the main reasons I do this. Like, I love chatting with you guys, obviously. But yes, I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on. I'll pause the game. But yes, there'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. But yes, I'll be back in just a moment. So, we're going to take something else out. Oh. Come to this.
Jesus.
Fuck me, dude. Fucking hell.
Just a flesh wound.
This is me playing Tunic. This is me right now. This is literally me seeing some markings on the wall and just going full tinfoil hat. And like punching in button combinations and like adjusting camera angles and shit. This is literally me right now. This is literally what I'm doing. I'm going full conspiracy theory on it. Twitch. Excuse me.
Twitch just donated £100 to Movember Europe.
Thank you very much, Twitch. I appreciate that. No wand required. Your good is on fire. You're the givest giver to ever inspire. Thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. Generator, hello. Great Generator. Great name. Silly Viv, hello. Yes, Twitch. Thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. That gets us up to £500 already, and we've still got multiple streams left in the month. So thank you so much for your donation. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Welcome in. I mean, I know Deadeye might have been a little bit better there, but...
We're leading them right back to camp. What do you think I'm doing?
Problem is, you kind of spunk the whole lot, sometimes by accident. I mean, the dead eye, I mean. Where's my horse? What are you doing? Oh, is this a fucking misbegotten? Nah, I'm not. I am not. I am not. I do not care. Oh, fuck off. I do not care. I do not care. Lionel misbegottens can fuck right off. Ah, he fucking fell off. Amazing. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Apologies. We do have to get those out of the way, unfortunately, on the hour, every hour. But Valve's released Steam. It's just how it works. Yes, this is true. This is true. The Steam comes from a Valve. Yeah. True. Had the battery, but then also the components of price hard. You want games that will run on existing hardware. You want the AI bubble. Yeah, the AI bubble popping is going to be terrifying because, like, we're not talking like millions of dollars of circular investment, like circle jerking in the financial markets. We're talking about billions, like 30, 40 billion per player. And we've got, you know, Google, Nvidia, CoreWeave, Palantir, Oracle, and OpenAI, all like passing the same 50, 60 million or billion between each other and pretending that's growth, pulling in massive, massive amounts of investment. And yeah, it's the housing crisis, but this time it's AI, not bad housing loans. It's the same fucking thing, and that was only 2008. It wasn't even that long ago we had such a massive crash. I mean, it's obviously America, but as we all know, the fucking markets are so interinvested to secure themselves by diversifying financial commitments across multiple different tranches and financial frameworks to try and minimize risk. But when a $60 billion hole appears, it doesn't matter. It's going to pull everything down with it. Yeah, worrying stuff. Not being regulated as well, obviously. Yes, welcome in, Spider-Man. Welcome in, dude. Good to see you. Eager to watch it burst. Still Valve. It's all Gabe. Yeah, it's just Gabe. Creative because you said Steam as a company. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure Steam itself must be registered as a company to operate the way that it does. Steam must be registered as its own company, a subsidiary of Valve, obviously, but you know, it's like a shell corporation for tax purposes, like Amazon or something. But I'm fairly certain Steam must be registered as its own company. It's significant enough, surely. Just easier comparison, say PS2 to PS5. All I want to do is play Breath of the Wild 60. I mean, Ryu Jinx. I mean, if you own the games and you own a Switch, then get Ryu Jinx for your PC because, yeah, it's like, the sun's just hit the window. The same thing happens to me. There's a window on a tower all the way over there. Luckily, the trees have grown because it's pissed it down with rain, then gone sunny. But there's a window that was it 6 o'clock today, but it'll be like 5 o'clock, and then it'll be 4 o'clock throughout the year, and then it'll start going the other way. But yeah, so you can get texture packs. You can get texture packs, and also you can use Ryu Jinx to emulate the game. Because I own a copy of the game and I own a Switch, so I am allowed to play it, obviously. Are the AI slop adverts putting fake like cans? Is that 1, 2, 3? There's 6 stars. Players. There's a 6-star rating, not 5-star, not 10-star, but 6-star rating on this AI slop. Ridiculous. But yeah, it is like outrageous how good that game can look on an emulator. I'm not buying a Switch 2 to play it at 1080p 60 FPS, but yeah, 4K 60 with texture packs on an emulator. Yeah, it's chef's kiss. Because the art direction was good when it released, and it's still good now. It's a phenomenally beautiful game. Obviously, the texture quality was limited because of the hardware, but you can solve that with a texture pack. Boom. And the resolution and the frame rate, you can solve that with an emulator. But you have to own a copy of the game. You have to own your own copy of the game, and you have to own a Switch, because you need to be able to dump the game. You need to dump your own copy of the game to play it, because we don't support piracy. But yeah, But yeah, I could probably do another playthrough of that game. I could probably squeeze another playthrough of that game. Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, that is. Tears of the Kingdom was good, but I don't think it hit as hard as Breath of the Wild, because lots of things that are good about Tears of the Kingdom were already part of Breath of the Wild. I don't think Tears of the Kingdom, come on brain, I don't think Tears of the Kingdom added enough on top. I don't think it did enough on top of, I think it just kind of gave me more of Breath of the Wild, which is a good thing, because Breath of the Wild, but when people are like, it's better in every way, I'm like 70% of it is the same game. It's what Nintendo do. They did it with Ocarina and Majora's. They did it with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. They're going to do it with Ocarina and Majora's again when they remake them, because they're making an engine to remake Ocarina, so they're probably going to squeeze Majora's as a remake out of that as well. Then we'll probably see Skyward Sword and Twilight Princess, because they're both quite popular and they've been sort of like left behind. This is what they do. This is how they do it. They build a really good engine and then they get 2 games out of it before they move on. It makes sense. But yeah, Tears of the Kingdom didn't quite do enough on top for me. It was good. I played through it, and I think we 100%ed in like almost all of it. I think we almost got the 100% for Tears of the Kingdom. But yeah, Breath of the Wild was just... It was my game. It was my game. It was my travel to work game. I had an hour and 40-minute train journey to central London every day. So I had 2 hours and somewhere in the region of 3 hours, depending on how long it take to get a seat to play Breath of the Wild on the train to work. And that was my commute, was playing Zelda on the train to work and then working all day and then playing it on the way back. And yeah, it was... Yeah, a magical time. And people, obviously on the train, you see the same people on the train all the time when you commute, because everyone's all getting the same train, sitting in the same place to get off at the same part of the track, the platform, to go to the next train as quick as possible, to be near the staircase. So you have to optimize your journey if you're going to get there on time, because it is central. And obviously I changed at Clapham, which is, gets kind of busy. But yeah, you'd see the same people and they're like, you're always playing that game. And I was like, yeah. I was like, you've been playing it for like a year now. I'm like, yeah. They're like, it must be a good game. And I'm like, yeah. Like, it's just, Link to the Past blew me away as a kid. And then a bunch of others, my friend told me how good Ocarina and Majora's were, and I watched him play a bunch of it. Never did a full playthrough myself, unfortunately. But yeah, and then I thought, you know what, it's been a while, I'm going to play some Zelda games. And then they announced Breath of the Wild. And I was like, well, you know what? I haven't played a Zelda game in a long time. And I do remember loving Link to the Past a lot. So... yeah, Mario Odyssey, I'll play that. And got a Switch when I had some spare cash back in the day, and before everything got eye-wateringly expensive. And I was playing this Breath of the Wild game on the train to work, and I was like, Zelda games are so magical, dude. They're so magical. There's this vibe they always have in just spades that just, it's so nice to play. Even if they are going to bend me over for 360 quid. To play the fucking remake of Ocarina of Time. But hopefully we get a remake of Majora's, and hopefully we get a remake of Mario 64, and hopefully a new mainline Mario game, and hopefully a new mainline Zelda game. And then at that point, when there's like 5 or 6 games worth playing and I can get a Switch 2 secondhand in good condition, then I might buy one. But yeah, I'm not lumping in now because there aren't enough games to play. All I do is play Breath of the Wild. Yeah, Spoody Bills, I would look into Ryu Jinx. And dump your copy of the game. MetaQuest 3S is actually awesome. Yeah, I've heard this. Use them to play while laying in bed more often than not. Obviously, you just Bluetooth any PS5 or Xbox controller to your phone and play with that. Do you have to have a Meta account? Because this is what worries me, is it's Meta, and they're obviously trying to train AIs to make a virtual... Like, how invasive is the Meta aspect of the Quest? Or is it pretty much standalone? I can just use it like a device. I don't have to sign up to some bullshit and give them my fucking eyeball data that it scans or anything. I don't know how bad it is, but yeah. But yes, let me just quickly scroll up and make sure I haven't missed any messages, because I've got a little bit behind, so I apologise. I say why pre-order it when it releases over 1 year. Like $600 billion US. Oh my god. 300 billion from the US government, yeah. Problem seems so obvious because it is. Yeah, exactly, it is. This is it. It's just, we've done this. We've overinflated markets, and then they've imploded under their own weight, and they've taken out entire swathes of people's pensions and savings. You know, we've done this before. We've made this mistake, but human beings can't be trusted. They just can't help themselves. Greed just cannot be regulated, apparently. It's silly. Absolutely silly. No, not you. I'm not talking to you, phone assistant. Go away. But welcome in, Spider-Man. It's good to see you, dude. Steam is just a brand. 79 people work on Steam. It's just a brand. It's not registered as a company. It seems pertinent to have it registered. It's a pretty big entity. Only 79 people work for Steam itself, but I feel like it would probably have... I mean, 79 people is still a company, right? Just not as big as Valve as a whole. Capitalism gets to a point where it has to invest a huge amount for huge profits and quick returns, or hold on to capital in safe domains, the last one being real estate. That's why so much keeps poured into obviously illegitimate bubbles. Yeah, it's, we just keep doing this. We keep overinflating the speculative value of something until everybody realizes how much of a scam it is. People try and pull out, everybody gets cold feet, the whole thing falls over. Some people get rich, a lot of people end up completely destitute, and then we just get the government to bail out all the banks because all the money that's being owed is never going to get paid back because nobody's got any, because it's all in the back pocket of some billionaire somewhere. Like I say, some people get rich off of it. And then we just wait for the next technological advance to come along and do it again. And, at 41 years old, I've experienced 4 once-in-a-lifetime financial crises. 4 once-in-a-lifetime financial crises, right? Great Depression, echoes of the Great Depression, the fucking recession, whatever the fuck happened since then, and then obviously fucking the pandemic has obviously caused like a massive recession of sorts, and then the AI bubble is going to be the 5th one. When the AI bubble pops and everything fucking goes crazy, that's going to be another one. So by the time I'm 50, I would have seen 5 once-in-a-lifetime crises. It's it's fucked. It's absolutely fucked. How, like, the climate in the economic market is obviously fucking crazy and keeps falling over and destroying everything, and then the climate of the planet is obviously completely fucking crazy. But we can't get anyone to agree on that. Nobody wants to admit fault and stop stuffing money in their pockets just for a few years, just to fucking try and stabilize and regulate how things are so we can figure out how to improve them. But no, everybody's just trying to cash in before the boat sinks every time. Everybody starts to fill their boots before the boat goes under. Anyway, PS5 and Nintendo Switch OLED owner here. Yeah, I mean, the OLED screen on the Switch seems like a pretty good choice because, yeah, the screen I've got on the second gen? No, it's a first gen Switch. It's okay. But I mean, a lot of the games we're going to play at 30 FPS anyway, so the screen didn't need to be that good. But yeah, OLED screens. I'm looking at getting an OLED monitor, but there's so much technology with screens. It's hard to actually fucking figure out what you actually need. All these fucks just sitting and get their buckets in and out without bursting the dam. Yeah, this is it. Everyone just fills their boots before it goes down. When you order games, like for me and you, say Valve style, which is fully owned by the Valve Corporation, so it's only the Valve Corporation, weirdly enough. Also, they do have thought Steam was a separate company before. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Breath of the Wild too. Yeah, Breath of the Wild was just, yeah. I mean, Breath of the Wild isn't without problems. It's one of my favorite games of all time, but, the fact that it was ported from the Wii U without the screen on the controller in the same way, and the way they had to manipulate the controls for Breath of the Wild, there were definitely some issues with the controls in Breath of the Wild. They weren't perfect controls, but you could kind of get used to them. But when they added a bunch of stuff in Tears of the Kingdom on top of an already kind of awkward control system, it just got silly. It was silly how the controls work in Tears of the Kingdom, because there's just more stuff on top of an already flimsy control system that wasn't even designed for the Switch. It was designed for the Wii U, where you had a touchscreen controller and a screen. Right? Whereas if you went to the Switch, where you've just got the Switch, right? A small screen, and you've only got like a handful of buttons on these Joy-Cons. And the Switch screen is touchscreen, but when you're playing Breath of the Wild, I completely forget that you can touch the screen. I'm scrolling with a D-pad to select it, but you could just touch the screen. Of course you can just touch the screen, but you just forget. Play a good emulators, I should get it RTX 4090. The Bay for life. The Bay for life. If buying isn't owning, piracy isn't stealing. Well, yeah. Dradic, welcome in. Long time no see. It's good to see you, dude. How's it going? Skyward Sword already happened. Game didn't deserve the time we gave it. Done enough. Ooh, every time I scroll, it goes right up. Sorry, I got sunburned on my nose because it's really hot and it's itching like crazy. Excuse me. Never done a playthrough of Ocarina of Majora's Mask. Well, both. Ocarina of Majora's, I watched my friend play through most of them, and I did a few bits and pieces, but obviously they wanted to play the really important bits. I just sort of did a few bits and pieces while they were rolling up another one, or making a cup of tea or something. So I didn't do a full playthrough myself, so I feel like, there's bits I missed, and there's things I'd like to do a full playthrough at some point. But yeah, it's just getting it set up. But yeah, we could do it in the future at some point. Saturday is the day. Yeah, I've got to go to the doctor's at 9:30 on Saturday. For those of you that would want an update, in January I was prescribed some medication to take for all my symptoms because my health is fucked at the moment, and nobody followed up or anything. So I called them the other day, and they said, yeah, it was January, you had an 8-week course of medication. I was like, yeah, in January, and then February was the medication. It's July, what's going on? And they said, yeah, well, yeah, excuse. I was like, okay, so what now? Like, how do I like speak to a doctor about, you know, what the ENT who prescribed the medication or suggested the medication said? You know, who do I talk to about that? They're like, oh, I'll get someone to give you a call back. They called me back today, so I answered the phone. It's like, is that Mr. Real Name? And I was like, yeah. And they were like, okay, this is Dr. So-and-so from whatever. What seems to be the problem? And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? After 10, 11 months of blood tests and medications and everything else, you forget me for 5-6 months, and then when I ask for someone to call me back, you just say, well, what seems to be the problem? You're not even going to bother reading the file, not even going to bother reading all of the tests that I've had done. You're not even going to do just due diligence just to read what's happening with this patient. And I hate to say it, chat, but I did lose my temper a bit. I said, are you serious? You haven't read anything. You haven't got anything written down from the 7 or 8 appointments I've attended, from the sort of 9 or 10 different tests that I've done, sitting inside pressurized chambers, trying to breathe in and out as hard as I can to test my cardiovascular capabilities, all the blood tests I've had done, all the medications I've been taking. You haven't got anything written down. You want me to explain all of this to you again for what feels like the 5th time? I was like, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. Like, are you taking the piss? At this point, I have no patience left. I'm sorry. I was a nice guy for the 5 or 6 different appointments, all the blood. I was a nice guy. I was a polite guy, but I'm done. I've had enough. I'm done. I have no more empathy or compassion to give on this subject. What the hell is going on? Tell me what the hell is going on. How do I get better? I am so depressed right now. I don't even feel like getting out of bed. Speaking to you guys on stream is like the only thing that's making me feel like getting out of bed at the moment. I wake up and I'm like, I feel awful and there's no point. And I don't want to feel like that. I know that's not right. I know that's not normal. That's not okay. I should be a lot happier with the life I have because I'm very lucky to have the life that I have, but that's not how depression works. And I said to this person, listen, you have no idea how depressed I am right now and how fed up and how, like, I just don't have any more patience left. Like, are you serious? Oh, I can't really read it because it's all in one line. Just scroll the fucking line of, I can see here you've got shortness of breath. So you can read it. Hallelujah. A doctor who earns twice my salary for fucking half the hour's work learned how to read a computer screen with all of the information I've already. Praise the fucking sun. Hallelujah. And I've got a face-to-face appointment on Saturday at 9:30 in the morning with some new doctor I've never heard of before, who I'm gonna start the conversation saying, listen, buddy, I don't want to come across the wrong way. I know you're just picking this up because somebody else has not done their job, but please understand that I have absolutely zero patience for any more bullshit. I am literally done with all the runaround. I'm done. We either sort this or I'm going to launch an inquiry into the NHS, and I'm going to go to Germany, stay with a friend for 6 months, which I don't want to do because I don't want to go live somewhere else where I can't get my tea. My cat's going to have to come with me to go see a real doctor in Germany. Like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it, but I don't want to feel unwell anymore. It's not fair for me to feel like I'm hungover all the time when I don't even drink anymore. It just isn't fair. But anyway, different story. But yeah, we are going to play the game. I promise we're going to play the game when I catch up with chat. But yeah, used to be tied to Facebook, but now you can use it without any effect. It's completely okay. Cool, that makes more sense. Cool. Don't have a PC bred on my MacBook Plus. Want the option to game or to upgrading to the Switch too. I mean, Ryu Jinx works on Mac. There is a Mac distributable for it, distribution or distributable or a build for Mac. I think for Ryu Jinx, but I can't guarantee performance. I don't know what the performance is like on Mac because their GPUs and APIs are a bit different. Game Gear was a classic. Yeah, the Game Gear's got a phosphorescent tube. It's got a tube light, like those ceiling lights, those phosphorescent tube lights. It's got one of them to light the screen. It's ridiculous. It's crazy how it fits into such a small form factor. Full impact of AO bubble for analysts predict the .com will be 2008 will be $5 trillion in the public market, $1 trillion from the private capital, and 2.5 trillion from corporate infrastructure. So what's that? So, and 2008 will be 5 trillion. So we're talking like 9 to 10 trillion, 8 to 9 trillion. Great. Can we get a round of applause for Saturday? On my 100th streak. Yes, it's almost there, almost 100. Experienced a 20, flash 9%. Down Jones went down 10 minutes, then came back up. Yep. For me, though, I didn't even go to college. I turned it down. Yeah, well, this is it. The qualifications we got at college don't seem to matter anymore anyway. So, you know, a lot of the stuff I learned in college was completely irrelevant within 2 years of finishing college. So, yeah. Offered me like 10, 15 minutes, some shit like that, 5 minutes. They offered you that much as a scholarship. Heat in the UK can do it. Yeah, it's brutal. It's gross today. I was younger, so I didn't know what it was. Dude, def have to. 5 minutes money, referring to the funny meme. That's bullshit to be fuming. You can put some department failed medical practice. Well, this is it. The thing is, my tax pays for the NHS, so I don't want to take them to court, but it's not good enough. It isn't good enough. And the thing is, they're fucking my dad around as well. My dad's been unwell for years, and he can't get any help, and he's having coughing fits that are putting him in. He has coughing fits that put him in hospital, and then once he's in hospital, they won't let him go. He goes to the hospital because he can't stop coughing and he can't breathe. They stabilise him, but then they won't let him leave because he's obviously not very well. But then the doctors won't fix him, and it's like, for fuck's sake, man. The guy's 60-something. He's worked his entire fucking life doing manual labour his whole fucking life. The amount of things this man has built and renovated for people. And you can't even fucking see right by it to fucking make him, like, healthy, at least, you know? It's fucking disgusting, you know? The guy's worked his fucking arse off his whole life. He's the hardest working person I've ever known. And the doctors that have been paid by the tax he's earned for the country, by all the work he's done, all the tax he's paid to all the businesses he's had. It's ridiculous. But yeah, we're both going through it. But yeah. Learn how to read must have been a Yu-Gi-Oh player. You can get tea in Germany, should get paid for failed practice. Well, the thing is, I don't want the money, you know? I just want to scare them into fucking, you know,
it's hard to say.
Giving me the fucking medical assistance I need to feel better. But anyway, let's play the video game. Sorry, I'm yapping, but let's play the video game.
Beyond the horizon.
We are supposed to be playing it. It's 6:30. And I've barely played the game.
The road continues for miles, flowing together with other roads, turning into causeways or bridges, ending suddenly in dead ends, or ramping up or down highways. It forms a crisscross pattern across the land. Above the Jamrock Quarter, in the form of a raised motorway, and then the never-ending sprawl of Forburg, high above buildings, new and old, the air filled with the rumble of motor engines. To the old south, to the farthest outskirts of Revachol, through the checkered fields of farmland, upstream to the river Esperance, past Montmartin, the border approaches. You cannot see. It's out of the city. Up ahead, the mist blocks all sight. A gale blows across your cheeks. It is cold. Before you stands a tall lorry driver with sad eyes.
Excuse me?
A flinch jolts his frame. The question has touched a nerve.
Man, I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do.
Thank you for the
No
bonk. I
helping in
appreciate it.
absence, you know.
But yeah, I don't want to uproot my life. Organize someone to live in this flat to help pay for it. Go live in Germany for 6 months to go and get diagnosed and get treated by a German doctor. Partially because meine Deutsch ist scheiße and I don't speak German very well, and I don't want to have to relearn any of it. And yeah, I'd feel bad getting an interpreter to speak English when we have free healthcare in the UK. Getting an interpreter to speak English for me, to speak to a German doctor. But yeah, this is it. Like so many people that I know that have done work abroad, you know, they've had like a placement with their business, and they've had to go work in, you know, Barcelona or Madrid or Stuttgart or wherever, somewhere in Germany or somewhere in France or something. And they said, yeah, like, it's crazy. Like, I've got an apartment and it's not home. But I tell you what, I went to the doctor because, like, I had a bit of a problem. And within, like, a year, like, every medical problem I've ever had has been diagnosed and treated within a year. And yeah, they give me the medication for free half the time. And yeah, it's like I get an appointment the next day. They call up and make sure everything's all right. They, you know, they check in on you. The second you mention anything, they want to know and they want to fix it. And I'm like, damn. We have free healthcare in the UK, but you can tell that it's free. Like, it's an amazing thing to have. It's amazing to have free healthcare. I don't want to be, you know, ungrateful. But yeah, it adds so much stress. There's so much stress involved with accessing the free healthcare that you become unwell just being stressed at trying to get an appointment to fix something. And the thing is, the appointment takes so long that you generally heal from whatever it was that you were going to see them about. By the time you go to see the doctor, say, what symptoms have you got? Well, I haven't got them anymore. They'll come back the next time I injure my knee or next time I get a cough, they'll come back. But, you know, it's taken 4 months to get an appointment. I don't know anymore. I can't describe the symptoms because I'm not experiencing them anymore. Oh, so you're better? No, I'm not better. I'll get on well again, you know, but it'll take me 4 months to get an appointment next time. So there it is. But yeah, it's fucking crazy. So many of my friends that do like contract and secondment work will go work somewhere in Europe and live it up on the company dime. Not my company, but other companies, you know, doing B2B and, you know, business to business sales. And they'll be like, you know, doing like client deals in, you know, Spanish or French or whatever, getting paid way more than me. And then, yeah, getting better healthcare. I'm like, what? And then the company that they work for gives them a certain amount of money for like dinner and breakfast and everything. And yeah, the apartment's all subsidized and paid for. I'm like, damn, like, you know, I should have gone into B2B sales instead of database management and integrity. But yeah, it'd be what it be. Strap on backwards is no part. The more you know. Remember, guys, strap on backwards is no parts. Strap on backwards is no parts. No part. Oh, yeah, I suppose it is. I'll babysit your flat while you're away. Just figure out how to get my arse over there. Yeah, you can come look after Artie. Come look after the bubba. You can for sure talk English to a German doctor. Probably, yeah. But obviously, it would be, you know, same as Swedish doctors. Same as it only works if you have a heart attack. Basically, nothing else works. Although, yeah, this is it. And the thing is, I'm going to say, when I have this appointment, I'm going to say to this dude, like, listen, I know that, you know, the severity of everything doesn't really land until I explain this to you, but like, I feel as if I'm not going to be able to do my job if I get any worse. Like, my job is complicated and I know how to do it. I've been doing it for years, but my brain just won't keep up. I have to wait for my brain to process stuff before I can act. So I can't be as productive at work. You know, I still get a pay rise, I still get a bonus and everything because I've automated and designed processes that are good at what they do, because that's why I get paid. But yeah, there will come a time when I'll need to step it up a gear, and I won't be able to at the moment because I can barely keep up at the moment, you know. And the reason I'm so stressed is because I'm working twice as hard to get the same level of productivity because I'm so slow right now because of sleep apnea and my brain fog from long COVID. So yeah, but anyway, I don't want to derail the entire stream talking about my health. But some of you are obviously very, very kind and ask me how I'm doing. It's easier if I just tell everyone. But yeah.
They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way, waiting all the way in Dior.
Congratulations.
And here I am stuck in this shit, so far from home. Diora of the Seven Seas. It's on the other end of Le Caillou, pretty much, on another island called Laurentide, off mainland. We've got a little place there. Can almost hear my kid laugh when it snows. What's it like? Good. And bad. An ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail of living with them. It comforts me.
Don't we all? You daydream of those silly little scenarios. Going to get breakfast together, or the car breaking down somewhere on the way home from a day out. You dream up these silly little scenarios with the people that you love, right? And it comforts you. It's a good and bad, an ache that brings you joy. Because yeah, it hurts that you miss someone, but then you realize that having someone to miss is actually like a real, like a blessing, you know? Having somebody that makes you feel like that you miss, It's because you love that person, and loving somebody is, yeah.
What about you, Cop Man? You missing someone?
Grief is the price we pay for love. Damn straight. Damn straight. It's good to vent. Yeah, and obviously you guys are very patient and you listen to me.
Is that what it is? This feeling?
I mean, who needs therapy when you've got a Twitch chat?
No, it's scarier than that. You're pursued by a hunter, smelling of apricots and sorrow, and the past.
I feel for you, my friend. It's bad enough to know who you miss. Missing like that doesn't feel like it has much of an upside.
Some Twitch chats need you. You need therapy from.
But thanks
Yeah,
for this.
for sure.
It's nice to talk to someone.
But yeah,
And I know
I
it
hope you
wasn't
guys.
easy to ask. I
hope you guys
find
know
your
by
way
now.
through your own troubles.
Sorry. I hope you guys know now. This degree of transparency is not me fishing for sympathy. This is just me wanting to be honest with you guys, because that's my policy. Is I'd rather just be honest about things. Because you guys can't really feel engaged and part of the community if I don't really open up to you guys. But I don't want to fucking constantly complain. I know that I am lucky to have the life that I have. I just wish that I felt that a bit more. That's how it is. I know that I'm very lucky to be who I am and to have what I have in life. I just wish my fucking body would appreciate it a bit more. But my brain is being stupid at the moment. And as a result, it's choosing to focus more heavily on the negatives than the positives. And that's just what it is. It's just a chemical imbalance in my brain that makes me more likely to observe and dwell on the negatives rather than being appreciative of all the things that are good in my life, which I'm very lucky to have. If that makes sense. But yeah, depression isn't logical, I'm afraid. It doesn't listen to reason. Is there anything else we can do in there?
This found A to Z. The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes
Yeah.
the clothes, the rust.
And all that. So yeah, I feel like there should be a tree somewhere that's got a tape stuck in it. I think. Or maybe it's the maybe we need to buy the tape from Bird's Nest Roy in his second-hand charity shop type thing.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Of course. It's in working order still, isn't it? Just pick your tape and set it spinning. It all starts with the tape. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
No. But yes, I flat out said to this doctor, I was like, listen, I have a feeling that long COVID has caused inflammation in my gut. That inflammation in my gut is compressing my stomach, which means I'm getting excess stomach acid pouring into my esophagus and the sphincter of my stomach, between my esophagus and my stomach, which is causing acid reflux. Acid reflux is promoting the production of phlegm by my sinuses and everything else in my nasal cavity. That phlegm is then leading me to develop, congestion, which is causing sleep apnea, and the sleep apnea is therefore causing brain fog to be a lot worse. And also all the other symptoms I'm experiencing, irritability, depression, all sorts of other stuff. It's all sleep apnea. It's all the lack of sleep, So I think if we solve the issue with the excess stomach acid so that I don't feel like congested all the time, I may be able to sleep off the majority of these symptoms and feel better. And they're like, yeah, that sounds like a theory. That sounds like a possibility. And I was like, great. So, but they then didn't really seem to want to say anything more than that. And I was like, okay, so I guess, but I'll say that to this guy, but like, listen, I'm pretty sure this is what it is. The medication I was taking was helping with acid reflux. And I think that was helping with congestion. And I think that was helping me sleep a bit better. So that's why I was starting to feel a little bit better. But obviously as soon as I came off, I feel terrible. Almost worse than I did before. And I'm like,
I see you haven't left our little Martinez yet. Still running around? Like some kind of cross-country law official? Aye. I guess you do. What's on your mind, officer? Oh? Who? Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Excuse me?
The sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer? Oh. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? An installation. Us poor people are stupid and don't get installations. All I see is a heap of trash. This actually calls for a funeral, I think. Police business. I understand. Anything I can help you with?
Guess not. Right, washerwoman, do you have any new
Our
dialogue?
tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Okay, right, so, yeah, let's go speak to Everard. Although I think the game's already said he's just going to deny it anyway, but yeah. Let's go speak to Everard, see if that unlocks any dialogue and progresses anything. Sad. Just sad. But yes, like I say, chat, I apologise. I know that for a year or two now I've just been really, really worn out, and it's just made me very low energy in general, emotionally and socially and everything. You guys deserve better than that, but I think if the least I could do is explain to you what's going on, so you guys have some context. But yeah, it's been a bit of a saga, and hopefully we are nearing the end of it. I can get some more focused treatment, not just generalized, but focused treatment towards some of the symptoms I've got, and hopefully I can start to slowly unpick this mess.
The file cabinet stands steady as ever. Sliding out, a drawer presents you the folders you already went through. On top of them is the handwritten note.
I'm not too sure. I mean, the dog is asleep right now, and by dog I mean cat. He's been asleep. He was howling at me all bloody
Remember,
day.
Leo, Everard's shoes.
And he's decided to finally fall asleep.
Water Everard's.
I'm sure he'll wake up in a minute and cause havoc.
Office floor.
He hasn't even really eaten much of his
Small
food today.
banners.
Kids do the same. Yeah. Fucking shout at you all day and then just fall asleep like nothing happened. There's all I could type out while burning the shit out of my mouth, eating my warmed up chicken Alfredo that I left in the microwave for way too long. What is it about microwaves, right? Because, you know, like POV, I'm a microwave. Ding, your roasting hot bowl of cold food is ready. How is how is the food roasting hot and also still cold? I've never understood that. Apples thrown at me basically half the day. Why did you keep letting where did they
All
get the
items
apples
on
from?
The list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Where did they get all the apples from?
Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmarar.
Time for me to dip. Got a massive headache and had to end my own stream 50 minutes in because I was trying I'll try popping by more. Been a bit disconnected with Twitch for like 2 months. I'm sorry to hear about that, Dredic. Hope you feel better soon, dude. Make sure you're hydrating and get some ibuprofen or some paracetamol. Because yeah, I think a lot of us, when it gets really roasting hot, a lot of us don't realise how much moisture we're losing, and dehydration gives you a headache. Caffeine withdrawal also gives you a headache. And yeah, I woke up today and my phone was like, yeah, listen up, brother, you didn't sleep very well last night. So yeah, just lower your expectations for the day. And I was like, oh man, why is it on Wednesdays when I wake up, like, it tells me like, yeah, you slept for like 3 hours last night, dude. I'm like, great. The day when I want to stream, have fun, see all my friends, play a video game that I love, have a nice conversation, I'm going to be really, really tired. But then on a random day when I've got nothing to do other than just work and then maybe do some like washing up or something. So you slept for like 6.5 hours, which is still not enough apparently. Apparently I need 7.5 or 8 apparently. But over time, losing an hour a night over 3 years is enough to cause the symptoms I've got apparently. But it does make sense. You do have a bank of sleep that you can invest in and draw from. You can have one night where you don't sleep, but then you have to make up for it by sleeping an extra hour a day for a few weeks. But yeah, it always bums me when I wake up, because when I wake up in the morning, I'm like, it's a stream day. Like I say, you guys really are a light at the end of the tunnel for me. But I wake up and I'm like, oh, it's a stream day, you know? But then my phone's like, yeah, by the way, dude, you didn't sleep very well last night. And you can see like how many times I woke up and I'm like, damn, I just didn't sleep for like 5 hours. I was like asleep, awake, asleep, awake, asleep, awake constantly from like 1:30 until like 6. So yeah, basically didn't get any sleep, which is great. But I had a second coffee. I treated myself to an afternoon coffee, which I don't usually do. But I have run out of coffee beans now, which is a problem. But yeah, I'll solve that at some point. But yeah, I hope you feel better soon, Draging. Yeah, man, might be worth getting some water instead of continuing to drink game sups and Monster. Yeah, definitely drink a bunch of water. Drink loads and loads of water, because the worst thing that happens is you piss. And when you piss, you get rid of, you know, the stuff that the body's trying to get rid of anyway. So, you know, just drink a bunch of water. It might help. Microbes heat up the water molecules and the stuff has less water. Yeah, I know. I'm only kidding. But yeah. Apple trees everywhere. Threw one back at least to a little hard, and then she stopped. Microwave period. Why the fuck did this 88-year-old homeless-looking man think he was going to be go pee for 3 whole minutes and set that to the cook timer? Yeah, and luckily they turned themselves off. Otherwise, I would probably evaporate all of my food in them. Speaking of experience, no, you monster will kill you. Yeah, that's my no. We can't joke about that. Yeah, just make sure you're drinking enough water.
And the same materials,
because you've got, you know, you can drink Monster, you can drink coffee, you can drink whatever, as long as you drink it in moderation. But you've got to get like enough water into your system as well.
Among the many districts where the imports are being sold,
because obviously you need water to flush through the kidneys and liver to filter stuff out. So if you haven't got the water to dilute all the stuff, it's filtering stuff.
Through all of the drawers, so
you've already sort of, you're filtering stuff out without any water to filter it with. So the liver just ends up with like a really concentrated dose of everything to filter through. Whereas if you dilute it with water, it just makes it a lot less hard work on the liver. And trust me, I know about damaging livers. I had a problem with alcohol for years. I remember somebody whose dad was an alcoholic. Oh, what's this? Whose dad was an alcoholic.
A resting control panel with several knobs.
And he said, if you keep drinking like this, you know,
are faded with use.
You're going to end up with problems. And I was like, it's fine.
A container
and
is attached to its hook block.
He sort of gave me a cheeky little jab, like a jab hook in the side of like where my liver was. And I was like, oh my God, that fucking really hurt. He was like, I barely touched you, dude. Your liver is not happy. And I can see it in your skin and your eyes. Your liver is not happy, because his dad was like terrible with it. I was like, fuck, that's true. I'm only like 24 and my liver is already kind of fucked. And I was like, but
on, addict, off.
The magic of the liver is one of the only organs that can do this, but you can cut a chunk of liver off and just leave it in a petri dish and it will grow a whole new liver on its own. Fucking crazy. Liv, welcome in, Liv. How's it going? Good to see you. How's it going? Kairu Red Fox, hello. Retro7, hello. Liv, hello. How are you? Thank you so much for the raid on How was stream. You were playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced. Black Flag is the one lots of people talk about. Lots of people tell me that one is like super, super, super good. So I hope you're enjoying it. Michael, it's good to see you, dude. How's it going? Stacy, hello. How's it? Welcome in, Raiders. How are you? I hope you had a good stream. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Welcome in, Raiders. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Breadcrumbs. I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK, currently on my second playthrough of Disco Elysium. Going to go for the 100%, but the trophies in this game are kind of crazy because it's a very dialogue-heavy game, and the trophies are kind of a bit ambiguously written because it doesn't wear its heart on its sleeve. It's very sort of densely vocabularied, if that makes sense. So yes, not popping trophies as much as I'd like, but loving being back in the game because it's one of the greatest works of fiction I've ever experienced. But yes, very fun. Been lurking, just very sleepy. It's 4 a.m. Yes, of course, Liv, of course. Is it okay if we do a shout out for you with a clip? Would you prefer a non-clip shout out or no shout out at all? It's perfectly valid. But thank you if you need to look after everything back home. You've just finished your whole stream. Completely understand if you need to raid and run. But thank you again, love. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. But yes, interested in Resynced because I never mentioned it. Yeah, Resynced is like the kind of modernized version of it. But I think they are doing a ground up remake as well of one of the Assassin's Creed games, which might be sort of probably involving that one. I think, I'm not sure, but yeah. But yes, non-raiders, please feel free to say hello to our lovely friend Liv, who just raided. Lovely Australian creator, plays a bunch of cool games, and yeah, wonderful community, and yeah, they really enjoy video games. They're not like, you know, just whatever, I play video games, whatever. They get really into video games, and their passion and their emotion around video games is really, really inspiring. But they do Sekiro speedruns as well as lots of other first playthroughs and everything. So you get a bit of a mixture of speedruns in Sekiro, which is a cool run to watch. Sekiro is a pretty good game to speedrun, and they're slowly but surely working their way through that. They've improved a lot over the years. Their Geni 1 fight is like locked in now, and it used to be a bit of a struggle, which is, yeah, it's just a difficult fight to script. But yeah, they do Sekiro speedruns and lots of first playthroughs. They're Australian as well, so if you're in the UK and you want someone to watch in the morning, great stream to watch because they're on in their evening time, which is like, what, 4 a.m. now? But they're quite often on in the morning for me in the UK, because it's the evening for them in Australia. So yeah, another lovely stream to watch in the morning, first thing. But yes, thank you for the raid. But yes, if you need to look after yourself, please feel free. Ooh, excuse me, but it's a bit warm here. Not as warm as Australia, I bet, but yeah, it's warm. That's what comes out tomorrow, right? But is it coming out tomorrow? Fair enough. March means march on.
With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
Ooh, I don't think we did this before.
And with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. This crane was built with a purpose, which has now been fulfilled. To move this container. Who can say? All you know is, it's...
Right, well, Liv, thank you for stopping by. Sleep well. You again for the raid, I appreciate that. 2 big raids, nice and early in the stream. I'm very, very blessed.
The wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
The crane does not return to its original position. It does not move at all. No screech of metal when you push the button this time, only silence, as the crane remains in its state of dormancy.
Remains in its state of dormancy. Sexy dialogue, chat. The dialogue in this game is so sexy. It's so good. Right, can we open the container? We don't want to know what's in Mr. Falcone's
Before
crate.
you stands a cargo container. Just one of many in the yard.
Gotta go now. See you later. You're on our way past. Cool. Retro, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that, dude. Sleep well. What's in the box? Dude, like 7, that film, 7, that has been re-released and it's been recolor graded like, I think 6 times. Ironically, not 7, but maybe 5 times. And it's crazy how many times somebody has taken the film that was color graded and then color graded again, and then they've said, you know what, I can make this better. I could put a little bit of magic on it. And somebody who likes the film did a video essay where they showed a number of scenes where the color grading obviously just wasn't considered, because there are scenes like there's a scene with Morgan Freeman in an old library in New York, it's central New York. Yeah, I think it's central New York. It might be maybe Chicago, I'm not sure. But yeah, they're in a city, they're in an old library in the city in America. And the original had this beautiful, like warm, woody, kind of musky, like soft color grading that kind of helped the focus, but also kind of created this warmth to the scene that made the library feel really cozy and interesting. And then they showed like that scene in one of the later versions of the film that had been re-released, and it's like really overexposed, and there's way too much detail in the scene because it's way more exposed. You can see way more in the shadows, and I was like, they're kind of ruining the film. And there's color grades on top of color grades, and it's like, fuck man, what are we doing? And it's scary because there's lots and lots of film that's like, you know, some of the classic films, you know, like The Good, the Bad and the Ugly and a few others like that era of film, the actual film it's recorded on, the colors and the chemicals that create them are degrading over time, so they're never going to be as vibrant and as they were exposed when they were originally shot and reprinted. So like digitizing them in a way that allows color grading to be sort of done in future, but trying to get it as close as possible, but set in stone so you could re-record it onto film again at the right color values. It's kind of a scary process because it's crazy how you get a neutralization edit where some people will neutralize the color grading of, so you can watch The Matrix without the green tint. It feels completely different. It's like the music in a film. It can feel so different if you change the color grading, right? And yeah, I suppose if you wanted to digitize for preservation, you would want to neutralize it and then create the version that looks as close to the original as possible. But you'd want to keep the neutral version and then the neutral version and the original vision of the director and the color grader and the editor. But yeah, it's remarkable. It's crazy how much some color grading can change a film. And then you look at films that don't just have one color grade. They're not just one color. They're not just tinged one color to make you feel something because of psychology. They have moments within the narrative where the cinematography and also the color grading and the music and the acting kind of changes a little. Not too much because it would feel out of place, but directors know that they need to sort of, make that feel like a different thing. And they don't do it too often because it would be kind of confusing, but when you have a film where something really significant happens and then after that point the film is different, that's really subtle, but it's incredibly effective. So there's one of the days later, maybe I think it might be 28 months later, not 28 days later, but 28 months later, they find a farmhouse that's safe and they stop filming. No, it's the first film. So the first film is filmed on these little Sony handheld cameras that were kind of domestic quality, so they weren't proper cinema quality. But it gave the beginning of 28 Days Later the feeling of CCTV when Cillian Murphy's walking around London at like 4 a.m. at the height of summer when it was quietest, where they could close London Bridge, not Tower Bridge. Was it Tower Bridge they filmed? I can't remember. But yeah, they were walking around London 4 a.m. It was daylight because it was summer, and it was like one of the brightest days of the year at that early time. But they're filming because they're out on the street, just, film. They can't set up the shots because they only had like a certain amount of time before London got busy. So they had to film on these little handheld cameras really quickly and just do really guerrilla shots over and over and over again, just try and do it as quick as possible. And that meant that the beginning of the film, in 28 Days Later, is shot at low res. They then maintain that through the whole film. And then at the very end of the film, when Cillian Murphy wakes up in the farmhouse in the middle of the countryside, they go over to a cinema camera where it's really sharp and really clear compared to the previous footage because they've discovered safety. They finally relaxed and they're not being watched anymore. And it's something that so many people overlooked. And I was like, it's crazy. It goes from like 640p to like cinema film. At the end of 28 Days Later, it just cuts to like better quality film. And because the resolution and the exposure and the way the focusing and the depth of field works is so much better, it feels like the film and the narrative has turned a corner for the better. And then the ending of the film I won't spoil, but yeah, really subtle stuff like that with color grading or cinematography, little subtle things like that make the film feel different. And when that's done well, 10 out of 10. No notes. Excuse me. Brad did a great acting. Yeah, Brad and Freeman and what's his name? Because he turned out to be a really terrible person, didn't he? And he was in Call of Duty as well, but he was in the brain fog. My memory's so fucked. But yeah, Kevin Spacey, that's the one. Yeah, he didn't he turn out to be like not a nice person? Was it false accusations? Okay, was he cleared? Fair enough. Hello, what politics is this? Flurp Derp. Sorry, I almost said Flenderp. Flurp Derp. I apologize. This playthrough, despite my best interests, I'm trying to get Harry to be as communist as possible. I don't align with that ideology myself, but for a trophy, I need to make Harry a superstar cop who is a lawbringer who says they are the law multiple times, but is also a communist to try and get that trophy. This is why it's difficult. The Disco Elysium trophies, right? They're not difficult to achieve, like gameplay-wise. It's morally. I feel bad aligning Harry's views and dialogue choices with communism, but I need the trophies because I want 100% the game. But yeah, 7-fold improvement. So they're giving the Bible treatment. Same place they filmed in Network from 1976, which is the whole business is The world is a business, Mr. Beale. Bible was 1500 years after. Exactly. It's like humanity. Despite, boo, communism is canon. Yeah. I know. Well, yes, I know, but yeah, because it's obviously where the game is based is obviously heavily influenced about Estonia after the Cold War, and communism's influence in Estonia, where it wasn't terrible, and actually some people kind of vibed with it, but obviously at the grander scale, when it comes up against socialism and capitalism and fascism, yeah, but yeah, it's quite complex. Yeah, I've already done enough yapping for one night. Developers are also communist. Yeah, well, they have communist tendencies, but you know, they got paid for making a video game. Well, hopefully they got paid for making a video game, so they must be capitalist to a certain degree, but not in a bad way. They're just trying to earn a living from their art, right? Nothing against the developers. I think the developers caught the bad end of capitalism because Zaum fucked them over. Anyway, another complicated situation.
Is this like your thing with that wall again? You do? Because I don't. There are 1 million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
But yes, I agree. The communist mindset and ideology is represented quite brutally and quite faithfully. And obviously, yeah, the developers of the game growing up in Estonia after, like I say, I think it was after the Cold War, would have been under communism and obviously saw the benefits of that. But yeah, it's quite terrible. Independent farmers in Estonia got sent to the Gulag. But yeah, this is it. Is that, you know, like, when it comes to political ideologies, you know, there's usually some element of human greed and power and control, and it's just a different kind of control. So capitalism, socialism, communism, fascism, they are different ways of controlling large groups of people through primarily propaganda, I would suppose. And therefore, because of the control that's exerted and the exploitation that then is born from that control because of human infallibility and how absolute power tends to corrupt absolutely, as we know, the greed and the power goes to men's heads. And yeah, politically they become biased and kind of, you know, start bidding for power, trying to make sure that they can make themselves as important as possible. And then before you know it, the will and the well-being of the people is compromised. Be it financially, be it, you know, in terms of freedoms, be it in terms of, you know, their ability to thrive, socioeconomically, that is. Yeah, it's a very complicated subject, which I'm not going to get into because I've done enough yapping. But yeah, no, the developers obviously grew up in a communist part of the world, and therefore they obviously you could feel that in some of the, I mean, the environment, you know, the workers fighting for more rights and everything, and some of the dialogue is clearly kind of implying a communist mindset, which is really interesting, really interesting. But obviously I don't personally align with communism myself, nor capitalism, even though I live in the first world, you know, in England, which is a sort of a capitalistic first world, if you can call it that. But yeah, I don't even really subscribe to capitalism, to be honest. I feel as if, you know, like there should be more regulation to keep things more balanced. You know, you need an even distribution of wealth, but making everybody earn the same, even though some people provide significantly more to society, I'm not sure if it's a system you can balance. So communism as like a leveling socioeconomic equilibrium where everybody gets the same and everybody has the same and nobody has any more than anybody else, so everybody feels like they're all fairly treated, even though some people will be contributing significantly more impactful things to society. Like I say, people are going to get fed up with that and overthrow it at some point. But with capitalism, it's pretty clear that it just distills all of the wealth to the top and leaves everybody else with empty pockets. Once you leave it unregulated for too long, you end up with late-stage capitalism where everything costs a fortune, nobody has any fucking money to buy it all, but billionaires have more money than God, you know, more money than entire countries just sat there in bank accounts. Works pretty well over here and in Sweden. So it's communism where politicians take it all. Yeah, but this is the thing. I feel as if like a lot of these sort of country ideology, a lot of these political affiliations or ideologies, they have on the surface the merits to be good for the populace, but like I say, human greed for power or for wealth or for both usually corrupts them in some way. And this is the thing. It's not so much about how an ideology can provide a framework in which everybody's treated fairly. It's how fallible they are to the concept of human greed, because that is always what undermines everything. And I feel as if you had 7 parallel universes to represent the various different deadly sins, to, you know, not to be religious or anything, but if there were 7 parallel universes to represent the 7 deadly sins, the one we live in would definitely be representative of greed. Greed is definitely the sin that we all just agreed to be okay with, apparently, even though it's clearly very, very detrimental in the long term. So, I don't know. I feel as if people being greedy and taking more than they need is a problem, but people not being able to work hard and succeed beyond the average person would cause a lot of people to just not try anywhere near as hard, and it would grind human progress to a halt, because nobody would make any effort if everybody's going to get the same. So yeah, like I say, there's merits to various different systems, and I feel as if ideologies need to be hybridized into something that's more socially equilibrious for everybody involved, but allows people to succeed if they work hard and provide something of value to society. But you've got to regulate it. It's got to be regulated. In the USSR, a political elite person would maybe get 3 to 5 times more than the average worcher, and the West elite get maybe 1 million times more than... Yeah, this is it, is that when people talk about... sorry, the ad break started, but I'll come back to this because obviously this person that's in the chat will not now be in an ad break, unfortunately. But sorry to repeat myself, but yeah, obviously, you know, communism's great, but then there's, you know, when people say like, oh, capitalism's better than communism because communism, you know, nobody gets anything, and the government and the millionaires can do whatever. And so that's kind of what we've got. You know, this capitalism system you're talking about, it's kind of not working because that's what we've got already. You know, like they already have all the money and all the power. We're fucking powerless. We've all got nothing, so we're all scratching by on 25 grand a year, if that. You know, some a little more, some a little less, unfortunately. So we're already experiencing the worst bits of communism under capitalism because of wealth inequality and the wealth distribution being massively biased towards the wealthy elite. So yeah, it's like, you know, they criticize communism as if capitalism works perfectly when it doesn't. Capitalism doesn't work perfectly because every now and again the economy falls over and we have to pump a couple of £1 trillion into it to get it going again. That's not a system that's self-sustaining. It's not long-term economic stability which allows people to succeed over a long period of time working hard and putting money away for a rainy day. It's just a rainy day all the time now. But yeah, anyway, the ad break has started. I hope you guys over on the BRB is going to be right back, and then we'll carry on, and I'll sort of recap this for the person who's going to be in an ad break right now. Yes, I'll be right back in. Sorry, I'm waffling way too much, but yes, I'll be back in just a moment.
Do you do that? I wonder, as a substitute for having anything interesting to say?
Probably, Miss McFarland.
Oh, call me Bonnie, you fool. Call me Bonnie.
Miss McFarland, I'm married. I have a son. I had a daughter, but she died.
She literally just said,
Years
call her
before that,
Bonnie.
I rode in a gang.
He got fucking yeeted. Fucking hell. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of mad that this game is set underwater and there's so much bureaucracy. Because it's bureaucracy. I'm Breadcrumbs, I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK. Currently unable to use a Gatling gun properly, but welcome on in. Peach Blossom. Is that the original Dino? Did they change Dino Dance back? Did they change it back? They changed Dino Dance back. Can we get some Dino Dances in chat? They put it back. Where's F12? I think if we're a little bit less greedy, we can get this. I think. Mate, what are you doing? He's just opened up Prime Video. I can't see. I can't see. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. I think I've heard Nazi propaganda before. Yeah, guys, we don't need to be slinging. We don't need to be slinging, you know, terms and slurs around. We don't. You know, we can discuss political ideologies and history, but we don't need to start attacking each other over it. We can just, you know, discuss it and leave it from there. Famine was propagandized by the Nazis to justify invasion. Most people didn't believe it until somehow it blew up in the last decade. Most people didn't believe it was deliberate starvation. Armored to make the Ukrainians more weak, so they became loyal to the Soviet government. Russia always fucked Ukraine over, so they're starving people have made loyal ever. Can't eat and starve to death. You want to, yeah. Everyone agree it was a Ukrainian genocide. Well, yeah, you know, when you look at the size of Ukraine versus Russia, but yeah, obviously it's starting to sound a bit combative, so let's just take it down a notch and we can discuss things, we can speak freely without insulting each other. We don't need to start slinging insults backwards and forwards. Nobody's a Nazi, nobody's a fascist, nobody's a socialist or anything. That's just, we're not going to start personifying ourselves through political ideologies and then launching insults at each other rather than comparing the political ideologies as they are, good and bad, to see if there's anything we can take away from them to use. But yeah, I'm a communist. Yeah, well, if you're a communist, that's fine, you know, just point statistics, that's happened. Yeah, the thing is, quoting statistics is one thing, but you know, if we start using statistics to bolster an argument directed at a person rather than an ideology, that's where things can start to stray and get a little bit combative. And obviously I want to keep things, you know, kind of open-minded here. I want to be, you know, free to discuss things and talk about things, but we have to make sure it doesn't turn into, like, we can't start slinging mud at each other. You know, we've got to keep it, you know, and I'm not pointing a finger at anybody. I'm just saying I'm getting the impression it's about to get a little bit combative, and I'd rather stick a pin in it now. So I don't want to feel like anybody to feel like I'm sort of, you know, having a go at them. But yeah, I'm just trying to keep the peace to a certain degree. We can discuss things, but yeah, we've got to keep it kind of, you know, we don't want to start slinging slurs around and accusing people of being something, you know, that they might not be. No. We can keep it nice and easy, keep it nice and low key. We don't need to start another civil war in the chat, if possible. Yeah, exactly. I'm not pointing a finger. I'm not pointing any fingers. Nobody's really overstepped a line just yet. I'm just starting to, you know, we can debate things, we can discuss things, but we just need to keep it on an even keel, you know. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, and they're entitled to defend their opinion, you know, when the context requires it. But yeah, we want to avoid this kind of like, okay, if you think that, then you're up, you know, and that's because you're up, you know. That's where it starts to turn. But yeah, Disco Elysium is already heavy enough. We don't need like heartbreaking, alcoholic, melancholy kind of, you know, sadness in the game, and then like a civil war about, you know, communism versus Nazism in the chat. We can discuss these things and not turn it, you know, combative, if that makes sense. Excuse me, I've got cat hair and a sunburnt nose, so it's killing me. But yes, there are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? It was hanging from the crane.
You just picked one out because you wanted to interact with a cargo container. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk to the Union, right?
No reply. You attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. The doors seem to be mechanically locked.
Not having Nazi, yes, but I know we're not, but I feel as if the conversation is drifting towards people doubling down on certain ideologies and making it into sort of a conflict rather than a discussion. I'm just trying to keep everybody happy, because I know that people might want to discuss things, but at the same time, you know, the vibe of the chat as a whole is my responsibility. So like I say, I'm not pointing any fingers, not calling anyone out. I'm just saying we can discuss things. I'm just pointing out we can discuss things, but we have to keep it, you know, civil. if that makes sense. Like I say, nobody's crossed any lines yet, but I'm getting the impression that if things build any more from here, somebody, I'm not going to say who, but somebody might pop up and cross a line, and then, you know, it gets a little bit crazy, and then we have to start timing people out, and it's like, you know, if I just say something now, we can all keep it nice and chill.
To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement.
Persuade the door to open. Very low. Can I improve my rhetoric at all? If I keep speaking, I'm gonna say gamer words for sure. Yeah, well, yeah, this is it. You know, you can. Sergeant, no, you please feel free to be part of the discussion. Like I say, nobody's done anything wrong. It's just I see two ideologies being discussed, and I worry that at some point it might turn into like a bit of an argument. And I want to try and, you know, just nip that in the bud and just say we can discuss things, but, you know, let's focus on, you know, keeping it respectful and a discussion, not a conflict, if that makes sense. But yeah, exactly. We just want to keep it a discussion, that's all. We don't want to start, you know, getting upset or anything. Don't watch the clock. Do what it does. Keep going. Sam Levinson. But it's true. It's true. And I was saying on somebody's TikTok the other day that, you know, it's not that my generation doesn't want to work. It's just that we see how little work improves our lives, you know? Work has become less of a focus for us because it isn't the key to success anymore. It isn't this ladder that we can climb to have a better life. Working hard just makes other people that are already richer. And we all stay at the bottom while they become richer, even though they're clearly rich enough, right? So that's why I think the whole social contract of people going to work. Have I really not got anything that improves rhetoric? Rhetoric's a blue skill, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, that's -1 rhetoric. Shit. I really got nothing that improves rhetoric. Apparently we are -1 for rhetoric. Okay, that's why. What's doing -1? Oh, it's the hat. It's the hat, chat. So that improves our rhetoric a little bit. What would improve it even more is if we were to sacrifice a skill point, because we've got 4 of them to play with. That will then improve the check to be 8%.
Its draw has not
Fuck off, man.
Since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Erratic, yet though. +1, been in the world for 2 days. Been in this world for many days. +1, precarious world. The white cheese, 8% low. Oh, I really want to pop it. I want to see what's inside. And they know I want to see what's inside.
You're back before the cargo container. Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
Because what wasn't an option? Now is not the time to get philosophical, detective. You can do that after hours.
Okay, I'll try this a couple of times, but we might have to come back to this check once we've got some better rhetoric.
You're back
clothing.
Before the cargo container. Its drawer has not... Why are you...
Okay. Yeah, it's so low, I could be here for like hours trying it, so yeah. Holodomor is heavily politicized for most of the Soviet Union's history. It was a marginalized position, a marginal position globally, not accepted by most of Europe. Of course, that doesn't mean it wasn't a genocide, but I urge you to look up what's actually the actual evidence exists for the genocidal intent by the Soviet leadership at the time. Yeah, so this is the thing, is that, you know, like there'll be explanations that are skewed by political alignments and, you know, agendas. And yeah, obviously in the West, in the UK, I know that the news I get about, you know, Eastern Europe and stuff might not be accurate because it's being reported on by a news outlet that has a vested interest in pushing a certain agenda. So therefore, if the UK is complicit in some kind of wrongdoing, the BBC will clearly distort that story to get everybody in the country to believe that there's nothing wrong with us, even though we are complicit in all sorts of things all over the world. Yeah.
Mr. Dubois, the word in Martinez is a certain police officer is once again happily reunited with his service weapon. Congratulations, my friend.
Oh no, come on, we don't need to start this Sweden and Denmark stuff as well.
I prefer my police officers old-fashioned like that, with a gun. You can do so many things with a gun that you can't do without one. Now, what can I help you
Yeah, no matter what country you would have seen. But no, Flipperp, for clarity, we have a community member who's from Denmark, and that community member and Krill like to sort of like, you know, tease each other a little bit, because Krill is Swedish and this other community member is Danish. But we also have community members from Birmingham, from Ireland, from Scotland, from all over the place.
I'm always happy to educate and entertain you, my friend. So, what's on your mind? Very nice, Harry. Is there anything else? Ah, yes. Your side investigation. Thank you. You've got some spirit clearing up phony drug accusations alongside this murder.
Flip knows Danish versus sweet. Obviously, I play well with a girl with 50% sweet. I see.
Now let's talk real business.
I see.
Not even a speck of anger in his voice. That's that then.
Funny. That doesn't ring any bells, Harry.
Yeah, sure.
Funny. She was trying to set up a narcotics operation in the old church on the coast.
Oh, that a cell. Yes, I do seem to remember sending a
that
pretty
one,
young
yeah.
thing down there to liven up the place. Get some hypnotic music in there. Amphetamine lab? That sounds very immoral and debauched. Frankly, a health risk. But what do I know about kids these days? The music they listen to, the drugs they do while they listen to that music?
That's the thing, chat. you know you're getting old when not only do you not know what music is currently trending, but also when kids describe the drugs that they take, and you're like, damn, things have moved on. Because I remember when ketamine suddenly became popular, and I was like, you guys are taking horse tranquilizer? And they're like, yeah, get a well good buzz off of it. And I was like, a tranquilizer gives you a buzz? I don't think so. And I was like, how much are you paying for this? And they're like, oh, like maybe like 12 quid. And I was like, what, for enough for like the entire evening? They're like, yeah, probably. And I was like, okay, so it's cheap. You know, it's cheap. And they're like, how much is, you know, I was like, well, what did you do? And I was like, well, I did this and this and this. And they're like, how was it expensive? I was like, about 50, 60 pound a gram. They were like, what? No fucking way, dude. And I was like, Jesus, I am so retro. Like, even the things I don't even want to talk about, even the things I used to do when I was a stupid teenager, like they're like, even that's old fashioned now. I'm like, oh damn, like I am definitely being left behind by this world. But yeah, 25% Danish crew is carrying down this convict. Everett is my favorite character in the game. Yeah, he's interesting. Like he definitely has this kind of insufferable corporate type to him as well. But obviously at the same time, he's also like, you know, kind of really nice to Harry. And he's almost too nice. Yeah, as an English person, he feels like patronizingly nice. But I know for other parts of the world, maybe it doesn't seem that way because it's a cultural thing. But yeah, it's like when you go to America and everyone's really, really, really nice to you. And it's like, damn, dude, it's like, I'm from the UK. This feels really, really weird.
It sounds to me like you are trying to start an amphetamine lab in the district. And you're using some delinquents you found, God knows where, to set it up and run it for you.
Found God knows where? That Asel is the daughter of Miko the Kebab, a man who once killed a guy with a kebab.
That's why they call him Miko the Kebab.
I think a daughter of a man who killed a man with a kebab can handle running a little nightclub, don't you?
Yeah, it's like when someone says, yeah, that's Big Tommy. Why do they call him Big Tommy? Well, because he's big. And his name's Tom. I love that. That trope has been done several times by Guy Ritchie and a few other people. Like, oh yeah, we call him Horseface Charlie. Why'd you call him Horseface Charlie? Well, because he looks like an horse. It's just sort of like, it's so deadpan. I love it. And the thing is, when they do a play on words, they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna have to go and get Tiny. This job is definitely going to require Tiny's skill set, so we'll go and get Tiny. And it cuts to the camera. It's like on someone's chest. It's like, Tiny, we need your help on something. It's like, what do you want? This fucking enormous, great big creature of a man. He's called Tiny. It's like, it's British banter, and I fucking love it when it's represented well. I remember that too. It's synthetic cannabis. Crumbs hit the reefer. I hate the American niceness too. It's kind of, yeah, the thing is, because you know it's synthetic, because you know it's just to butter you up to get tips because of their tipping culture, it feels really insincere. And the thing is that it's not that they're not nice people. They are nice people. They're lovely people. You know, I've met loads of Americans that are super nice. But the service industry over there and how it forces everybody to be really, really overly nice to try and maximize the tipping potential because they don't pay their staff properly. That whole service industry side of it, where everyone's ridiculously nice, and it's just like, it's like overstimulate. For me, it's like because I'm English, it's like overstimulation, but just in customer service. It's like a focused version of overstimulation. And they're like, "Hi, how are you today?" And it's like, "Whoa, I'd be a lot better if you'd calm down. I just need to make a reservation for something." "That's great, I can get that sorted for you right now." It's like, yeah, that's usually how making a reservation works. That's all. Is there anything else? No, that's fine. Please just stop smiling so aggressively. You're making me feel very weird as an English person. You make a lot of eye contact. For a 5-second conversation, you are making a lot of very intense eye contact. But it's a cultural thing. Like I say, there's a reason for it. I'm not judging it. There's a reason for it. There's context behind it. Their culture of tipping in the service industry means everyone has to be super, super nice to try and maximize the potential for tips because they can't earn a living otherwise. So it's just how it is over there. So it's not a judgment. It's just an observation. But yeah, it is pretty full on. But they made Everard as disgusting as possible, so super ugly, super annoying voice, and he just seems creepy, but in the end everything he does is for the community. He never actually lies or uses his position to enrich himself, despite that vibe being given. He definitely gives off a vibe of somebody that's corrupt, like to the core, but then you're right, he is trying to build a youth centre for kids and trying to help the union and help the workers get better pay and everything, so he is somewhat selfless, even though he is portrayed as a character that you would usually think is quite selfish. I think it's a good observation that I did overlook a little bit. So thank you for pointing that out. But yeah, the thing is, he has a brother, and I thought his brother would have a personality that would then set his in greater relief. But we never really speak to his brother, as far as I can remember. I don't think we speak to his brother, but yeah. First time I was in Boston with Matilda, and all the time I was like, "Is the food good? The food is the food good? Is the food good?" And I was like, "It hasn't even started yet." Yeah, pestering you. Yeah, when you're eating and they keep coming over to ask you questions, it's like, yeah, just chill, just chill. The food's here. We're eating. We're having a conversation. And that's kind of this thing with like certain restaurants. They have a station for the waiter to stand at in the restaurant floor. But they don't look at you. Well, they glance across the room. They allow you to meet their gaze so you can usher them over to get another drink or whatever. But they don't pest you while you're eating. They're under strict orders to not go over and like do that follow-up question just to make sure everything's okay in case they catch something. But there's this whole psychology, sort of, you know, behavioral sciences thing going on in the service industry right now with restaurants. And it's being defined and actually spoken about publicly. But basically, they found out that people are like 70-80% more likely to revisit a restaurant if they have a good, and this sounds very simple, but if they have a good experience on the first visit, there's like a 70-80% chance they'll come back. And if they have a good experience on the second visit, there's like a 99% chance they'll come back to that restaurant multiple times from then. But if you don't get it right on the first 2 visits, you'll write that restaurant off and not really come back. That's the psychology behind it, apparently, but according to this study. So when you go to a restaurant and they ask you, "Have you dined with us before?" That's what they're doing. They're figuring out if this is your first or second visit. Because if it's your first or second visit, they're going to look after you like nothing else. And if it's your first or second visit, they'll tell the manager, who will come over and say, how was your food, guys? How did you like it? What did you guys have? Oh, we had the lamb. Amazing choice. Next time you should try the steak, or next time you should try the chicken, because it's a similar dish but with a different meat. Comes with slightly different vegetables, and they sell it to you, and then they say, "I'll tell you what, hang on a second." They write a discount on a card for you and give it to you to butter up that second visit. And when you come to the fucking second visit and you say, can I use this discount card on the meal? They know it's your second visit, so they know they need to treat you like absolute royalty for the second visit, and then you get normal service from there. And that's how they that's how they minimize attrition with staff, but also with customers mainly, is they make customers feel special twice, and then you get normal service from then on in, because apparently psychologically, once you've had a good meal, 2 or 3, 2 times is the minimum, but 3 times is ideal. From there, the service can be bad, but you'll brush it off, and you'll keep coming back to the restaurant even though the service isn't great. So yeah, always tell somebody that it's your second visit. Like, I think we've eaten here before, but only once, or like, oh yeah, no, this is our first time, even if you've been there. And they don't know whether you have or haven't. They're not going to keep your bank records or anything. They're not going to check the CCTV. It's not that deep. But yeah, always tell people it's your first visit, because they'll want to do really well. And if even if you see somebody, oh, welcome back. Yeah, no, yeah, obviously the last time was our first time and it was great, so we thought we'd come back and try it again. Imply that it's your second time, and then just keep implying it's the second time you've been there, and then you'll always get a good meal, basically. That's the trick. Love the Scandinavian dead-faced service workers don't pretend to enjoy what you do. Yeah, well, this is it. It's, when people are like, why is everyone... my American friends in London, they're like, man, everyone I've spoken to just seems really miserable. And I'm like, yeah, it is London, and also we're not jumping through hoops to get tips. We get paid a living... Well, we're supposed to get paid a living wage, but, sadly, that isn't always the case, but yeah. He's corrupt for his people, like Manana said. Yeah, this is it. He is genuinely looking out for others in a certain kind of way. And like I say, even though he gives off the sleazeball kind of look, he is very, very helpful to Harry. And knowing that he put people on finding the gun because he knows how serious that is, he's been quite helpful.
Maybe it was Bogovin or Jakub. I think it might have been Conrad. A nightclub? Harry, I'm an old-fashioned guy. After work, I like to listen to some rock and roll music and have a non-alcoholic lager. Nightclubs don't interest me.
Fair enough.
But here I am, talking about myself, when you have much more important things going on. Tell me, Harry, how can I help you? I don't know what that means, Harry, but I love it. I love your initiative. Knowing you're out there keeping things running lets me focus on the big picture stuff. Don't even tell me what was going on. Alcoholic brew, stronger, stopped it, strike. I'm just gonna let you surprise me, Harry. My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them. Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
My. She's quite the looker, Harry. You can't imagine how pleased I am the two of you are reunited. Tell me, was it difficult to convince the pigs to give it up?
Welcome back, how's it going? Crazy for Scandinavians, the difference in culture. Yeah, and this is it, it's a cultural thing. They're not being rude, it's just culturally different. What's wrong with you Americans always yelling and you have eye contact and smiling like a fucking cult? Not like a cult, but sounds like a British guy in Family Guy. A British guy from Family Guy. I'm trying, yeah, who's the British character in Family Guy? I remember. Baking in this goddamn, it is a bit warm, isn't it? It's 24 degrees at 7:45. It's still daylight. But I might just go for a swim in the sea after stream. It is only down the road. One of the cutaways. Yeah, oh yeah, I suppose it's, yeah. There've been a few cutaways where they've done, like, the cutaway where they do men not knowing how to be friends. Like, men, we don't know how to be friends. Like, both their wives go into the kitchen to get the recipe for something. Sports? No. Like cars? No. Collecting thing, and they just go through a bunch of clearly male autistic centric hobbies and they keep saying no to each other. Oh no, so men, we know how to be friends because they don't do that whole backhanded compliment thing. They say that like women will pay each other backhanded compliments. Like, I wish I had the confidence to wear that, you know. And it's actually, they're pretending it's a compliment, but it's actually pointing out something that's an insult because it's kind of facetious like that. But like men are like, hey man, it's a nice tie, thank you. And it's like, men, they know how to be friends. But yeah, there's so many fucking cutaways in that show, I lose track. Bottom tooth. Oh yeah, the guy with the huge jaw with the bottom. Yeah, no, I remember now. I remember now. And he's like, they're trying to convert them to, I think it's Judaism or something. They're like, what do you mean? And he pulls out a crucifix. They're like, oh, okay. And it cuts to him walking up to a piano and he starts singing Amazing Grace with this enormous, great big bottom jaw. It's just vowel sounds. Anyway.
I guess you're right, Harry. I appreciate you coming back to report on your progress. Now, what can Everard Clare do for you?
Cool, right, so. Are we down? Yeah, we can't even scroll. We've got 1 page worth of tasks. Okay, cool. So we need to do a check on a window in the cafeteria for that. That one will take some time. That one we can't speak. We haven't had any dialogue. We haven't had any dialogue options to speak to somebody about the tattoos just yet. That's going to progress the story a little bit, so I want to hold off on that just yet. We find the murder weapon when we speak to class, or when we go to that island to speak to the guy with the sniper rifle. That's going to pop up at some random time as long as we're wearing the necktie, which I think we still are. Yep, that's fine. Harley and the pigs, we're going to speak to them about the pigs to see if they can put their money where their mouth is and actually serve the community the way they say they do. That will do the evening of this day. That we're going to speak when we speak to the hype. We're going to find that later on. We do that in a dream sequence and we need to find a tape for that. Cool. Okay, so let's see if we can talk to the container and see if that opens it up. Amazing Grace.
Oh, hey, mister. I'm not gonna bother you with a long greeting, just like we talked about before. I know you're probably a busy man being an important police officer and all, and personally, I think the more people keeping the peace, the better.
I'm not going to bother you with a long greeting, and then it's a long greeting. It's so self-aware for like dialogue-driven games. They keep making jokes about how the format of dialogue-driven games and like, you know, point-and-click RPGs work. There's so many self-aware little jokes to it. It's great. Like the new, like, well, this one, the Disco Elysium theme. Oh, I can see an ant. So, the management agency for the block of flats that I live in, I told them 4 years on the trot there was a problem with ants and they needed to do something about it, but they didn't. And they've had to get a specialist ant, you know, and pest control company in, and they paid them $9,000 out of the maintenance fund for the building that I pay into every year. They've paid them $9,000, and they get a 10% cut of all admin because of admin. They get a 10% cut, so they're getting 900 quid, you know, just for the sake of fucking booking it. But yeah, because they left it so long, we've had to have these people out multiple times, and yeah, it's fucking kind of annoying. But anyway,
you're back before the cargo container.
It's impossible.
Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly. No reply. You attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. The doors seem to be mechanically locked. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions.
This is the thing, chat. I want to figure out what's inside this damn crate. Is it rhetoric?
You're back before the cargo container. You're back before the cargo container. Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
Because what wasn't an option? Now is not the time to get philosophical, detective. You can do that after hours.
Okay.
rusting control, no screech of metal when you push the button. The crane does not return.
Yeah, it won't do anything, okay.
Yes? What about me? No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. Something is paralyzing them. You're pretty sure it has something to do with the lieutenant's eyebrow. The eyebrow is exercised. It's like you're locked.
Yeah, excuse me. Just checking that because
the lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
Sounds like a vamp from Metal Gear Solid.
Good.
Well, Everard Clare, the person who speak, or the guy sitting on the container. He's got sort of a Scottish Geordie accent. So I think we're going to have to speak to Titus and the Hardy Boys. I think. I don't think there's anything else we can do. All of the checks we've got, I think. Impossible, legendary, challenging, legendary, godly, legendary, formidable, heroic, challenging, medium. Okay, what's this? Hand-eye coordination in the wash basin at the fisherman's shack. Ah, okay, yeah, we can have a look at that. From A to Zreek, a guide to the well-behaved cockatoo. Ah, okay, so that book we read. Okay. Church Doors, physical instrument, challenging, Andre impossible, godly impossible. Okay, so yeah, let's travel to the fisherman's shack. See if we can do whatever check there is in the wash basin. I think that might be to do with the expression. Sorry, I'm stuttering. With the expression. Low tone of the voice. Because I'm trying to remember the name of the voice actor so I can find some of their work or remember some of their work. Obviously, I remember them as Vamp, but yeah, I'm trying to think of what other stuff they've been in. And Stacey, thank you for redeeming your daily bread. I appreciate that. I missed that one. I put it. Phil Lamar. Yeah, Phil Lamar. That was it. 5 today, or maybe 6. Yeah, let's fast travel to Fisherman's Shack. Yeah, Vamp, what a character.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, such as it is, without the expression. It's just hairy.
Oh, okay. So we can't activate that one. Strange.
A cockatoo is a parrot with an erectile crest, found on the Seminine Islands and in southern Fas Alamein.
Roman Reigns before he grew out his beard.
Cockatoos are popular birds in aviculture. However, they often exhibit various behavioral issues.
Because I think the inspiration for his model was also a flamenco dancer of some sort. I think the main character influence for Vamp was a flamenco dancer. I think there was actually a flamenco dancer who looks like literally just like Vamp. But also, yeah, it does kind of look like Roman Reigns as well. But yeah, I hope we get to see more of Yoji Shinkawa's work because
this book talks about the
command of like
as well as
resemblance in color and shape, their brush style.
So good. The funeral cockatoo, the major majestic cockatoo, and the most common bang bang cockatoo. It's colorfully illustrated. Where to even begin? All cockatoos are known for their needy natures, requiring attention for at least 2 full hours a day. They love to talk and have been described as lovable clowns who just don't know how to wrap up. Pet owners also report moodiness, loudness, and hostility as recurring issues. If left unsatisfied, cockatoos may scream non-stop, pluck their feathers, or become aggressive.
Yeah, because I've seen, excuse me, I've seen numerous clips of like cockatoos like just antagonizing dogs, like just constantly antagonizing dogs. It's like, dude.
It is not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're not able to cook them food every day and give them the full care that they need. These birds will never understand that you have a life of your own. You're right. Cockatoos are magnificent creatures. They love to perform, cuddle and show off, and will even scream for fun, often as loud as up to 135 decibels. This is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo. Its specific name, Psittacus venereus, relates to its dark and somber plumage. This bird looks as if dressed for a funeral, 24/7. There is something indisputably ominous about it.
Indisputably ominous. 1 more month until Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume. I know, and you know what? Metal Gear Solid 4 being on PC, like, yeah, that's fucking massive. Because, I mean, RPCS3, the team did such a fucking job. They managed to make most PlayStation 3 games playable at, like, stable 1080-60, which is crazy. We did a replay on of Metal Gear Solid 4 on stream. And yeah, it played flawlessly. Like, we barely had any crashes, and we're emulating one of the most complicated consoles of all time, and a game that took full advantage of that console. Metal Gear Solid 4 is a very, very complex game. So yeah, being able to play through it on an emulator was great. But yeah, the prospect of a PC version of Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, hopefully, because can you get? I'm pretty sure you can get Metal Gear. You can get Phantom Pain on PC, I think, can't you? I'm pretty sure they released that on Xbox and PC as well. But yeah, the collection being like, brought forward. Shadow Moses in 2008 in 4K. Yeah. Like, going back to Shadow Moses in 4 was such a moment, because all the auditory flashbacks where it's like a surveillance camera and just and the thing is, if you crawl underneath the like truck thing, the sort of tracked truck, you find a suppressor for the SOCOM, for the 45 HK, H and K, I should say. And if you equip it and aim down sights after picking it up, I think you have to do it under the truck. Snake literally says, just like old times, and it's like, it's so fucking nostalgic. And the door is slightly open, but you can go through the vent if you want. And I was like, of course I'm going to go through the vent. I mean, come on, But the cutscene at the beginning of that section, where it's showing footage of the Shadow Moses incident through the PS1 version of the game, and then Snake sits up in the helicopter because he's daydreaming, but he goes from the PlayStation 1 model into the PlayStation 3 model into the Metal Gear Solid 4 model. He sort of sits up and he transforms from the first game's polygonal model into the new one, and I was like, that's such a nice little touch. But Kojima games are full of nice little touches. It's like one of their signatures.
This is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo.
Yeah.
Perhaps, in the words of poet-explorer Sir James Fournier, few birds more enliven the monotonous hues of the verdant forest than this big, bold, and beautiful species. Perhaps the most impressive of all the species, the endangered major majestic. In the words of poet-explorer, despite its bang, the bang is for all the scary things in the world that may happen at any time.
Because apparently there's a check. Sorry, I was just trying to go through all that to see if there was a check, because I think there should be. This menu's broken as well, isn't it? Yeah, from Asia's Rika Guide to the Well-Behaved Cockatoo. I don't know why we can't rhetoric challenging. got to check with him. Authority, godly. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get that. I don't think we're going to get that. And also, you can rebuild this wheel. Excuse me. You can rebuild this Ferris wheel. And Kim really likes it, so I want to do that as a nice thing for Kim. But yeah, what are we going to do next? Sure, we can do it, because the thing is you can shave, but it doesn't go well.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin. The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic. You'll be looking like a pansy without the chops. A fucking pansy. A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew.
Yeah, because I did that in the last playthrough, and yeah, Harry just didn't look happy in this portrait at all. Like, at all. So, I haven't done it in this playthrough. I don't know if it's significant. It's one of the things about this game. Everything is so, like, just lovingly crafted that it's then difficult to see what's genuinely going to be significant, because ultimately everything feels significant because of how well made everything is.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it. This one doesn't say anything, kicking the concrete with his worn-out sneaker.
Lily's our mum.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large for his shoulders.
Yeah, young kids, their head is like really big and heavy for a while. Until they level out, until they fill out, that is.
Maybe there's some kind of reason why they're laughing. An interesting reason, somehow tied to the case.
Giant stash is, yeah, Captain Price. Well, this is it, is that, you know, like, I've got, like, out of all the hair that grows on my face, the moustache and, like, down to here is, like, really, it's the thickest bit. So, like, yeah, whenever I shave it off for, like, Movember, I'm, like, hacking away at it. I'm like, fucking hell, man. The moustache, the Tom Selleck gene.
The boy stops laughing.
Hulk Hogan.
And looks at his toes.
Brother.
Oh, okay. So now he's shy. Now he's not talking. Just wobbling around like he's afraid of something.
Yes. Yes.
That's it, you're being laconic about it. You can't use a word like laconic with children, man, come on.
It doesn't look like he knows what that means.
Yeah, exactly.
The scruffy-haired little boy.
Yeah.
The scruffy-haired...
Yeah, it's the same. Okay, either one. You can click on either one and it's the same dialogue tree. Okay, cool. I can speak to these guys again. Did some substances.
Tequila sunset.
B, welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you. Thank you for the hydrate. Hope you're well. How are you doing? I'm very well, thank you. How are you? What did I see you playing the other day? Because you're usually just chatting for a while, but I think I saw you playing something. I can't remember. The trouble is I've got so many people on that thing on the left-hand side, I lose track. I scroll through and try and see what everyone's up to, but yeah, there's too many streamers. I follow too many streamers, unfortunately. Too many cuties on the platform, dudes. It's quite the issue. It's just too many cuties.
Of course. Drink first, story later. Not much, but it will do.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Did like 11 hours yesterday somehow. Yeah, you were playing the Invincible, and you had these like photographs or drawings on these like transparent plates that I think you've got to hold up and line up with the scenery or something. I was watching, I was lurking because I was busy working, but but yeah, I hope you're enjoying the game, dude. I saw the trailer for it, but I didn't really hear much about it, so I wasn't sure whether it was worth
Shut
looking
up,
up
guys.
to
I'm telling
play.
a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George, but around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual, a founder / junior partner at a high concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm.
Finished the Invincible and then tried to get Vanguard to work, but Rage quit when it didn't and started playing Satisfactory. Fair enough. Only £3 now, and for £3 it's worth, not the full price though. It's got 11 endings. What, the Invincible? That sounds pretty fucking crazy. 11 endings. Are they all significant though, or are they like 3 endings that have like 4 variants? Because yeah, this is it. To this day, I've not really played that many games where multiple endings have felt necessary, but also significant. Like every now and again you get a story about, okay, one person lives and the other person dies, or one person dies and the other person lives. So character-wise, it's significant, but it doesn't really like canonically lean the story of the following game in any particular way. And I feel like, obviously, to develop 3 or 4 narratives concurrently that you can slowly weave between, where you could genuinely build towards a significantly different ending, would be a huge undertaking. It's already a massive undertaking full of crunch and all sorts of awful stuff for developers to make one game with one story. So realistically, concurrently developing 3 or 4 narratives within the same world would be like a headache for the writers, of course. But also, yeah, I don't know how you would do it to a degree where you'd have to get 3 separate writing teams, not only to make sure the writing doesn't overlap in its kind of cadence or characteristics, so they genuinely feel like different playthroughs. But yeah, I feel like a lot of the time when there's multiple endings, it's just it always feels kind of tacked on. And I know that it's difficult to make it not feel tacked on, but that makes me question why we do it sometimes, because I feel like if there's genuinely 2 very, very good endings that are significant and self-contained and separate enough, having a fork in your game's narrative to lead towards one or the other, and how quickly that fork establishes itself within the narrative, and how significant the changes are, and how long it is before you realize you're going towards one ending, is all sorts of, yeah, there's all sorts of mechanics and thresholds to that. But yeah, like a lot of the time, the cutscene at the end, it would swap the character that's in the cutscene that says a line that's the same, but it's just a different character model that says it. And I'm like, I don't know. I've never had that kind of like, oh damn, this is how that ending works. However, Cyberpunk has multiple endings, and the ending that I got versus the ending that someone else got, I was like, okay, that is quite different. So now I want to do all the endings for Cyberpunk, but that's a big game. That's a fucking big game. So yeah, I'd have to look at a guide to figure out what the 100% for Cyberpunk is like. But an excuse to play that game again, of course, I'm going to take it. But it's probably quite the commitment. But I want to play it on PC. I've got it on PC now. I played it on console first, but I've got it on PC now. My PC's reasonably strong, so I'd like to see what it would look like. But I don't want to do too many replays. I want to do more like what I did with Silent Hill F, where I started a game and I tried to 100% it, but it got a bit complicated, so I didn't. Death Stranding 2, I 100%ed on stream, and I feel like as a variety streamer, it's nice to 100% a game because it allows me to stay on that game for a while and really dig into it, and I think that's kind of important to really appreciate games. I did in 2025 and 24 to a certain degree. I fucking burned through so many games. And I worry that I burn through the games and I enjoy them and I comprehend them and I think about them and I talk about them a lot. But if you squeeze too many games into a year, it all kind of blurs together and you don't really develop a significant understanding of them. So I think it's better to spend a bit more time with the game before jumping over to the next one. So I am trying to lean towards doing more 100% from the first playthrough to 100%. Unless it gets like silly where I have to play like 9 playthroughs. I'm not going to do that sort of stuff. But yeah. If it's a reasonable 100% and it's a first time playthrough and I look at it and figure out, okay, do you know what? it's like a 30-hour playthrough, but it's only a 60-hour playthrough to get 100%. That's reasonable. You know, if it's like 250 hours to 100% a game, that's too long to be on a game. I'm going to burn myself out and I can't do it, but yeah. What I read, like 6 endings was good enough. Yeah, I mean, it depends really, because 11 endings feels like it's padding. That feels like padding to me, you know? And it's like when this game is 100 hours long. Is it? Or is it 45 hours long with 60 hours of padding, you know? Because, yeah, like you get these games that are like, you know, the game's at least 90 hours worth of gameplay, but it locks you from progressing the story. And that I don't agree with. Because when you get a big open world, lots of games are big open world games now, right? And I don't mind a big open world game. Fortunately, they don't overwhelm me like they do for some people. I can quite happily just pootle around and figure out where I'm going and, you know, slowly but surely tick things off a list. I don't mind doing that. But when a game refuses to let you progress the story, I'm like, whoa, I'm not doing all the remedial, trivial stuff that I might not be psyched on just because it's padding the game to be a longer game. Like, if I want to progress the story, I want to progress the story, you know? So yeah, I like a big open world game, but I think a big open world game is a lot more manageable when somebody can stay on task and just do the story and they can explore if they want to. Because lots of people find big open world games really overwhelming. And it's a shame because some of the best video games I've ever played have been really big open world games. But I can't suggest them to some of my friends because they're like, they see a giant, great big map and like 15 different quests and they're like, I can't find myself sinking into this. It's just, it's too much to really niche down into and focus on the moment-to-moment gameplay. There's just too much to do. And the thing is, I know that if you modded that game to strip out all the busy work and made it a 35-hour game, they'd play through it and fucking love it because it's a brilliant game at its core. But people want more for their money these days. They want 60 hours of game for £60. You know, they want that £1 per hour ratio. And unfortunately, it leads to some of these big open world games being padded out. First and foremost, being converted from a game that's perfectly fine as a 35 to 40-hour game into a 60-hour open world game when it doesn't need to be open world. And in fact, it does hurt the narrative a bit because the pacing goes out the window. So yeah, I feel like it's good to provide, like I think if you're going to make a big open world game, it's definitely good to provide like a very clear indication of how to just go through the story and not do any of the extra stuff. Like, you need to clearly clarify what's optional and what's story specific so people can just do the story if they want, and then they get as much out of it as they want, and they can replay it once they know the story and then do all the busy work and stuff. Because I get it, like when you play a game that's only 35 hours long but you're desperate for more, like you want more but there's just no more left until there's DLC, if there is DLC. Sometimes there isn't. Suddenly those like busy work tasks make a lot of sense because you're like, well, now I've got an excuse to keep playing the game with no pressure. I'm not progressing the story at all. I've got all the cool equipment and all the cool gear from completing the game. Now I can just do all the busy work. And you get an excuse to stay in that game. And Death Stranding did that to an absolute masterstroke. It was absolutely to a T. It was just sort of like, there's lots of stuff that feels almost like busy work, but moving around in that world is so good. I just took that excuse and ran with it. It was so much fun. But not for everybody, again. 100% my HD ass needs it. Yeah, exactly. This is it. If you've got ADHD or you don't have the time, you've only got like an hour or two a week to sink into a video game, a big open world game is just completely untenable because you can't really spend enough time to get into it. You need to be able to pick it up and put it down without losing track. And with a big open world game, that's super difficult because there's so many things to think about. But anyway, speaking of playing a video game, maybe I should actually fucking play a video game. Yeah.
What I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff.
A bunch of fucking corporate jargon to me.
I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
Wait, how many people did you have working for you? Oh, at least 3.
22 full-time employees. An
it's quite a team.
all-star team. A potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about them often kept me up well into the morning hours. It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world.
Sarik. Yeah, he's wearing a Sans Sarik one as well, because we are. I thought that's what we are wearing. We're wearing. that's what we've got on. So yeah, he's still wearing it.
But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit.
Brushes the dust off his shit-stained pants. Fuck's sake.
One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
Big maps, though. Yeah, and this is the other thing. The way the quest log works and the way the map works is huge. In a big open world game, if you can compartmentalize and segregate bits of map well, and allow people to just focus on a small area and then move on to focusing on another small area, and the quests can be organized and filtered through nice and easily with good UI, you can make a big open world game manageable for some people, but a lot of them don't. A lot of them are like, look how big the map is, look how many quests you've got to do, this is really good value for money, this game. It's like, well, yeah, it's also massively overwhelming for some people, which is a shame, because I don't want anybody to be unable to play a video game. You know, I think everybody deserves to enjoy video games because they're fucking amazing. Message connected to the message before. Oh, sorry. Invincible ain't so open world though. Big ass maps. Oh, so it's not open world, but the maps are big. Okay, interesting. Because they seem to be mutually exclusive. Big maps and open world games, but maybe it's different. I'm back. Welcome back, Redrick. But apologies, chat. We do have an ad break at the moment. I'm going to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. But yes, I'll be right back in just a moment. And then we will play the game more, I promise. I've been yapping a lot, but we will play the game more. I promise. I'll be right back.
Let me guess. We can't jump up this way, but we can come back this way. Oof. Big oof. Yeah, okay. They've made it conveniently a little bit too... Fucking hell, breadcrumbs. Pay attention. Fucking hell. They've conveniently made it a little bit too high. This is just a way back, not a way there.
He leaves... He eats like... I put half a pouch down, right, in the morning. Of his wet food, right? And he eats like 2/3 of it and leaves some of it behind. Yeah, that's it. He just walks straight over me. Such a little shit. Okay, game is kind of broken. Okay, I will say that. Game is kind of broken. You're staring straight into my soul. Oh, I use a knife. Excuse me. Get out of my tower. Go on. You go. Go on. What? It's the ladder strats, chat. The ladder strats. Right, okay.
Glad that's over.
Oh, really? Like that, is it? So we're going to carry on down here. Oh. Bye. Oh, no!
Gotta move.
dear. Right, throw your fucking axe. Throw your axe. Come on. Close ground and throw your axe. Come on. Come on. Look, I'm giving you openings to throw your axe. I'm even going to pick up my runes. Throw your axe. Oh, you're so cringe.
It's easier to move like this without being seen.
Blind. Oh.
Zombie head here. Who's a good boy? Oh, kind of. Who's a good boy? Who's a good little zombie? Oh. He doesn't like it.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Feels open world sometimes, but yeah, I know what you mean. That because this is it. People that can't do big open world games. There's games that feel a little bit like an open world game, but it's not. So it's like kind of a happy medium. So yeah, like I was saying, some people can't play them. So yeah, these games that semi-open world games, I think is what they're called. I'm back. Welcome back, Dradrick. Hope you're feeling better. Hope the headache's going away, dude. Oh, excuse me. Beg your pardon. But yes, it's warm. It's warm. Even though it's the evening, it's still well over 20 degrees and it's humid. It's a bit warm. And it's got me thinking, chat. You know how, like, some people stream from, like, hot tubs and stuff? Like, I want to stream from an ice bath because it's so warm in the UK right now. Like, I don't want a hot tub to make me even hotter, but an ice bath? But the thing is, I'd be, like, talking like this the whole time. I'd be shivering like crazy. My voice would be doing this. But, yeah, I don't want to stream from a hot tub. I want to stream from an ice bath. Feeling is very nice sometimes. Yeah. Like feeling like the game has a big expanse and it's spacious and there's lots to explore without it being overwhelming is a very interesting balance to strike in terms of level design. Welcome back, you beautiful badass. Welcome back, Nila. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Yeah, we were talking about keys jingling because it was distracting when you're running.
He's right. It's incredibly annoying. His eyes are your eyes.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly.
Oh, well, okay.
Wet, okay? It was raining really hard. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless.
Ice bath with your computer, just two bros being liquid cool. Yeah, that's it. I need a fucking AIO for my forehead because I get so sweaty, shiny.
Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate,
chat.
Which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
No, you don't.
I love the fact that when you make a comment in conversation with somebody in this game, your like the inner monologue and the inner dialogue system of your like your thoughts and feelings and your characteristics, like savoir-faire, steps in to sort of correct you.
Whatever. The point is, reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key. I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office.
Yeah, the inner dialogue in this game, the inner monologue system. The way that the main character doesn't just have a personality in the way you behave and everything and the dialogue choices you make, but the aspects of the dysfunction of the main character are represented by different characters inside their head, and the dialogue they all have and the personality they all have as like separate voices in the main character's head. It's such a clever system for not only allowing a variety of different mindsets to be represented, but also just for like fun dialogue exchanges that don't need a character to perfectly set them up. We know these aspects, we know all these aspects of the character can all be represented by a voice, which means every single time you level one up, whatever, you feel like you're changing the character's like build, literally. And yeah, the way they all have their own personality, and the way, like, I love conceptualization, like I love the way we can see like visual calculus and conceptualization. Like I love those two because they allow us to see what isn't there and to sort of like imagine what happened and everything. And I love that kind of like that overlay to the game world that shows something with more detail and more context because you can visualize it. Excuse me. But yeah, and then there's more interesting aspects, Inland Empire and Savoir-Faire, like how cool, and your perception and how well you read into things, and your half-light and how you sort of like see through. And yeah, and Volition, holy shit, dudes, Volition might be my favorite video game character of all time. Some of the dialogue that Volition delivers cuts through me like a fucking knife. I think they're probably one of my favorite characters in all of video game history. Just because of the things they say, the way they word things, and when they pop up. Like I feel as if I could have something like Volition in real life to remind me of like the reality and the context of situations, so they didn't feel as heavy or as sad. That would be like a really nice thing to have in real life. But
I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation.
Become your own Volition. Well, yeah, this is it. I try to be the voice of reason in my own life, as well as, sort of, talking to my friends and sort of, trying to put things into context in a way that makes them feel less bad, because I don't want my friends to feel bad. I want my friends to feel good and happy because they deserve to be happy, And sometimes all it takes is for somebody to add a bit of context and things don't seem so bad. So yeah, I try and be the Volition to my friends, but, I don't have a Volition of my own. But yeah, imagine if you could write like a... yeah, you'd have to write it, wouldn't you? The thing is, somebody, if I say this to enough people, someone's going to suggest to me, well, you could get an AI to speak like Volition. You just got to feed it all the dialogue. I'm like, don't you dare. Don't you dare try and copy Volition with an AI. I would be really upset. Easier to give wisdom than listen to oneself. Well, yeah, this is it. What is life if not parroting advice we refuse to follow ourselves? Oh, you should definitely drink more water. You should stretch. You should get 8 hours of sleep. You should, inspire yourself with culture and art. And then I sit here, watching junk on YouTube and not going outside very much because I'm miserable. I don't need this call out. Let's gym tomorrow. Tomorrow comes. One drinks Coca-Cola and watch Seinfeld all day. We're pondering the orb, Jerry.
People are naturally wary of
that's not. Is that Seinfeld?
One moment someone chats you up. 5 minutes later, you've bought a box
of
edible lingerie and a
yeah, because the other one was Fraser.
I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
People are naturally wary of ad men. You see, one moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later, and you've been bought a box of edibles, lingerie, and a strap on. I don't begrudge them, especially since it's known to be one of the best. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Oh my god, the dialogue in this game is so fucking good, dude.
Just then, I experienced
the writing is so good.
I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there.
That's Kramer probably. Yeah, Kramer. Yeah, Kramer. Yeah, but then there was Fraser as well. There was a few clips from Fraser that I remember from back in the day. Kramer was some wisdom for a guy who worked for 30 years. A cursed quote. I'm going to put my dick in the mashed potato. Yeah, if it's going to be that kind of pie, I'm going to put my dick in the mashed potato. Speaking about wisdom, just a wisdom. It's from a song, I think. It was sampled in a song.
Change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in.
I fucking love mashed potato. Yeah, well, apparently, according to that quote, I love fucking mashed potato, but yeah. Do you love it that much, like crumbs? Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, long story
Better to prick your finger than finger your prick. We're going to play with words.
Into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend
Oh,
left me because she
Nilo.
a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this.
Nilo. If that dialogue hit, it honestly, it genuinely fucking cuts through me like a knife, and I'll prove it because in my favourites that I copied from my old phone.
Relax. It's okay if you don't make it today. Weave this into the story of you. Out of its ruins. Save those who still can be saved. I'm sorry. This is somewhere to be. This is all. But it's still something.
The sky, the world, you're still alive. I know there's not much to say, but yeah, honestly, some of Volition's dialogue and some of the narrator's dialogue in this game will live with me forever. And I'm strongly considering getting the phrase "weave this into the story of you" tattooed on me somewhere, because it's such a wonderful expression for surmising that you can't avoid some of the difficulty and friction and pain in life. You have to be willing to accept it into the fold of you and to allow it to shape you. Along with all the good, there's also bad in life that will shape you. And I think that, and I know it's better to have loved than lost. I'm not going to start citing Shakespeare or something here, but or quoting or citing, but yeah, it's one of those sort of acceptances in life that nobody gets through this life unscathed. Everybody goes through a certain amount of stuff, and you have to accept it into the fold and allow it to be part of you, and you can't escape it. And I think if you try and avoid it and you try and ignore it, you only set yourself up for more negative things to happen. And I think if you weave something into the story of you, you realize that everybody's been through stuff in life, and to have a story that doesn't include any sort of negativity or downfall or struggle or hurt is not a story of life. We've all been through stuff, and I think once we all appreciate that we're all going through different things that affect us in different ways, we could all sort of find more common ground to sort of treat each other with the grace and empathy that might make the world a nicer place to live in, I think. But people are very selfish because they live in algorithmically catered bubbles on social media where everything literally revolves around them, and then we wonder why it's so addictive. You're still alive, and subdue the regret, dust yourself off, proceed. You'll get it in the next life where you don't make mistakes. Do what you can with this one while you're alive. Yeah. Instructions too confusing, got dick stuck in ceiling fan. Yet again, instructions too confusing, got dick stuck in ceiling fan. Dude, yes. Single line pierces my armor and hits straight to the soul. Yep. Beautiful people do not just happen, they are made by suffering, by defeats, by understanding and finding their way out of the depths. Very, very true. Very true. It's the texture of your journey. It's the patina of life. It's the chip in your armor that reminds everybody that you're human. Anyway.
So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh? Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now.
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Well, at one point they came to me, but, I didn't have any ID on me. So they tossed me in jail for 2 days.
Yeah, the fact that this character is called Idiot Doom Spiral. I don't want to feel good, I want to feel evil. Well, I don't know. Evil seems like it might hurt other people, which is why. But yeah. So what happened in your earlier chapters of the Book of Life is what you write in your next chapters. Yeah. You know, you are not the things that hurt you. You are not defined by the hardships of your life. You are defined by how you react to them. And that's kind of the thing, is that nobody's getting out of here alive. Nobody's getting through life unscathed. And it's how you react to these difficulties that matters. You know, you were Danish. Definitely weave a quote on some merch. I'd say I'd buy that in a heartbeat. Yeah, I've thought about it. I've thought about a few different phrases and bits of dialogue from Disco Elysium that I could print on t-shirts, but I know it feels a bit underhanded and a bit sort of low-hanging fruit. No offense, it's a great idea, and I've thought of it before. But yeah, I feel like just printing the dialogue would be a little bit kind of, I don't know. I'd want to do something a bit more unique with it. So I'd want to sort of like figure out how I was going to use typography to make it unique. But yeah, I then start thinking about what would I print on a t-shirt versus what would I get tattooed on my body when I start thinking of designing the phrase, weave this into the story of you. But then, you know, if I was to make a t-shirt that said weave this into the story of you, and then I got inundated with emails for people asking for other shirts, I'd be like, oh, damn, now I've got to make like 600 of them with all these different expressions. But yeah. Skeletor. Easy to give up and become angry, but it takes real strong to be a good person that gotten the worst suffering, still be good. Yes. Choosing to be good is, yeah. Typography is stitches for the shirt. Yeah. Weave this could be stitched, I suppose. I suppose I'd want to figure out if I could filter the phrase, weave this into the story of you, filter it to make it look, overlay it and filter it to make it look like it's woven into fabric. But yeah, that would be a whole tutorial deep dive on YouTube, and I'm not sure I've got the brain power for it at the moment. But
no offense, gentlemen. Yeah, maybe I've exaggerated certain parts over the years. When you tell a story too often, it begins to take on a life of its own.
Very true. Don't blame me in the slightest. Yeah, no, the thing is, I have ideas for merch and stuff, and and the thing is, this logo here, I designed this logo here. This is full res, like it's on a t-shirt. You can get like you can see on the merch thing, it's like full res, like the same style as the Disco Elysium font on the title screen. But yeah, it's difficult because the merch store that Stream Elements used to offer got absolved by Fourth Wall, and they're really good. Like there's loads and loads of materials and objects I can get logos printed on and everything, and it's fairly cheap. I can still make t-shirts like 15-16 quid. But the print quality is a bit difficult to read. I haven't fully grasped how they're printing, because some of the prints I've got from them have been okay, but clearly not quite what I was hoping for. But it's the best I can do at the moment.
But what matters is that it's true to my subjective experience.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was all the story one bottle gets you. Almost empty, this one.
But yes, I did make a full res version of it. I might have put it in the Discord, I can't remember.
He has the soul of an artist.
Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece lycra tracksuit?
Lycra instead of lycra.
I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass. But somehow it all got away from me. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too. The only things I haven't lost are these two drunks.
You of all people should empathize with this. Perhaps this lost jacket is something you could help with?
Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my lycra threads, but it did itch a lot.
Glorious. Thank you. Yeah, I was thinking about, like, I haven't made a new t-shirt in a while, and I don't focus too much on the merch, but I like to have some stuff out there. But yeah, the cool thing about Fourth Wall is that if you guys want a certain logo on a certain object, because you can get shot glasses, coffee cups, phone cases, hats, all kinds of stuff, water bottles. You can get all kinds of stuff on there. So if you guys would like a particular product, then always feel free to ask me, because the artwork I've uploaded to their website anyway, so it's drag and drop from there.
Say,
so
you're
yeah.
a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila? Nah, this isn't it. Found? That's medium concept stuff. Totally not my style.
Red box says crumbs. A bread box. I don't think you can get a bread box on there, but yeah, there's all sorts of stuff on there. And the thing is, I want to see if I can get some of the, because these t-shirts are like 100% cotton, and they're like reasonably, like, they're not like heavy like rugby shirts, but they're not thin either. They're sort of like a happy medium. They're a little bit warm for summer, but because they're like a decent thickness, they're a decent weight of cotton fabric, they won't fall apart, so they'll last a long time. So yeah, I think for like 16, 17-ish quid, you get a nice comfortable 100% white cotton t-shirt. But yeah, in summer they are a bit warm, so I want to see if they offer any sort of super breathable shirts that I can make summer variants of the merch. But also I just want to find some comfortable white shirts, because yeah, I think over time washing these has slowly made them less soft, but you know. Crumbs going step on the butter tonight. Butter on the floor. Speaking of, I love that new logo on the black mug. The Disco Elysium one on a black mug. Okay. Future Breadcrumbs, see if you can make a Disco Elysium themed, bread Elysium themed black mug for Neela, and then let them know in the Discord. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to step in the butter. It's in the fridge. I hate to say it, chat, I'm a bit bougie. I do get the lure pack. Because, yeah, salted butter on, like, toast, it's just one of life's simple pleasures. Got to sing it like singing gas, gas, gas. What, crumbs, gonna step on the butter? I'm not sure if it fits. Too many syllables, too many syllables. The Americans hearing proper football chants from, like, thousands of people when they've been trying to do that, it's kind of hilarious, the culture shock. They're like, holy shit, like, these guys are, like, really passionate. I'm like, yeah, that's why we call them ultras, you know? Like, football is their life, you know? So, try my best to get, yeah, it's difficult to get it to line up. Uniqlo shirts are supposed to be the best normal white t-shirt. Ordered it to see if it's good or not. Yeah, let me know, dude. Mainly because my wife said no new shirts, so a mug was a compromise. Yeah, this is it. Like, I have a collection of mugs, and unfortunately the breadcrumbs, like, smirky toast icon that I made, that I've got a full-size resolution thing of, that one, the print has slowly died in the dishwasher, which is a shame. But I will think about some more sort of, like, you know, paraphernalia and stuff to put logos on. But yeah, founder of Tadashi Yanao goal with the company was to create the best white shirt ever. Now the richest in Japan. Well, this is the thing, is that different people have different, like, measurements and stuff. Like, if I buy, like, a double XL, the seam, like, the length from here to here is good. So that's actually my shoulder. But, like, my arm clearly isn't long enough. So I've got broader shoulders than my arms are long. It should sit about there. Please excuse the tan lines. It should sit about there as a t-shirt. But for the seam to actually finish on my shoulder, I need to get a double XL, because my fucking shoulders go from there to there. But then the length of the t-shirt is good, but it's a bit too, like, big, like, width-wise. So I need a shirt that's ever so slightly narrower, but the same length, with the same shoulders, but slightly shorter arms. So, yeah, getting a t-shirt that fits you is yeah, it's a journey every man must make, I suppose. And I don't want to complain about it too much, because women's clothing is just the fucking worst, man. Women's clothing, the sizing and how the shapes work, and the fact that, like, when you look at, like, all of the sort of, like, modifications that each, it's like, it's this and this, it's low drag, high rise, crop this, blah blah, and there's so many variants, and if you can't try it on, and if it's not made by a company that really supports your shape, then you're just screwed. Like, the clothing just doesn't fit. And it's like, whereas men, like, we're all roughly the same shape. But yeah, some t-shirts just don't have, like, shoulders that are wide enough, and you end up with this weird, like, thing where, like, the shirt like sits on the shoulder, but the seam's like up here rather than like there, and then you get this weird wing that sticks out on the side. That looks a bit silly. But yeah, getting a t-shirt tailored to fit you would be kind of cool, but I don't know how much that costs. But usually, if you find a good tailor and you buy clothing that's like a bit too big, they can tailor it to your size. And that's one of the best things. If you want to get a really good suit, find yourself a reasonable suit, but buy it like 2 sizes too big, and then take it to an honest, you know, sort of like family-owned, like traditional tailors and say, hi, can you tailor this in for me to make it fit nice? And then you can get a reasonable suit that's tailored, because having a suit built to be tailored is fucking expensive, but very much worth it. Unless you're an idiot like me and you leave it in the hotel fucking closet after you wore it, and then get on the plane to fly home and realize that a tailored Hugo Boss suit that you wore for your friend's wedding, because he's very wealthy like that, that you could have kept for the rest of your life, as one of the best men, you fucking left it in a hotel room, and then when you called them, of course it wasn't there anymore. Such an idiot thing to do, man. I was shithouse drunk because it was a wedding. There was an open bar, and I remembered to go and take it off before the ceremony afterwards, where it was going to be an open bar. I was like, well, this is a nice suit. I'll go back to the hotel room to freshen up, put on some smart casual stuff that doesn't matter as much. And then we got absolutely housed on just whiskey and beer because it was an open bar. And I got back and I was like, oh my God, I feel terrible. And we've got a flight in the morning. I'm going to like lay out my clothes that I'm going to wear tomorrow. I'm going to pack everything in the suitcase, leave it open with a space for the toiletries bag to go in, get all the toiletries mostly packed up so I can just wake up, just shit, shower, shave, put some clothes on and just leave. And I did. And I just fucking left it hanging there in the fucking wardrobe like a bozo. But the thing is, I have changed shape a bit since then, so probably wouldn't fit as well anyway. Accidentally broke a couple of mugs while trying not to step on Zuko while he was being a brat. So now I have a little room to fit. I see. Needs some replacements. Okay, well, I think I banged a clip to make one here. Future breadcrumbs. See if you can make a black mug for Nilo with the Disco Elysium logo on it. Wonder how good they are. Really focused on the best. We will see. I think jeans are harder than t-shirts. Well, I mean, I think a good pair of jeans. I mean, men's legs. I mean, men don't have any hips, so they're usually just straight cut. It's more about getting the right length. Because yeah, like you get like, you know, long, short, and medium, but I'm somewhere between medium and short. If I get short, like my ankles are just out all the time. But if I get medium, like they just start to pull up. But I don't have very long legs, unfortunately. But yeah, finding trousers or jeans specifically that are the measurement of the waist and the measurement of the leg are both in inches. If you can get the right combination, then yeah, you can get a pair of jeans and wear them in, and they'll be the most comfortable thing in the world. But
it's a big world out there, Tequila. A lot of lost jackets in it. Don't know why you'd think this could possibly be mine.
Hey, Doom Spiral. Ain't that the jacket you stole the other week?
Not on your fucking life, Rosemary. What's wrong with you people? Like I'd be caught dead wearing fawn, like some low-concept bicycle courier. Tell you what, Tequila. Why don't you just hang on to that one? I'll get another jacket someday.
At least you got a nice jacket for your troubles.
What's in a name?
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George. But around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual. A founder/junior partner at a high concept creative
parts of the world tailoring is very cheap. Yes.
When my story begins,
England
I
is not one of them.
landed a major contract with an insurance firm.
I mean, Andy. Yeah, they're still around. Littman's still around. I can see. Yeah, well, to be honest, if you're going to get a tailored suit, you know, if you're going to get a tailored suit, you're going to get a tailored suit. You know, you're going to keep it for the rest of your life, right? But I bet $8,000 is like the starting price. I bet, you know. I bet it's fucking scary expensive as well. But yeah, I wonder if is John Lobb still around? Because the trouble is, if you're going to get a tailored suit, is John Lobb still around? Please don't tell me they've gone mainstream. How much is a pair of shoes on sale? These are on sale. These are over a band for a pair of shoes, and they're on sale. Fucking hell. Oh, man. Pair of boaties. Pair of boaties is only 540 nicker. That's not bad. That's not bad. And a nice simple brogue-esque is 1100. 60 quid for a pair of cashmere socks. Cashmere socks, chat. Oh, could you imagine? Could you imagine? But yeah. John Lobb. John Lobb have never been cheap, unfortunately. But yeah, over a rack for a pair of shoes is fucking crazy.
So you don't want to just hear the same story again? Okay. Okay. I do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. If you catch my drift. Classy.
Well, family's probably not put. No. But the thing is, there was a time, I don't know about now, but there was a time when basically everybody, every well-dressed man in show business or, you know, the upper echelons of society had a handmade pair of shoes from John Lobb. And what they would do is they would measure your feet and make a wooden model of your feet. They would make a wooden carving of your feet, like the important measurements. So they could take those wooden models off the shelf and then make shoes of a certain style and then send them to you wherever you were in the world. And somebody who I used to follow, well, you know, I still follow them, but I haven't watched any of their content for a while. But a menswear specialist went to interview them, and they went into the back where they have all the racks and racks and racks of these wooden carvings of people's feet so they can make shoes with them. Sinatra, fucking Pavarotti, like everybody, every important name in human history, government leaders, prime ministers, everybody, absolutely everybody of merit in the entire history of humanity that was alive during the time has a pair of like wooden feet that have been like signed by them, you know, and they've got a number saying, oh yeah, that's, you know, that's Frank Sinatra, that's Fidel Castro, that's, you know, Netanyahu, that's fucking Gorbachev, that's, you know, Bush, you know. It's like, fucking hell, man. But they were the best shoes, the best handmade shoes in the world. So yeah, everybody wanted a pair, you know, and it's fucking crazy, all of these names in this fucking room.
The tale I'm about to tell you is an urban legend particular to Martinez.
They haven't sold to Hermes, or yeah,
heard it from a
pretty good marketing. Well, yeah,
in Quran.
It makes sense. You know, once you've measured someone's feet, why would you want to measure them again? If you could just keep sending them shoes, they don't have to come in. They know that you're going to get. They know they can order tailored shoes from you that are going to be perfect, right? Because they know what your feet are. But these days, I've not had it done for myself, but my friend who goes running quite a lot, they had shoes made for them for running, and they went somewhere and they stood on these like foam blocks, and these foam blocks like deformed in like the perfect shape of their foot, and they also deformed by a certain amount depending on how hard their foot was pressed in certain areas, and that meant that the sole of these running shoes was the most supportive in these sort of oval shapes around the heaviest bits of their foot. So when they run, it minimizes the sort of impact and the force in their feet so they can run for longer. They're getting a bit older now. But they said that now that they've got that imprint, I could ask them to make me some brogues or some Oxfords or something, or some boaties, you know, and they'd be like perfect, and they'd be supportive and comfortable, but they'd be like, you know, £600. Like, yeah, you know, it's expensive. But yeah, they sort of like, they get you to stand on a machine that measures like where your feet put most of your weight, so they can make a sole that perfectly supports that. And that means that then the shoe is like just a whole nother level of comfort, because every part of your foot that needs support is perfectly supported by a nice cork kind of like shape. And then the sole can be the perfect length and width and, you know, stiffness and everything. It gets fucking technical, but yeah. But apparently the level after that is running on a treadmill that is this kind of sensor that looks at not only how much weight you put on certain parts of your foot, but also the length of your stride, the timing and the cadence of it. And there's all sorts of calculations you do into running shoes, but you know, it's just an excuse to spend more money, I think, you know. But yeah, really comfortable shoes, yeah. Because I think you can get a pair of shoes that have like a reactive sole, where like you put the sole in like this like Ziploc bag and you boil it, put it into the shoe, and then put your feet in, and then let it sort of cool down, and it creates like an imprint of your foot. But I haven't seen them for a while. But there is a company that makes insoles for skate shoes, and these insoles, they're black magic, I swear. So they get like a bowling ball, and they drop the bowling ball onto an insole from a shoe, like a normal insole from a skate shoe, on a cinder block, and it breaks the cinder block. And then they pick up the bowling ball on the other half of the cinder block and drop it onto one of their insoles. It goes bonk and just doesn't break the cinder block. And I was like, this is fucking voodoo, you know? And I keep meaning to order some to see if they're as good as they look. Because, yeah, like lowering the impact on your feet is super important, especially if you've got bad knees like me.
And the details often conflict. What everyone agrees on is that nobody knows the exact nature or identity of the phenomenon.
The phenomenon?
Are you telling the story of the headless...
Don't spoil it.
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. Summer of 44. 17-year-old Gertrude Hett is walking home from a late shift at the harbor. It's almost midnight. She stops for a cigarette near the canal.
I got tailored suits and leather jackets from Hong Kong when we did business in Japan in the 80s. Yeah, I mean, if you can get places like, you know, parts of Bangladesh and New Delhi and a few other places, there's a big tailoring kind of market or industry. And then, yeah, China and Japan. China, for this sake, they mass produce things. But yeah, Japan, I think you can get fitted for like bows and arrows and swords and stuff really well in Japan for obvious reasons. And also you can get, they called Gota, the sandals that are like a wooden, like flat wooden thing with two like wooden uprights. I think they're called Gyota. Can't remember. But yeah, I'd like to have a pair. They're probably really fucking noisy and not super comfortable, but yeah, I'd like to own a pair.
The streets are warmed by a southerly breeze. The lights of a passing motor carriage bloom and fade in the distance.
Was at least back in the days the best in the world after Savile. Yeah, well, yeah, this is it. The thing is, everyone's like, you know, oh, it's made in China. It must be cheap shit. I'm like, you realize everything is made in China. Even the expensive stuff is made in China. They just pay extra to not have made in China printed on it. And you know what else is fucking wild, right? Not only is everything made in China, they print made in China in English on the product to make sure everybody knows in English that it was made in China. Like, what a flex, you know? Because they don't write it in Chinese, right? They write it in English. So you know it was made in China because they tell you in English. It's kind of like, it's a bit of a flex, if I'm being honest, but yeah. Hong Kong, but I get you in, yeah. They are a murder of your feet after a while. I wore a pair for 10 hours at an anime convention and I was cosplaying. I've never went to wear them again. Really? Okay.
In the harbor's dark, her cigarette is a beacon, dancing alone. The image comes to you effortlessly, as though you'd walked the same streets yourself 1,000 times.
Our heroine finds herself enjoying the peace and quiet the canal provides. What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. From behind her comes the clattering of hooves. Startled, she turns around, And what does she see? A headless man wearing a found tracksuit, riding a horse. That's right, it's the Headless Found Rider. Rumored to be searching for his legendary found cap that went missing when he lost his head.
Yeah, I had that cap, but I fucking gave it away.
I thought that he rode a headless pig.
Well, there are many versions of this story, the most peculiar of which has the Headless Found Rider riding on the back of another headless man. If I hadn't lost my keys that one time, I'd agree with you. But life is a cruel mistress. Gertrude Het may have been the first to witness the Headless Found Rider, but she wasn't the last. Oh no.
Tell him about the two feminists by the locks.
Fuck, Rosemary, they were dating. No one said they were feminists. Everyone always misremembering this stuff.
This wouldn't be the Ponte Delgado case, would it?
What? You know it?
I read the case file, but please, go on.
Right. Early autumn of 46. Ula DuPont and Eva Delgado are fishing near the waterlock long after the sun has set.
Yeah, that's quite the culture change going from Sweden to Hong Kong. What a bit of a difference.
The wind picks up. A sky already dark now blackens. Water starts falling from above. The first cold rain of the season.
When it's this hot, when you get that first cold rain shower, it's like it's one of those feelings. I don't want to say like name a better feeling, but yeah, when you've been out in the sun all day and then it fucking rains and you're just like, you know what? Okay, and you just stand there and let it rain on you and it cools you down. Oh, what a feeling, chat, when you've been roasting all day and then you get like just absolutely just soaked in cold rain. Then you get home, have a hot shower to warm yourself back up again, and then climb into some clean clothes. Oh, so nice.
Two women stand on a small...
Almost makes it worth getting wet, to be honest.
One of them is wearing a purple raincoat. Thin lines reach out from the rods into the sea. Small droplets start appearing on the surface with increasing frequency.
The women are caught in the downpour. They act quickly. Eva gathers the rods whilst Ula turns around to reach for the tackle box.
One of them, the lady, is Eva the lady we spoke to on that jetty? We went on a not a date with.
Don't turn around. Don't turn around.
Especially when Sweden didn't even have like one high rise back then. Cold rain after hot weather while working outside. It's like, yeah. If you've been grafting all day and it pisses down with rain.
When she sees something, her shriek is so violent that the residents of the nearby apartment building believe lightning has struck.
Speaking of lightning and being stuck in the rain, like a couple of times, and this is like kind of stupid, a couple of times whilst I was under the influence of something, I went for a swim in the sea when it was raining, and then lightning was striking the water out to sea, and I was swimming around in the ocean. I was like, obviously it was too far away to do anything, but yeah, there's a very, very particular vibe about being swimming whilst it's raining. And in the sea, no less. It was quite an experience. But then again, we used to jump off the pier into the sea to get away from the doorman, and they were trying to kick us out. And then we used to swim to shore, and like most of us went through like 3 or 4 phones a year. Thankfully, this was back when phones were a bit cheaper, but luckily enough now they're waterproof. But yeah, there was a nightclub on the end of the pier, and it was like a last resort of a place.
Only a heavy downpour and the silhouette of the Headless Found Rider looming on the horizon.
But yeah, getting shithoused, and then like, because obviously the pier sticks out into the sea, but the tide comes and goes, and when the tide is out, it's quite a long way down, and there isn't an awful lot of water. So yeah, you go under and then touch the floor, the seabed, and then come back up. You're like, holy shit, that wasn't very deep, you know? And yeah, there have been, not where I live, but there have been stories I've heard of people that rather than jumping off the end of the pier where there's still some water, people have jumped over the side of the pier, at low tide, expecting there to be water, and there isn't. There's just sand, and obviously it's wet sand, so it's not like concrete, but you're still falling like a good 3 stories. But yeah, not very nice.
Ula makes a run for the shore, but Eva slips on a wet rock and disappears into the cold, cold canal with nary a sound.
Nary a sound.
Her body is never recovered.
Naturally, Ula De Ponte became the prime suspect in the disappearance of Eva Delgado. De Ponte maintained that it was the so-called headless Fawn Rider and that she ran, fearing for her life. During the investigation, it became apparent that there was a love triangle, the third party being some small-time businessman. I don't remember the exact details. The leading theory was that an argument broke out on the jetty and De Ponte pushed Delgado into the canal, then cooked up this stupid cover story. No, she committed suicide before she could be taken into custody. They found her in the bathroom with a rifle, her face slowly peeling off the ceiling.
Fucking hell, dude! Her face slowly peeling off the ceiling.
Not a pretty
Jesus.
scene.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that after telling me.
Man, that's some grisly detail. Oh well, here's to another case closed.
Probably surreal to some extent. Yeah, being out in the rain, in the sea, is, yeah, kind of crazy.
Anyway, that's the story of the headless Fawn Rider. Pretty crazy, huh? Well, Tequila, that's part of the legend. No one knows for sure. There are a couple of possibilities, though. Some say he was an undercover cop who blew his cover and got beheaded by the vicious gang he had infiltrated. Now he rides, searching for his lost found cap, plotting revenge.
O headless brother, where art thou?
Others claim he was a professional jockey who veered off course during a steeplechase, ended up in somebody's backyard, and got decapitated by an exceptionally taut clothesline.
Lane Buddy, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in.
Even decapitation couldn't stop his commitment to the sport. Are you that committed?
Yeah.
Personally, I think he was just some guy who hanged himself from a really tall tree, and the fall was so violent that his head came clean off. Coincidentally, at that exact moment, a horse happened to pass under him, and his beheaded corpse mounted it, where it remains to this day. But then, no one really knows.
For some reason, this does strike you as the most plausible theory of them all.
Isn't it? All the pieces fit together perfectly. That's how I know it's right. Anyway, to each his own. You want to hear any other stories?
Already seen some weird shit on this case. A headless jockey in a tracksuit fits right in. That's nothing. I've got an even crazier story.
Hard to argue with that, I suppose.
That's the reality situation for you. You think you got a handle on it, then blam! It throws some wild shit at you. That's why it's critical to stay well hydrated. No one knows. Some say he stalks Martinez to this day, and can be seen near the canal when the clock strikes midnight.
Using my chat, I'm just a little bit nervous about being disconnected and checking all my fucking internet connections still good.
It's just a stupid legend.
But touch wood, seem to have been okay this stream.
I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
I actually do have one. The strangest of them all. But I'll need to fortify myself before I can tell that one. Do you have anything to fortify old Doom Spiral? Tell me you got some story juice. Interesting. Ah, this is what they use to keep the working men going. This last one is the most Martinet story I've ever heard.
He takes an almost comically long swig, thus fortified. He continues. He takes an almost comically long swig. Reminds me of a whole season of Archer. He's drinking, and they're like trying to talk to him, and he just does this with his finger to make them wait. And then when he has a baby, the baby's breastfeeding, and he's like, "Is that my baby?" And the baby puts his finger up.
I've never heard
that show is so good.
Outside of here. At first, I thought it was a joke, to be honest. But I've been on the coast 8, 9 months now, and in that time, I've seen at least 3 expeditions come through, searching for something.
Sorry, all the cat hair on the sofa next to me keeps getting stuck to my hand, and I scratch my nose, and then a bit of cat hair ends up in my nose. I need to get the old sweep thing out for the sofa cushions.
Somewhere behind the reeds, near an abandoned construction yard. The young men look over their shoulders suspiciously. The sound of their digging seems loud in the sudden silence.
Hey, hey! Fuck you, Tequila. No, Tequila. Most people already know where they live. It's guys like you and me that are the exceptions. All kinds. I've seen archaeologists, gangsters, even a bunch of ad agency types. I'm telling you, Tequila, this thing's got a pull on certain kinds of people. You know, obsessive types. People with predilections. Some of those expeditions come back after a week or so, looking haggard and dejected. Others don't return at all. The first time I saw one of these expeditions, I thought they were fucking with me. There was no way it could be true. It was just too high concept, even for me.
Wait. There's no way. It can't be. Or can it?
I'm not even sure I should be telling you this story, to be perfectly honest. You're in a fragile state, and it might be too much for you to handle. Okay, fine, I'll tell you. But I'm warning you, it's pretty out there. Our story begins at a legendary design studio, right here in Martinez. There was this designer. His exact name is lost to history, but in life, he was a legend. Made it big in Aranya, where he did some real pioneering work on grotesque and sans serif typography. A fucking genius, man. That is, if he even existed. Who knows? It's an urban legend, after all.
He existed, all right. You feel it deep within your basal ganglia. He was as real as you are.
Basal ganglia?
I'm talking about...
Anyway, sometime later he started his own personal studio here in Martinez. And that's when he started working on some really wild stuff. I'm talking some glass-smooth, forward-looking design language, the kind of thing that would totally overthrow the old regime, design-wise.
A paradigm-shattering revolutionary?
But then, something turned. You see, it's widely known that nose candy and pioneer graphic design work go hand in hand.
So, that as a statement holds a lot more weight than you'd think. I want you to look up almost anything that was designed in the 80s, and I want you to analyze that design and tell me if it makes any fucking sense. So much 80s design work wasn't equidistant, balanced, mathematically accurate, vector curves. It was like they were just fucking winging it in the 80s. And I don't know what they were doing, but I have a feeling that something may have been involved. Some pretty long-winded design sessions and not going home may have been involved. Because, yeah, whenever I try and break down and analyze some 80s design work to try and use it as a inspiration for something, because somebody wants something 80s themed, the more I dismantle or, the more I distill down the logic behind the design of like how things balance and everything, the more things I find that just don't match or line up. Everything is just eyeballed everywhere. And I'm like, damn. And I know computer-aided design is a thing that, you know, we do now, and it maybe wasn't as prominent back in the 80s. People were just drawing stuff on drafting boards, but they still measured things out and everything. But yeah, it's fucking, yeah, it's out there. It's fucking, some of this, I mean, the Sega logo, for one of the t-shirts, I wrote the word breadcrumbs 85 in the Sega font, which meant I had to deconstruct the Sega font to figure out what the rules behind it were. Fuck me, man, that Sega logo is completely made up. There's no logic to it whatsoever. They were making that shit up as they went along. It looks really structured, like there's rules to how thick everything is, but no, they were just fucking making it up as they were going along. It's fucking bonkers. But yes, apologies, chat. We do have an ad break coming up, so you need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. You guys know the drill. There'll be a raft and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well, but yes, I'll be back shortly, and then we'll play the video game a bit more, I promise. Sorry, I'm doing a lot of yapping today. What's up? I feed birds. I don't have any... Not to worry, my friend. Here I am.
Let me guess. We can't jump up this way, but we can come back this way. Oof. Big oof. Yeah, okay. They've made it conveniently a little bit too... Fucking hell, breadcrumbs. Pay attention. Fucking hell. They've conveniently made it a little bit too high. This is just a way back, not a way there. Excuse me. Excuse me. Fuck. Fucking cunt.
It's kind of, yeah, no, I just thought it'd be, I thought it'd be kind of nice to have us both as like an icon, because it
Because
also...
we're iconic.
Yeah.
Stop it. I'll leave. Sorry, everyone. That was embarrassing.
There's a well over here. I'm going to jump in here. Excuse me. Oh, okay. Didn't fall in the water. How did a chicken get down here? Can chickens swim in this game? I guess not. Oh shit. Oh, box. Oh, box. You motherfuckers. You motherfuckers. Okay, game is kind of broken. Okay, I will say that. Game is kind of broken. Game is platinumed. There it is, chat. Bubba! Bubba, we got the platinum. We got the platinum, Bubba. Where's the trophies? Fuck yeah. Congratulations on the platinum. Nilo, welcome in, dude. Welcome in. Hello, Bubba. Is it time for you to be the baby? Hmm? Is it time for you to be the baby? Hmm? Someone being the baby. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Those Souls game swearing was something else. Yeah, the chicken swimming clip always gets me. Yeah, it was one of my favourite clips. Surely the chicken's just going to swim out of there, but they just go into the water and disappear. I was like, that's the fucking perfect thing to happen. Like, nothing funnier than that could have happened. The chicken exploding, or like, you know, the game saying, what are you doing? But no, the chicken just going whomp into the water and disappearing. It's the funniest thing that could have happened. I love it when games do stuff like that. Like, it's kind of jank, but also kind of hilarious. I love that stuff.
You know tequila, nose candy, the White Railroad, party powder.
The White Railroad, party powder, sometimes called marching powder as well.
On the streets also call it Snow Day.
Snow Day.
Sinus salt, the White Knight.
Sinus salt, the White Knight.
Can't see, for its popularity among the aristocratic class of the prior century.
Along with a number of more banal street names. Blow, of course, but also flake, powder, pearl. Really, anything that's white will get the idea across. He's talking about cocaine.
Shit, yeah, tequila. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Good connector. Gotta go to the store, so beer, but catch you in a bit, Steve. Catch you in a bit, dudes. See you soon. Catch you in a bit, dude. Completely macked to that sentence. Didn't even figure out their logo design until the end of till nearly the end of the 80s. Yeah, well, yeah, because I mean, Apple had like a really sort of like, you know, detailed logo with like a banner with Apple written on it and a picture of an apple. It was really obvious, but then obviously it went massively minimalist from there on in.
You've got to understand, the work this guy was
doing for like an
was
hourish,
so
right?
high concept that regular amounts of cocaine just weren't cutting it. By the end, they were bringing it in by the
lorry load. Fucking hell. Yeah, no, I'm on till 11, so I'm on for like another hour and a half. So yeah, I'll still be here. But yeah, drive safe, dude.
As you
Yeah,
might
don't rush.
imagine,
Take
snorting
your
that
time.
much cocaine can't be healthy for a regular human, right?
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, it's better to just fucking swallow it.
Right. Wrong. Do it all the time. All day, baby.
Hey, tequila, pay attention. The story goes that one day he was balls deep in work on what he thought would be his pièce de résistance, an advert so minimal it contained neither text nor images, just pure white. Apparently the idea was too high concept even for this genius. He dropped dead right at his desk before he could finish. His last words are recorded to have been, "It's as white as a blizzard of cocaine." I know, tequila. I know. But the story doesn't end there. Supposedly, when they performed the autopsy, the coroner discovered nearly a quarter kilo of coke jammed into his nasal cavity.
Sort of a kilogram. Fucking hell.
That's right. 250 grams of blow had accumulated in there over the years. We're talking high-grade Saramaritsian pure. Not that cut-rate shit your grandma does.
And 50 grams. That's more than a fistful.
There are those who believe the designer was buried with this quarter key of nose candy still lodged in his sinuses. That's what those expeditions are looking for.
The cocaine skull.
The cocaine skull. No. Wow. Here's the kicker. This designer, this lead designer of a world-famous design studio, was born in Martinez. A local boy, Martin Martinez. That's why he brought his studio here, back to where it all began. And that's why they buried him here, too. Perhaps right under Ab's pipe there. Or probably further down the coast, or in some yard in Martinez proper. A hidden mausoleum, no one knows exactly.
No, my grandma always told me his grave lay somewhere on the islets on the bay.
This is ludicrous and physically impossible. Sinuses can contain that amount of anything.
Now, detective. skeptic.
The archaeologists say they want to put it in a museum, the gangsters say they want to sell it on the black market, and the ad agency guys say they're seeking inspiration.
Bullshit. They just want to snort it. But you could beat them to it, Harry. You could snort the magic skull cocaine instead.
I'm pretty sure they all just want to snort it, though.
And why wouldn't they, eh? Sounds like right strong stuff.
Don't listen to him or his grandma. He's just making things up.
No, my grandma told me. I've heard other people say it too. That it's underwater. Or no, maybe it was the storm sewers.
Water would have washed it all away then,
Or
right?
maybe it's in the air. Or in an ancient step pyramid offshore.
In a pyramid? Now that would be something.
They're pretty vague about it in general. The gangsters like to claim they're looking for the grave of a friend, with picks and shovels. The archaeologists act all official about it, saying they're conducting serious research. Honestly, I think they're not really scientists, just rich. The junkies, for some reason, are pretty upfront about it. They just say they're looking to snort some blow out of a dead man's nasal cavity.
Honest men on an honest quest. You should join them.
By now, I'd say I know about as much about it as anyone on the coast. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on just a minute. Finding it right now is literally impossible.
What?
For one, the way is blocked by that big lorry that says Delta Logistics Company on the side. You definitely have to search the area behind that lorry too, yet it is impassable. And second, outfitting an expedition like that is expensive. It'd have to be a big production to do the cocaine skull justice. You need new gear, people who know what they're doing, all kinds of provisions. It's just not feasible within the economic and temporal frame of our current setup. Matter of fact, unless a bunch of money just falls out of the sky, we might never know what's up with that skull.
I have to agree. We barely have what we need to solve the case we've got now. We can't afford to run around chasing after quasi-mythical pieces of drug paraphernalia. Besides, it would look extremely bad for the RCM to be caught up in something that has the word cocaine writ large on it. The PR is tricky on this.
Wait, maybe there's another way. Maybe up around the coast? Don't give up now.
Yeah, well, that's the reality situation for you. Who knows, though? Maybe someday we'll get our chance. Not that I can think of, currently. That might be the case, yeah.
Okay, let's step aside for a second. I have something I want to talk about. I've been meaning to have a little chat with you about your sense of style. It's, well, a little eclectic, don't you think? How would you even describe what you're wearing?
Eclectic is for pop music with indigenous percussion. You're a sartorial maverick.
Sartorial maverick?
Well, I can't say it doesn't fit you.
How close to 100%ing are you? Oh, no, I'm not close at all.
Still, you might try branching out a little. You know the expression, the clothes make the man. The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world.
So currently I have 14 out of 45 trophies. But the trouble is, like, some of the trophies I haven't got, get your pinball on. I've got to get a pinball machine working, and then Hardy's Heroes, pour one out for social democracy. Say you're the law 7 times. Suit up head to toe. That one makes sense. The opener of the 8th seal. Warn them of the coming end 8 times. Expert advanced remote viewer. See beyond the veil 6 times. Baddest of the bad cops. Hit an all-time low with Kim. Wheel of Pleasure and Lights, reconstruct a vision from the past, which is, the Ferris wheel I mentioned. Massive talk dork, yak about the machine 4 times. Force Kim to reveal his secrets. Don't call it a book club. Someone should do something about this. This is the kind of animal you want to be. Every day you're a hustling. It's black and white out there. Like, there's just the description of the trophy is really obscure and ambiguous. So I'm going to have to use a guide to figure out some of them. But I know that there's a couple of them that I've read about that, yeah, you've just got to be really communist and say you're a superstar cop enough times and you'll get like a prompt for it. And I think I might have done it, but I just want to make sure the whole playthrough. But the second playthrough, we'll be doing a lot more structured. I'll be sort of, making sure I choose certain dialogue options to make sure trophies pop. But yeah, I want to just do a playthrough and try and do as much as I can organically before I start using a guide. But yeah. Yeah, some of the achievement names and descriptions is because it's the name and the description, and sometimes neither of those things gives away what's actually supposed to happen. So I'm going to have to use a guide for some of them because obviously I can't just play the game 50 times to unlock them organically. But I wanted to do a second playthrough where I try and lean towards certain ideologies and certain kinds of behavior and certain kinds of dialogue choice kind of flavor to see if I could pop a few of the trophies organically. But then the second playthrough we'll be doing a much more structured playthrough. But I might play Heartworm after this first playthrough, but I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't split it up. Maybe I should just stay on Disco Elysium for a little while, but I'm not sure at the moment. But yeah, I feel like we've got a few more days left in this game cycle until it finishes. And then, yeah, I'll have a guide at some point that will tell me exactly who to speak to about what, and I don't have to do all the side quests again. I just want to do all the side quests in one playthrough just to see how many trophies I can pop on my own, and then I'll do clean up with a guide. But yeah. I'm not taking style tips from someone who dresses like a mega Beano clod. Washed up tip-top razor, fucking hell.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Detective.
A warm smile.
Anyway, we should probably get back to the case. Let's go.
Yep, another skill point. So, yeah, we haven't got much on the old list that we've got left to do. But clothes-wise, we could whack on the beanie and a jacket or two. Oh, yes.
Yes?
Right, so from this point, I don't think there's anything else we can do other than go speak to the Hardy Boys, I think. Let me fast travel to the Whirling and see if Yard Wall.
Again, you find yourself looking at that big old window.
Not the time.
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor. Wow. You seem stable and in control. Allow me to say, alcohol really seems to have had a positive effect on you. Now, what do you want?
There's something about this guy that matches with a face in your head. A similar but different face. The suit, the sunglasses, the haircut.
Shit metaphor.
He's famous. That's how you know his face.
I'm not getting involved in this.
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in sunglasses and the woman beside him. Oh boy, they're mad at him. No wonder. He just doesn't recognize them. You know what it is. It's like the two of you know each other. Just ask him.
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
Yes, from another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer belonging to the ranks of the...
What's Heartworm? Heartworm is a survival horror genre game that has some interesting narrative. It's more of a story game than just sort of a survival horror game, but it has fixed camera angles, kind of like a Resident Evil 1 kind of style. But it's about a young female character and a camera, but I don't know too much. But I've seen some footage of it, and it looks kind of interesting. So yeah, I think it was on sale the other day, so I thought I'd pick it up.
What station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality? Okay, that's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere.
PSX era style, yeah. I can type. No. Sorry, I'm. Excuse me. Apples. Yeah. Looks a little bit kind of Silent Hill, a little bit PS1, Resident Evil. So yeah.
Somewhere good. Okay. Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment? No, because in this thought experiment, we are police officers in a police station. We don't do crimes. We're not crime bros.
Come on, stop it.
Oh no. You see, I enjoy watching other better cops solve crimes. And let me tell you, it's been quite a privilege seeing you work.
This isn't helping.
You're not going to believe this, but police officers...
Fatal Frame, Silent Hill, Resident Evil. Yeah. So yeah, it seems kind of interesting. I'm hoping it's got a good, interesting story and some interesting art direction.
Yes, sir. Solving crimes.
Can't remember what it was rated as.
And get this, and not getting that drink on at 2 o'clock.
Can't remember how it was rated. Very positive. 430 reviews, very positive. So, you know, it hasn't got like a suspiciously high amount of reviews. So that could mean one or two things. But yeah.
Boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing spectacularly extravagant like you, the far-out son of Lung.
Son of Lung. Because, yeah, whenever I see something that has like 619,000 5-star reviews, I'm like, bullshit. Absolute fucking bullshit, you know? When I see something that has like 11,000 5-star reviews, you know, 27,000 4-star reviews, and maybe 50,000 3-star reviews, and then nothing, and then 1-star reviews like 600, I'm like, yeah, that's a real product. That exists, you know? That feels like the kind of feedback you get on a product. There's always a handful of miserable fuckers. There's always a few people that love it like massively, but the most of it is a 3 or 4 out of 5. Because yeah, whenever you see a rating out of 5, any 5 out of 5 rating is probably fake and bots. Any 1 out of 5 is probably somebody who's really bitter and resentful, so it probably shouldn't be taken too seriously. I like to see how many 4 out of 5s there are, because I feel like 4 out of 5 is where most rational people would place a good product. 4 out of 5. It's not going to change your life, but it's a good product. So I tend to aim for that, because 5 out of 5-star reviews are usually just bots, because that's how the internet works these days. Review distribution is an easy way to tell if something's fuckery. Yeah, there's some fuckery afoot. Yeah, exactly. When a product has like 0 negative reviews, I'm like, that's bullshit.
Oh, it's you eccentric genius.
That's not true.
I mean, with your unorthodox approach to police work, it has to be you. Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I say, it's just an urban myth. You are not the son of Lang.
He's trying to protect you from further rough handling, dished out by this sunglassed man. Okay, yes, you get the joke. Leave it at that.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I.
It's a mere second, but it feels like you saw something. A gram of compassion in that sadness.
Not as famous as you, superstar.
I fear you're misinterpreting this situation.
Talk to me, superstar. What do you want? About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like? Yes, a superstar cop. Of course. This again.
He didn't answer your question. Who does this asshole think he is? A cop?
No.
No, he doesn't.
If I wasn't clinically depressed, I'd burst out laughing. But I'm gonna go with no right now. Actually, I don't want to hear you say things.
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things. I want to hear you say things.
Hear that? He wants you to say things. Say one. Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head.
See, we don't know that yet in the game. I know that's what happened. Oh, no, we do. We do know that because there's a bullet hole, yeah.
You think he was hanged as a cover-up? To hide the shooting? Okay, well... I don't know. Why are you?
Who knows why we do the things we do? Somehow, bouncing those ideas off the man with sunglasses felt calming. Like you've done it before.
Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it? Okay, why not? Let's do the old thing over again. We're not wasting time. There is no time. So, do you know who hanged him? I don't know. Why are you? Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it? Watch out for yourself, loser.
Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right? There's something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll probably get laughed at. But still. Yes, just cross it off the list. It's probably not true, though.
Again? I can't believe this shit. I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. What'd you say? Okay?
Jean, he said okay. Give it a rest.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent, something of that kind. Not a cop. Go on with your cop work. Don't let me stop you again.
Yes? What is it? That was pretty good, Harry. Wasn't it, Jean?
Whoa, how does she know your name? She probably heard it from somewhere. You have to be more careful, karaoke star. Names are dangerous.
Huh, that was... Yeah, that was absolute shit, if you want my opinion. Drunken shit. Haven't wanted anything to end this badly since I had cluster headaches. Horrible. Truly horrible. I beg of you, don't ever subject anyone to this torture again. I mean, seriously, you need to...
Jean, he's not right. Don't make it worse, and I really liked it.
God damn it, you leave her alone. Keep your weird bullshit to yourself and be professional for once, for fuck's sake.
Can I actually help you with something?
Yes, of course. Preposterous. I mean, you would remember if they were, right? Who forgets their squad mates? That's not possible.
Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask? Oh, what? No. No, he's not. What are you talking about? Actually, never mind. Don't tell me about it. It'll just turn into another...
5-machine pylon?
Yes, I called you by your name. What about it? God, everybody knows your name. Please go finish your investigation, so everyone can go home.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
Right, this could go massively wrong. So, before we save, let me just make sure I've got the maximum authority. So we have +3 authority. Okay, so that should be reasonably safe.
You look down at the white ceramic sabatons hugging your arches and calves, surprised at how well they fit. The hardened vitreous enamel, at once sleek and light, adds a glow to your cheeks and a spring to your step. Just imagine what a full suit of this stuff could do for you. It may be a while before you have all the pieces. In the meantime, you should analyze the armor, figure out its vulnerabilities. Remember, this is a highly specialized kinetic redistributor meant to stop bullets. Wear it, observe its properties, see if there's a weakness in the design.
And yeah, we haven't unlocked a, we haven't internalized a thought for a while. So I mean, maybe we should internalize that. It's going to take 3 hours. Okay, cool.
For the day you have to fight someone covered in the same material.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Oh shit.
What's that, Copper? You want us to help little old ladies now?
Def Jam, welcome in. Thank you for redeeming your daily bread. Enjoy.
You're local law enforcement, aren't you? Helping troubled civilians should fall under your jurisdiction.
Yeah. We'll send someone out. Who is? Wade.
How you doing, buddy? I'm pretty good. A bit warm, but I'm pretty good. But yes, I had to speak very sternly with the doctor today. I had to be a little bit direct with him and say, listen, this is not good enough. I want you to fix me, and I'm sick of being sent in circles, because they called me up and pretended like they didn't have any information on me when they definitely do. And after speaking to them quite directly, they suddenly realized, oh, yeah, I can read this. Yeah, I can see this. I can see. So you can read, you know, just read what's on file, so I don't have to start from square one 8 months after my first appointment. But yeah, other than that, I'm good. But it's a bit warm.
God.
And yeah.
Lady. Don't worry. We'll handle this. I think she got some family in Kurong or something. Bastards left her alone when she got sick. We've been getting complaints.
Hey, wasn't Everett's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her, I don't know, finding something?
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. She have something of yours, Big.
Whatever you do, do not admit to these punks you lost your gun. You will suffer if you do.
No? Well, whatever then, copper.
No. They totally said what it was. What was it? Anyone remember?
I don't remember. I was fucking drunk.
Let me know if you figure it out back there. Now, anything else we can help you with? Auntie LaPlante, we always called her. Something LaPlante.
Same here with the weather, but had to raid across the street 2 hours ago. Raid across the street 2 hours ago? What for?
Marianne, amigo. Fuck you, pig. What the fuck you are playing at, huh?
Easy, Al. Don't let him get to you. Have one for Auntie LaPlante, huh?
Don't disrespect Miss LaPlante, Copper. She's good people. We all get a little crazy sometime. Wows, like before. Just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago. Never come to visit. Never took her calls. She gets out every now and then. She did right by lots of us when we were kids. Always was a little off, but still.
The children kept her together.
Very drugs because CP, I don't know, but it was fun to watch. Also, there was so you were across. So you were watching somebody across the street get raided. Okay. I thought you meant you guys raided across the street. And I was like, you guys attacking the neighbors? But no, you watched somebody get raided. Okay. Well, yeah. Hopefully there isn't any more disturbance. Because yeah, obviously it's always a bit of a hassle. Like I remember one of the house shares I had. I was riding my bike home from work, but there'd been a car accident on the street that I was staying on, and the police wouldn't let me go home. And I was like, I need to go home. Like, you know, I'm in my work uniform. It's cold. You know, I'm riding a bike home. I need to get home. So the street's closed. You know, and it's like, well, how long is it going to be closed for? It's like, we don't know. There's an investigation ongoing. And I'm like, you guys can't escort me to, like, you know, and they were just being awkward. They could have escorted me to the door. But yeah, I was like, well, no, I can't fucking go home.
Get wanted to be a cop, you mean? Well, she...
Welcome back, Grill.
Shit. I don't
Hopefully you brought back enough snacks for all of us.
Started acting like a pig.
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig? You are already signed up, Cerdo. This guy is seriously damaged.
Nah, don't worry about it, Al. The cops want to dress up and play policeman. Let them. We'll keep doing the real work. Dunno. She lives by the water. Shit washes up all the time on the beach.
I don't know why Titus is so quiet compared to the other stuff.
Police doesn't just wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it.
Mostly stuff for Lisa, so she won't nag the hell. It's true.
Station 41. A man carries a crate of rusted, unused badges. You think these would net us something at the annual auction? A balding detective drags a comb futilely across his head. Shit, who'd want those? Just dump them into the river.
No problem, old cop man. We take care of our mentally ill here in Martinez. Ain't that right, boys?
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on these streets.
A bullet, you say? That's mighty curious.
Indeed, mighty. How did it get there?
Well, there are so many bullets in the world, and so many heads. I guess it's only logical. At some point, one of them bullets had to end up in one of them heads.
It's bound to happen again, you know? Just statistically speaking, of course.
You know what I think? I think he was shot in the head as a kid, and his brain grew around the bullet.
trolled Lee a little as I went to his store. I was like, where have you been all day? Don't you ever go outside? He was like, well, I went to the Korean guy's store and got cheaper prices. And he's facing the fuck. Didn't but fun to raise the blood pressure of the lass.
Around the bullet, man. That's a good one.
But yeah, I remember sitting at the bar with some friends, and one of the locals that I knew him, but didn't know he was just somebody I used to chat to at the bar. And I was talking about sort of like, it's strange how some other pubs, like, they have the TV like right next to the door, and there's always somebody walking in front of it. And the guy just looked at me, was like, "What do you mean other pubs?" It's like, there's something really heartwarming about how like dedicated to one pub he was. What do you mean other pubs?
They're only pretending to enjoy this. Beneath the act, they don't like you knowing this.
Wow! He's got it in a real evidence bag and all!
Why don't you go home and log it into evidence? These men have told you what happened.
Shit! I probably did shoot him. I was drunk last night. You guys know me when I'm drunk.
Yeah, Glenn likes to shoot his guns when he's drunk. Better hope he stays sober.
No, he meant before he was hanged. Did you shoot him before you hanged him?
Before? After? During? This is getting ridiculous. They told you what happened. Stop wasting your time.
Never been worried in my life, lawman.
Norman's been like that for 40 years. I had a game of Black Ops 6 last night. Started off like shit, then picked it up and carried myself to a win. Teammates kept quitting, and just 4v6. Yeah, I've been jumping in and out of the battle royale in Battlefield 6, and it's just, the game is really unbalanced and biased in certain ways, and there are lots of people that have worked that out and know how to abuse it. And it means that, you know, the battle royale is kind of just luck. Like, you could drop and then get surrounded by people that are all really sweaty, or you might just get teams that are really, really, really good, like unfairly good compared to you. But then other matches I drop in and we end up in the final circle and then just hose the other team down and win. And it doesn't even feel like a challenge. But there's no real balance. It's very sort of binary. You either have the worst round of your life and get booted at like 52nd place, or you get into the final circle and then just fucking walk to a victory. It's just like, yeah, it's really all over the place at the moment. So I'm not really that bothered by playing it anymore.
Wide open, but there's a little crack in there somewhere.
Oh, so you went and talked to my mommy, and now she's making me...
Tanks are OP as fuck right now, it's BS. Yeah. And the thing is, like, I wouldn't mind the tanks being more difficult to destroy if the engineers spawned with more RPGs, but they don't. They still spawn with like 3, maybe 4, but it takes like way more than that to take a tank down. So rather than, okay, there's a tank, I need to think about how to handle the tank. I'll spawn as an engineer, I'll put some mines down in the places where it's going to escape, I'll try and get some RPGs on it, I'll put mines down on an escape route, and then I'll use RPGs to scare it into going down that route, and it'll get blown up by the mines. Yeah, you can strategize it like you could in Battlefield 4. But in this one, fucking like 8 or 9 RPGs and the thing still isn't dead, and it's like, it just ruins the whole match. On some of the smaller maps, it ruins the whole match. As soon as somebody who knows what they're doing in the tank, that has a few of the extra gadgets for the tank, that's it. It's just everybody has to spawn as engineer, but nobody will. Nobody will spawn as engineer because nobody's in it for the team of, you know, this team play of the game. They're just in it for themselves. So they just hide from the tank and try and farm as many kills as possible whilst not playing the objective. And I'm like, damn, this isn't Battlefield anymore. This is just Call of Duty with tanks. It's silly. Spirit, remember Japanese wisdom. Kusayaro ni naru na. I'm not too sure what that one translates to. Giving the tank a quick regen by just putting back for 3. Yeah, the balance is fucked, man. The SMGs are way too overpowered. The assault rifles are way too weak. Sniper rifles have been nerfed in an update now, so the bullet drop makes them basically unusable at decent ranges, which is what sniper rifles are for. Yeah, rate of fire is the only thing that matters. You know, ADS and precision and control and everything else, and ammunition and tap fire. No, it's just rate of fire. The fastest gun always wins. Always wins. And now they've brought in the limb modifiers where you can't just full auto. All the Call of Duty kids are complaining that they can't just knee slide around a corner and just hose someone down. You have to actually go for headshots. It's made the TTK feel really long and kind of awkward. But then you've got all the nonsense with the hit reg. So yeah, the thing is, even if they fix the hit reg, just the balance of the game just isn't there. The matches, either they finish laughably quick or they drag on and on and on and stalemate like crazy. So they just can't get the balance right at the moment because they've made a bunch of changes that massively upset the balance of the game. But yeah. Funny when Lee said it's a dark cigar smoking Japanese dog. Never been a Battlefield player. The only ones I like were Bad Company games. Yeah, I mean 2042 was phoning it in. That game was not really a proper release. 6 has also felt like a complete flop. But by this stage, they haven't been able to get it going. It's just flopped as a live service. So I'm hoping 7 or whatever we see next, they take the time to make a full game, play test it, bug test it, make sure it works, and then ship it. Because this live service model just hasn't worked. Because they're now adding new content on top of a buggy game, and that's just a recipe for disaster. But
And
anyway.
what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us? You gonna let him talk to me like that, Titus?
Let's see. Yeah, I guess I am, you big pussy.
Okay, so right there, I told Shanky to fucking pipe down. Shanky was like, "Oh, are you going to let him?" So now me and Titus are now on our own level. He still thinks he's above me in terms of authority, but I think that this means that he respects the fact that I called him out.
The old man sent word you'd be around again. That's the reason I'm being so forthcoming with you. Don't wear it out. A witness? You ain't got shit. The locals would never come to you with this.
That's just cop tactics, Titus. Next, he's gonna tell you one of us already rolled on the others, and is in witness protection.
Well, let's hear it then. Who is your mystery fella? Yeah, right. Like we wouldn't know if an MI plant was in our town. Nice try, right?
I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing. They are desperate. Tell us, Copper, what wacky claims did he make?
It's you assholes that feel the need to go around like a fucking brass band. The Hardy Boys are dead silent.
Yeah, I just said the hanging was very quiet, and you're confirming that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's like they put cowbells on you before they send you to the streets. What's with the cowbells, policeman?
Arab guy? Boss, I think he's trying to save me and Theo.
Well, yeah. What is confusing you? Eugene, Theo, and Elaine were there too. I already told you. We were all there.
Those flaccid MI cocks with their culture language. Everything's a surreal play or sublime whatever. Doesn't mean anything.
It means the whole scene was long and drawn out, like it was from a film.
What is this fella's problem? Sorry we didn't make it more action-packed. It wasn't the first thing on our minds, you see?
Shanky, it's Shanky, right? I thought there's something wrong about the lynching story. Now I know there was.
So, when you want to establish authority over somebody, if you say their name and say, it was that, right? You're immediately implying that they're forgettable, and that will obviously make them a bit perturbed and a bit frustrated, which allows you to then play on that. There's so much of this dialogue, when you read into it, it's so incredibly clever. So incredibly clever how these little subtleties in how the dialogue is delivered or how it's structured imply what the police officers will be doing. And yeah, like pretending to not know someone's name is an instant power play. Like it instantly makes someone feel like they're not important. And when people feel like they're not important, they feel the need to sort of, respond to that. And that means they talk a lot, and then they sort of, start to give you information. It's really good police tactic.
You don't know shit.
I know you are lying, Shanky.
Writes in his notebook.
You didn't break this wagon fort, but you did manage to rattle the people inside a bit.
Some witness. I pulled the same shit. Came up with some shit, then went and said it to people. Get a reaction. Don't have to go to cop school to try that.
You don't have to go to school for shit. I never went to school, and I'm doing great.
You're doing a hell of a job, man. Hell of a job.
Okay, maybe it doesn't feel like this did anything to them, but they have to be fretting a little. Everyone is afraid of witnesses. Witness is a scary word. As you look around this room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar? You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled with, almost exclusively, men, sitting on desks, talking shit and wasting time. You seen Apricot, old Purdue's daughter? Asks Lieutenant McCoy. Uh-huh, replies Torson. The ass on that one. McCoy shakes his head in appreciation. A bit strange the old man named her Apricot, but, I mean, who am I to judge? Wanna hit the kebab joint?
Huh? You got a problem with beer now?
Not quite there yet. Push on.
Speak for yourself, buddy. We've been giving a shit for 10 years. Martinez was a dump before we put this outfit together.
They don't know, man. They weren't here. We had 3 shootings a week, kids dead, fucking graffito everywhere. You cops haven't shown up since the 30s.
Congratulations on the graffito removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
Don't let him drink that. One more push. Quick. Just don't antagonize him. You have this already.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
You want to talk to her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you talk to her, but you treat her with respect. If you don't, if you question her, harass her, a freight train of pain, buddy.
What is her name?
Glacia. I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags. A real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit. Blonde. That's I'm on due. With an O-U.
Shit. The girl. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard you forgot you were a cop.
Oh, it's her! It's definitely her! It's Miss Oranje, disco dancer!
Yeah. Blonde. Tall. 2 rooms over from yours. Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her around.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild beast. Your fingers are fidgeting and sweat starts forming on your brow as Titus looks at you oddly.
Yeah. Making sure the internet is still working and my Ethernet cable's still operating at the right speed.
So cool here.
Because that is unfortunately a problem. I'm going to have to buy another Ethernet cable, run it through the coving, and then make my own RJ45 connection to replace the Ethernet cable that's currently being used, because that's apparently not working properly, but it should be. But I think an update to how Windows handles Ethernet means it suddenly won't use gigabit speeds on a gigabit Ethernet line. It drops down to 100 megabit, and when it drops down, it fucking causes a disconnection on the network. So I need to fix that. But
we just have a few more questions. Then we'll
yes.
be on our way.
think I'm going to get a fiber optic HDMI cable because it has less lag to run around the room as well as an Ethernet cable, and then I can get rid of the cable that's on the floor.
Whatever you do,
because obviously it's not great being on the floor, but yeah.
That would sound off.
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship. He raped her. That's their relationship.
Something is off here. His anger is possessive.
Was like that karaoke incident all over again. Or like some of the other girls he was harassing.
Should be Battlefield 1. So not the ISP fault, it's slow. Well, the router is obviously not performing the way it's supposed to. It's gigabit capable. I can, you know, I mean, I don't really like checking it while I'm live, but
is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
Currently, it's 100 megabits per second, but it's a gigabit line. If I was to disable the Ethernet device at like a hardware level and then re-enable it, it would initially do the handshake and TCP, or because it's a trusted connection protocol, it would establish a connection at 1,000 megabits a second or gigabit, but then at some point it will randomly drop to 100. So I don't know whether it's the router or Windows 11 just being shit, but for some reason it keeps dropping from 1,000 to 100. But it shouldn't make a difference because 100 megabits a second is way more than the 14 kilobits a second I'm uploading, so it shouldn't make a difference. Yeah. Mine started doing that as well, and after a month of pulling my hair out, I figured out actually the actual Ethernet line running through the wall had a short on the end connector, recrimped to the end, and suddenly getting 1 gig down again. Maybe a new router then. No, I mean the router is provided by the ISP, and obviously it needs to be able to interface with the fucking connection that changes it from fiber optic to copper. So it's complicated, and I've yapped enough. But I'm going to get some Cat 6A or some Cat 7 grade cable spool and do a proper Ethernet run, and then try that and see if it's more stable. But like you say, I might just be able to recrimp the end and it'll work better. But yeah, it's just, you know, it's a gigabit Ethernet connection, and it's been that way for, I don't know, 5-6 years since I redecorated. And yeah, it's been fine. It's under the floor, so it can't be fucked with. That's why I put it under the floor, so it can't get fucked with. So for it to suddenly stop being gigabit capable just doesn't make any fucking sense.
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it matter?
It would help if we establish a timeline.
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know. I need another beer.
Here you go, boss.
I know her.
How well do you know her?
Ooh, Kim, careful.
Well enough, Copper. We partied. She's been here for a few months. You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Aranye disco dancer is an immigrant or a drifter of some sort. Been staying over here over the winter.
Get 960 megabit download, 9 for upload. Yeah, well, no, the thing is I get 500 megabit down and I get 75 megabit up. On the line that I've got, so it's half gigabit. It's not full, it's not a gigabit internet connection, but the Ethernet connection from the router to this side of the room to the computer, the Ethernet connection should be gigabit capable. And I think an update somewhere on the line suddenly started making it fucking disconnect all the fucking time, so I don't know why, but yeah, if I can get a better quality Ethernet cable to the other side of the room, then that'd be better, obviously. So I'll try and do that, but it's going to be quite the run. I'm going to have to plan it. And then once I know the length of the Ethernet cable to get to the router, I'll know the length of the HDMI cable and I'll save up. But yeah, a fiber optic HDMI cable, they're quite expensive, obviously. They're not cheap. But they do provide HDMI certified connection at light speed. So that means that there's going to be minimal lag. But it's something I'll sort out eventually. But yeah. One of their eyes had broken side, which dropped me from 1 gig down to 99 megabits per second. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. I'm dropping down to 100 megabits on a gigabit line for no reason, but yeah.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck, that's all.
Because, yeah, I suppose what I could do, future breadcrumbs, change it from gigabit Ethernet to 100 megabits a second gigabit, so it never has, so gigabit, 100 megabits a second gigabit. Change it from gigabit down to 100 megabits per second as a default, so it doesn't try and do gigabit, because you can't get gigabit speed, and you don't need it anyway, so yeah, try that. Future breadcrumbs, yeah. But anyway, apologies, we have an ad break. How is the motherboard for networking? Yeah, the thing is, the motherboard is, it's a fairly recent motherboard, and it's obviously got a reasonably good Ethernet controller because it can do gigabit. I don't need a network card to get gigabit speeds. So yeah, it should be perfectly fine. And it has been perfectly fine. It's just, yeah, for a while it's been disconnecting me like crazy. I think it's probably a software problem, and I didn't realize it was dropping down to 100 megabits. But the thing is, it doesn't tell me when it drops down to 100 megabits. It just does it on its own, which is why I think it's a software issue. Because the thing is, it shouldn't be able to establish a 1,000 megabit or a gigabit connection and then drop down to 100 for some fucking random reason. When I'm not unplugging or replugging, I'm not doing anything. The connection is being left alone. And if the connection was being moved around and everything, maybe that would break the connection. But I plug it in and I leave it because it's an Ethernet connection. You just leave it plugged in. It's under the floor for the most part, so it can't really be moved. It's just where it is. So yeah, I just find it strange that, you know, it can establish a gigabit connection over Ethernet from the router to the PC, but then randomly at some point it just decides, you know what? I don't want to be gigabit anymore. I want to be 100 megabits. And, you know, so I don't know why it does that, but I'm pretty sure it's software. But anyway, we've got one last final ad break of the stream. This bit's quite an interesting bit of dialogue because we're about to find out some pretty big bits of story. So I won't do anything. I'm going to pop you guys on the BRB screen. You guys know the drill. I'll be right back. And then we'll carry on. We'll see what we can get done. Hopefully I can do this conceptualization on this window to explore the Wordling's passages, because that's one of the last things to do on the Monday task list. But yes, I'll be right back and then we'll carry on. Bitches are just coming out of the fucking ground now. Oh, wow. Okay. Thanks, game. So yes, I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK. There's little snakes. Sneaky, 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 sneaky. Sneaky, 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 sneaky. Sneaky, 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 sneaky. I'm faster than you. Ow! Fuck off. Piece of shit. Excuse me. So yes, on Mondays we're playing through the Metro. Yeah, see, I was pretty sure there was an enemy there, but the auto aim just snapped on, so I knew he was there. Yeah, it does. Fucking hell, the auto aim is so strong. I thought there was someone there and it fucking snapped on like a good 20 degrees. Fucking hell. I'm
in danger.
So they just got big fight to say, okay. This guy's still there.
Oh my god.
What? Gun Harry's dudes.
He's still alive!
Gun Harry's dudes. Are you pointing?
Yeah.
Oh my god, gun parries when they jump at you. Oh my god.
Satisfying.
Oh, this game is too good. It's too good. It's illegal. Right. So, start off the duplication as usual. Select your item, walk off the edge, push up, drop the item, then throw the bomb, and then with the recall ability, pull it back and claim it. Rinse and repeat. Thank you to Pizza and myself for figuring out the strategy. I shouldn't really thank myself in the clip, but never mind. Get fucked, dickhead.
Hey, Hammond. I cracked the secure files. DC was here for more than just a mining zone, huh? What do you mean? This outbreak started on the colony after the miners dug up some more.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Yeah, they should work. Well, yeah, this is the thing, is that I was saying this to the person I was speaking on the phone with at BT. I was like, listen, if I can turn the computer on and the handshake protocol within the Ethernet, you know, instruction set, does the connection, figures out that the cable is gigabit capable, establishes a gigabit connection, and that's what I use. Why would it suddenly just decide out of the blue, when there's no hardware changes, I'm not changing anything about where it's plugged in, the cable doesn't move, it's like part of the flooring underneath the floor, and I'm not even walking around the room. How would it suddenly decide that no, I don't want to be a gigabit connection anymore? And then they're like, and I was like, exactly, you know, like if it's capable of doing gigabit, it's capable of doing gigabit, or it isn't capable of doing gigabit. You know, it's not, you know, you're saying that the cable just randomly changes specification on its own, and I don't believe that. You know, when it does the check to see if it's gigabit capable, it finds out if it's gigabit capable. You know. So the fact that it can randomly drop from gigabit down to 100 megabit when I'm mid-game, the thing is, if it did it, if I was using the internet to watch a video or stream or whatever, and then, sorry, I'm not very well, I can't breathe properly. So if I was playing a game and then I stopped playing the game, and part of that, you know, upset the internet connection briefly when I disconnected from a server, and yeah, it started sending a packet of information to confirm my disconnection and relogged me into the menu system where it checks on my online stats and repopulates a bunch of values and everything. If it happened there, that wouldn't be a problem, yeah, and I wouldn't even notice it, right? But it doesn't. It's like mid-game. I'm like connected to a server, exchanging packets of information, and at some random point during that process, the game just disconnects because the internet connection that I'm on over the Ethernet suddenly changes from gigabit down to 100 megabit. For no reason. Like, I'm in the middle of sending data to and from one of the most intensive kind of connections you can make. I'm pinging packets of information of my client-side data to the server and getting a server-side client update back. A server-side update for the client, for me, the client, to update my version of the game with all the online things that have changed. And I'm doing that at, you know, I think 16 milliseconds at about 30 hertz. Then it changes to 60 hertz later in the game, but it doesn't disconnect me when I change to 60 hertz. That's not what causes it. It just randomly disconnects me for no fucking reason. And I'm like, well, why is it just randomly disconnecting me? And I've seen now that the router has suddenly decided that no, this is not a gigabit line anymore. It's 100 megabit. But anyway, whatever.
Shut up, Angie.
I'll default it to 100 megabit, so it doesn't even try to establish gigabit, and we'll see how that changes things.
Titus gives them both a look. They fall silent. What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should keep picking at it. And what was up with the party she and Titus did? It sounded fun.
What do you think I meant? Yeah, pretty much. No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after. So put your dick away.
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic. That's all you're gonna get for now.
Remember what I said. Freight train of pain. Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle.
Is it only that game that... Well...
Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in Precinct 41 kilos.
41 kilos. Using the precinct number as a measurement of weight, as in there's drugs on the street. Yeah, that's kind of a brutal burn. That's a brutal burn, Harry. We're going to have to take that one, I'm afraid. But now I can play Quake 3, and you know, and I've live streamed and been absolutely fine. And you guys have seen, sometimes I get disconnected from Twitch, but I don't get disconnected from YouTube. So I really don't know what's going on. But to me, because I'm not making any significant hardware changes, I'm not installing different Ethernet drivers, I'm not changing one cable to the other, I'm not flashing the firmware on the router to do something different with it, I'm not installing a different operating system, I turn my laptop off. I've been turning my laptop off when I stream. You know, I've started turning it off every night now because, yeah. But I turn my laptop off so it can't connect my MacBook over there on my desk. I turn it off just in case it's doing something in the background, because I thought when I was being disconnected all the time and I couldn't stream to you guys, it was pissing me off because I wanted to see you guys. So I started doing everything. I started turning off my fucking, you know, appliances. I started turning off my Switch. I started unplugging that. I started unplugging other Ethernet devices, so the PC was the only thing connected to the Ethernet when I streamed, and that didn't make a single bit of difference. And obviously, if I was unplugging and replugging the PC for some reason, changing it to a different router or something, then yeah, maybe the fucking Ethernet cable is broken, but I'm plugging it into the same router, and if I'm capable of a speed when it's plugged in, that should stay the same. You know, it shouldn't be, you know, it shouldn't just change on its own, but yeah, it is what it is. But yeah. Battlefield, I think, if you have any inconsistency with your internet connection, it just disconnects you from the game, and then you can't even access the menu. You have to be connected to the internet to even access the menu of the game, and then try and matchmake into another game.
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock?
Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure the Windows Event Viewer must have Ethernet logs as well. It must, the event viewer in Windows must have a network section, surely.
The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprint. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grâce?
No, the thunder is his. Leave it to the lieutenant.
Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade because it's all controlled by you. You're the drug trade.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runs on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers...
Everyone's being very careful to say allegedly and theoretically, you know, not to say anything, you know, what's the word? Not damning, but, what's the word? Saying something that would be convicting or that can help you get convicted. Saying incriminating.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy
Wireshark, yeah.
To run such a monopoly for the good of the community, of course.
And I don't know, because there was Wireshark, there was Port Doctor, and then there was Ethernet Analyzer. But Port Doctor had some tools that I think Port Doctor had some tools that were borderline hacking. And obviously on your own network, that's fine, but distributing software that, if backdoored onto a system, would allow people to query ports without Windows knowing and gather information and also sniff packets. Yeah, that's not allowed, but yeah. Incriminating, yeah. Wireshark also borderline hacking. Well, this is the thing. Once you understand like some of the basic principles of Ethernet networking that have existed for a long, long time, as long as you know how to manipulate them, yeah, it's pretty scary. Like, you can start sniffing around local networks. And the thing is, when people are like, do you really pay for a VPN? Are you that important? I'm like, all right. And I get my phone out and start, you know, looking up the ports. I'm like, all right, so that TV over there on the wall in this pub, that's on port 7, which is not a gigabit port. I also know that it's being connected to this piece of software to show that picture over Ethernet. It's HDMI over Ethernet, and that is a conversion protocol, right? So it's receiving the internet, but it's also receiving a signal down the Ethernet line, because Ethernet lines are cheaper to run than HDMI. And I also know that I could turn the power over Ethernet off, and the TV turns blue, and there's no input signal, and then I turn power over Ethernet on, and the TV comes back on. They're like, oh, okay. I'm like, you understand? Any network that has a Wi-Fi, everywhere has Wi-Fi now. Everywhere has Wi-Fi now, right? And every Wi-Fi emitter is connected to a network, right? And every network connects a bunch of stuff together. And it's remarkable how, like, unprotected some... And obviously, I would never do anything with this information that would ever incriminate me or do anything, you know, severe. but it is remarkable how many networks you can come across that are so poorly guarded. And, you know, they have, like, security. I mean, the reason I know about this is because security consultancy, which Nilo might know a bit about it too, is if you can probe and get access to networks and then tell the people whose network it is, say, by the way, there's a vulnerability on this port, that air conditioning unit that is controlled by a central system that governs how long it's on for based on the local temperature, because it uses an API to scrape the local temperature to figure out whether they're allowed to have the aircon or not, to make it efficient and make sure they don't spend too much money running the aircon when they don't need it, like some companies do. That is on a really outdated architecture that's super easy to get into. You just have to pretend to be another module of the air conditioner brand, which is very easy because that whole wiring schematic and the ICs that power it are all publicly available because it's part of the PDF for the device itself, which you can download from their website. You can then find out that particular IC is an instruction set and an Ethernet controller that has a massive vulnerability that was patched out in new ICs, as in new, like, ICs were made, but the old modules will still respond to pings on a certain port, and then you can get in. And it's just, yeah, it's silly how many vulnerabilities some networks have. So whenever I'm on a public network on my phone or on my laptop, yeah, I'm VPN'd up. It's way too easy to get into public networks sometimes. So I think living in an apartment building where there's one tech guy interested in a building can see the passwords, like, well, yeah, this is the thing, is the amount of, like, interesting sort of loopholes. Because I got interested in it because jailbreaking games consoles was interesting to me. That led me down the rabbit hole of figuring out how you reverse engineer the instruction set of very simple things like SNES sound chips and CPUs and stuff, so you can then emulate games better, right? And then obviously the field programmable gate array, the FPGA, you know, where it mimics the actual hardware of the chip by programming the gate arrays, you know, on the fly. That shit's really fucking interesting too. I love hearing about people who, and there was some guy who used like a fucking, not a multimeter, but a spectrum analyzer and a few other bits of equipment to reverse engineer the Sega Saturn's chip without taking it apart. Because sometimes they just have to fucking delid the chip. They get like a laser to etch the surface until they reveal the actual chip on the IC, and then they zoom in with a fucking electron microscope to look at the architecture to figure out what it is. And sometimes it's, you know, schematics you can just find, then you can copy that instruction set into a virtual space, and then you can emulate whatever you want. But yeah, I was reading about that, and obviously when I started reading about that, I heard about the conventions where security analysts and people that probe networks for a living, white hat hackers they call them, there's different color hats for different things. And they would have these cons where they try and hack into things, right? And some of the stories behind how they hacked into various different things, like people like using contact microphones on hard drives to hear when they spool up and hear the ones and zeros being written and trying to decode the ones and zeros of the binary into the packets of information that were being written on hard drives on the other side of a wall and shit. Really interesting stuff. But then you find out that, yeah, there's a bunch of commands you can just do in a browser to query certain ports to see if you can establish a connection. Because, you know, until the connection's made, you're just trying to make a connection. You haven't really done anything wrong. But yeah, it's remarkable how many networks out there just aren't very well protected at all. And not to mention the fact that I did that thing with the TV, and I was like, you shouldn't do that because obviously it's a bit rude. But I was like, but to be honest, that Ethernet to that TV that's powering the internet that makes it show stuff on the screen, if I just subtly took that Ethernet cable out and plugged it into a Raspberry Pi that I have authorization over, if I'm the brain, come on, you know the word, the fucking admin. If I had auth admin on this, you know, Raspberry Pi, and I plugged it into the, I plugged the Raspberry Pi into the Ethernet and also the 5-volt USB that's on the TV because they all have USB ports on them. Right then and there, I've now got an access point, just a flat out open access point. All I've got to do is make the Raspberry Pi pretend it's a Samsung TV, which is not very difficult, and it will just connect under the same protocol that the TV had. So now I'm in, you know, just physically just in, because you can just plug into the Ethernet, so it's not that difficult. But yeah, it's really interesting because obviously when you understand how the networking works, you spot when like a business is like, you know what, this business isn't very well run. Maybe I shouldn't trust these people with my data. You know, there's a router on the floor of the office with like 4 empty Ethernet ports. I don't know, it's just sat there out in the open, you know, under a desk somewhere. I'm like, that's not very secure. Like, you know, it's going to take me like 2 seconds to pretend to get something out of my bag when you ask me a question and plug something in, and that's it. I'm in. So I don't really want to give these people my data, but yeah. Very interesting. They use those small pins to analyze everything the chip does. Yeah. DEF CON, yeah. Seminars on YouTube are insane. Like one guy, DEF CON 19, presented his experience breaking into a highly secure facilities. They detailed how he managed to walk right past the armed guards, effortless clone badges, compromise the entire corporate headquarters, simply utilizing high visibility vest and smile. Yeah, yeah. And there was the guy recently, somebody who obviously wants to remain nameless and anonymous. They dressed up as the Pink Power Ranger, and then on stage, they completely binned, like deleted the entire database for multiple far-right dating websites. They found multiple far-right dating websites live, pinged, connected, and established an authorization, and just binned them all and deleted them all on stage. I don't know if it was DEF CON, but yeah, an absolute flex. Absolute fucking flex. I was like, what a fucking hero. But yeah, anyway, excuse me.
Thank you. Theoretically. Of course.
Theoretically.
Thank you. Theoretically.
He seems genuinely surprised at your response, in a good way.
Titus,
What's the matter about
I'm
Bub?
amazed. Where is the same
Shush.
professionalism when it comes to other topics? You're doing great. I hardly have to interfere at all.
I don't know, Lizzie. I guess theoretical things don't make me emotional. Now, was there anything else? I was sort of gonna get my brewski on.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy boys here.
Nick, who hacked the cellular network in the 80s so he could listen to any call in the whole USA, was very known to use social engineering. Well, yeah, this is it, because you've got the excuse me. You've got the social side of like gaining access to networks via the human connection, so being good at talking your way through the door, basically, in various not literally talking your way through the door, but calling people up, talking to them, getting them to do certain things on the system, and then checking on your end to see what just changed, so you know where to go on their network and stuff. And yeah, you get people that are very good at programming and very good at probing and figuring out the logistics and the logic behind how data moves around a business. And they know how to recognize certain data architectures, and they can abuse that. Then you get people that are really fucking slick, and they call up and have a conversation with somebody, and from that conversation they figure out they're migrating their database right now. I can tell. So I know somewhere there's going to be an interim table taking on huge swathes of customer data and then them going somewhere else. That interim table is the target. I just need to find out who they did business with, and if I call up and say, hi, this is so-and-so from Cloudflare, or this is so-and-so from AWS, or this is so-and-so from CoreWeave, or Palantir, or whoever, and say, I understand at the moment we're doing some interim table storage for you while you migrate from one database system to another. And one of those people will say, oh, yeah, sure. Do you need to speak to the architecture team? I can put you through. You know, the social engineering side of it, as well as the technical hacking side of it, really fucking interesting stuff. Really interesting stuff. Tricked Nokia, England's IT department, to give him admin login details. Same with Motorola. Yeah, and like some people are really, really good at structuring a conversation to get what they want. And it's really interesting when you understand when they start breaking it down. It's like, yeah, well, I asked them about this to stop them thinking that I'm asking about technology. And then I asked them a technical question, which I know they're not able to answer, but because they've answered me a few times before on other simpler questions, they want to give me an answer, and that makes them more likely to provide me with the person who can give me the answer I want. And then I say, you know, rather than saying, can you put me through? I say, that's wonderful. I'll get in touch with them. Do you know when they're next in the office? And if they say, oh, they're in the office now, I say, wonderful. Okay, I'll try and give them a call. I think I have their number. And they're likely going to say, well, this person sounds like they know what they're talking about. They think they've got their number. I may as well just transfer them. You know, it'd be easier, wouldn't it? It's only one button. I'll say, hang on, I'll just see if they're in. Yeah, they're in. I'll get you through. And you never had their number. You weren't going to call back. You know, you were just going to leave that one because it was a dead end. But the social engineering side of it, it's really fucking interesting how getting people to agree with a handful of things puts them in an agreeable mood, and making them feel like they're helpful and knowledgeable will make their ego take over, so they're more likely to then go along with things because they think they're being all intelligent and clever and stuff. It's really, really interesting how they manipulate people. It's wrong. I don't agree with it. I mean, I'm saying all this stuff like, this is really cool. You should do. No, I'm not saying you should do this. Don't go and do this. This is very wrong. But it is interesting how people are easily manipulated.
My answer is fuck off. Mind your own business. There is no 8th Hardy. I run this goddamn scene.
Finally, you got something out of him. This could prove useful in the future.
His movie Takedown was very good, typical 2000 hacker movie, but still not too cringe. Yeah, because I think
here we go.
I watched I watched Hackers for the first time in ages because I was like, oh yeah, it's got Angelina Jolie in it and a few other actors, and it's obviously got a fucking really good soundtrack. And yeah, it was hilarious how some of it was like alarmingly accurate for 90s hacking, some of the stuff they talk about, but then there was some stuff that was completely just way out of left field. But in Jurassic Park, you wouldn't expect this, right? But in Jurassic Park, there's this 3D environment where they navigate to file systems. They navigate like a city block. And they go down the road and go to a database location that's a building in like a virtual world. That was actually a piece of software that existed. That's not creative license with the film. In Jurassic Park, that system, that file system where they navigate around, that actually exists. It's completely inoptimized and useless. It was a complete waste of time, but it did function. So that shit did actually exist.
I know. Fatty walked on all fours. He's so fucking fat, he left 2 sets of footprints.
Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all fours. Anything else you need to know?
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Cronell.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
Nervous snickering. There's a rush of adrenaline present.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us. And Glenn. Glenn is fucking crazy.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
The mood is on the rise. They're feeling confident, ready to punch out the whole Merc platoon.
So are the local gangs. The fucking Barmy Army and the Madre scum.
Arms?
You've been out
You out there?
Seen any around?
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
These people are trained military professionals, special forces, as you said. They're not a gang or Barmy Army.
Hack the Planet. Scooby-Doo guy plays one of the... Yeah, the Scooby-Doo guy, yeah. One of his other most notable films. Germany has an awesome movie called Who Am I 2, about a group of guys who hacked BND and Germany's secret police, their version of the CIA, MI6, notorious for having insane high-tech security. Well, yeah, the thing is, there's a handful of groups out there that they're publicly known, and like I say, like the same with like proper football ultras. Proper football ultras don't want to be known by the public. They want to keep under the radar. They want to not be known. They don't want any notoriety for it, right? They know that it's going to land them in jail, not because of anything they do wrong, but just because society's like that. But the thing is about really successful hacker groups is you don't know they exist. Like, nobody knows they exist. Like, not even other hackers know they exist. There is a whole subset of like security, you know, data security and infosec and everything else that's like covert from even the government. Like, there are people that know how the internet works at such a granular level they are able to operate with complete and utter secrecy. And we only know they exist because no hacking group will take responsibility for some of the things that have happened. And on one hand, you might say, yeah, well, yeah, they're just all camaraderie. They're all just denying it all equally because they don't want one to get in trouble. But when there's something like, oh, they probed this security network, and there's like a £50,000 like prize for proving it can be done and figuring out the weakness so it can be patched, and nobody's claimed it. And it's like, okay. And then another company gets fucking breached, and somebody in like the very, very high echelons of the C-suite in data security gets an email with a PDF with all of the most fucking sensitive information sent to them. And they're like, they didn't ask for a ransom, they didn't ask for anything. They just proved it could be done. And then they made sure that we knew it could be done. But they didn't ask for any money, they didn't hold us to ransom or anything. Because there's a whole group of people out there that will hack a system, hold it to ransom, threaten to breach the data, and it happens all the fucking time now, because InfoSec is terrible usually. Everyone's trying to hoover up as much data as possible because they think they can become the next Google, but it ain't going to happen. So data gets breached all the fucking time. It's because people refuse to pay the ransom to these hackers that have got a customer database of some sort. But sometimes really large companies have said, yeah, there are groups out there that nobody knows. Nobody knows who they are. The only proof we have they exist, that they exist, is they occasionally take one of us down. And we're talking like, you know, Google, fucking Barclays Bank, you know, high level, very secure networks. You know, they go after like military industrial complexes that have very, very good security, and they find ways to get into a network which isn't connected to the internet. It's like they find a way to use a radio dish to connect to something and pretend to be some sort of satellite that's connecting and sending a bit of information, excuse me, that's sending a packet of information that's masked as feedback from a satellite about weather conditions or, you know, radiation levels or light levels or whatever, right? And they mask these packets of information. These packets of information then land and become a malicious virus of some sort. And they're like, how the fuck did it get in? Nobody's plugged anything in. Nobody's left the building, right? They all live here in this secret facility. There's nobody even knows it fucking exists, and yet somehow a virus got onto our system. But it's a proof of concept. That's what these hackers do. It's like graffiti artists. That's why there's always been a bit of a parallel. Graffiti artists aren't doing it to sell T-shirts or merch. They're not doing it to get famous on Instagram, because you can't. You get thrown in prison as soon as everyone knows who you are. They do it just to prove it can be done. And there's sort of a love of the game in that, where they're not doing it for money, they're not doing it for fame, they're doing it just because they can. And there's something really, really sort of intriguing about that as a mindset. They're not, you can't buy them, you can't pay them off, they're not doing it for money. You know, they're breaking into these networks. One bank said that somebody figured out some of the data on their system by, like I say, it was a contact mic on the other side of a fucking brick wall, and it could hear the hard drives in the server room spooling up. And they listened to the hard drive with a very sensitive microphone and then EQ'd it until they could hear the differences in the magnetic thing being written on the platter to figure out what the data was. And I was like, what the fuck, man? That's ridiculous. Completely, like, literally wireless hacking through a concrete wall. Fucking crazy, crazy shit, man. Went to the building of BND, and then the Bangladesh central bank hack where $1 billion went away. And then think about how they think it was North Korea. The NSA fast too, how they listen to the data. Yeah, it's fucking crazy the way people can like utilize the way physics. Like I say, there's a whole physics and social engineering side to hacking where people realize, oh, you know what? That hard drive has this kind of controller, and that controller is really weak to this particular kind of radio frequency. So I could probably listen to what that read-write head is doing and intercept the actual data being passed through it over the radio if I could just build a transmitter or a receiver that could pick up on it. I just need to fine-tune it really carefully, and I can pick up the changes in pitch of this read-write arm, the read-write hand moving up and down the platter. You know, it's just, and like voltage spikes, like figuring out which room has the server in it, and then using a camera that can detect electromagnetism, or a sensor that can detect electromagnetism on the outside of the building, to know when an update is happening, because suddenly the voltage usage of that server room will spike because a bunch of stuff is being written to hard drives. So suddenly the voltage goes through the roof, right? Or somebody said that the temperature of the vent will go a bit higher when there's a load on the server, right? So you know something big is being migrated online, and therefore it's going on a connection which can be sniffed, and the packets can be fucking molested and copied, regardless of what they are. You just copy everything and decode it later. But you know it's being uploaded because the server has suddenly started kicking out a lot more heat. So that room is suddenly a bit more warm, and therefore the vent that gets rid of the hot air to keep the server room cool enough for it to function suddenly starts kicking out hot air. So now they have to pipe the hot air underground into the car park so that people don't know when the server's running extra hard, because that means that's when you strike, because the server's doing something. It's like, what the fuck, man? These people are fucking insane. But yeah, it's just, you know,
No, they're
DataSec is a
They're
huge industry, like
uncoordinated
money-wise.
and drunk. We know more about them than you think.
Yeah, my voice is giving up. I apologize, chat, but we're almost at the end of the stream anyway, so it's fine.
We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home. I guess we're gonna see, aren't we? Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor.
I mean, I'm wearing the boots, to be honest, but yeah.
You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal. Big fucking surprise. They
Software-defined radio is pretty cool.
Armored to the teeth and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen?
Because yeah, like the way Wi-Fi transmits through the air is obviously similar to radio, just obviously a lot more advanced. But the principle is quite similar, to the point where someone said you could get a light bulb to flicker. You could get a light bulb that was able to flicker at the packet transmission speed, and was able to flick on and off enough to provide ones and zeros in packets that could be delivered. You could have what called Li-Fi, not Wi-Fi, but Li-Fi. So a light bulb that transmits data by flicking on and off at a very specific frequency, that's able to do that quick enough to make bytes of information, but a sensor, like an infrared sensor, picks them up and then decodes it into a Wi-Fi packet, into a packet of data that's been sent over a Wi-Fi network, same protocol. So you could transmit with like light bulbs, and I was like, that's fucking crazy, dude, how you could go from radio waves, which are pressure differential in the air, to light waves being used to transmit data. It's just, the technology is fucking insane. But yeah, every LED flickering on a router, also data going up and down, or on servers. Yeah, but it's not flickering at the actual zeros and ones of the packet being sent. It just flickers on and off to let you know that data's being sent. But it doesn't flicker in the cadence of the actual ones and zeros.
To keep the fear in check.
It's just there to indicate that what's going on.
What do you mean? Okay. No, they won't. Get out of here with your negative energy.
He really doesn't like you ruffling their feathers like that on what might be the eve of battle.
All he means is that the situation is serious.
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that.
Officer, what was that? You looked strange when he mentioned the assault victim's name. Do you know that woman? Is there something I should know before we talk to her? Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday. Okay, that's manageable.
Oh, God.
This is unprofessional. Not sharing information with me is unprofessional.
His opinion of you has lowered considerably.
Yeah. Right, is the time right now?
Again, you find yourself looking at that big old window.
Perception. So yeah, okay. I can right, so perception. If I can buff perception. Oh yeah, look, our task list is going away quick. We are getting through it, chat. Cool. Right, so back up to 4 skill points, which is pretty good because we're doing so many side quests. But yes, perception. That's minus perception. Composure. Endurance. Composure. Or anything that helps perception. Yes, we got some boots. Perception. No, okay, right. What is it now?
Again, you find yourself looking at that big
Still not good.
window.
Still not great. Yeah, we're already level 4, but okay.
Again, you find yourself looking
Okay,
at
that's
that
not bad.
big old-
That's not bad. So, let me get a save down there because it might still screw us.
Again, you find yourself looking at that big nothing.
Come on, game.
Again, you find yourself looking at that big old window. Nothing. Just black tangles like the hair of an...
Come on, game.
Again, you find yourself looking at that nothing. Just black tangles like the hair of an old woman. Again, you find yourself looking at that big old window. There's a yellow ribbon tied to one of the branches.
Excuse me.
Light yellow, fading with time. A tiny splash of color in the blackness of the thicket. Hanging from it, a bronze key.
A bronze key. Yes, I know the idea is you're supposed to just go with the flow and let the checks guide you, but for this playthrough, I want to do every single side quest I can.
To the ledge up there. One can slide it open and just take it. Surely not a coincidence.
Huh?
And I need the fatty to get his feet amputated because the smell is killing me. We can't always get what we want.
But if you try sometimes, you get what you need.
God damn it, Dennis. You know I can't help it. Sorry, fucko. These guys won't help you. Looks like you're gonna have to go bush diving. The Hawthorne's got a bitch of a bite.
I'm gonna enjoy the sight of you in the bushes out there.
With a loud thud, the old man stands up, pushes the window open, grabs the key from the hawthorn branch, and slides it across the table to you.
Oh, okay. I thought he was going to throw it away.
The key is brass. Workshop spare is etched into its bow. The old man closes the window and sits back down in silence.
Come on, man. We were just having some fun. Where's the harm in...
I'm tired of listening to your shit. Don't thank me. I don't give 2 shits about your key.
There is a silence around this man's words. Unlike Titus, they're afraid of him. That's the type of respect he commands.
Didn't even know it was there. Boys.
No idea.
Never even seen it. Someone must have hidden it there before this room became our place.
It could open the door in the kitchen. The blue door. It says workshop spare. Maybe there's a workshop there?
Right, chat, I'm sorry. This is something I wanted to do in the first playthrough. I never figured out how. So, yeah.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. The key fits the dimple lock. It takes a bit of effort to turn it after all these years. But then, the lock clicks. Dust rises before you like mist. A tomb? haunted by regal spirits from distant ages. No, smells like engine grease and cut wood. A workshop.
Anyway, that's going to be the end of... No, I'm just kidding. Could you imagine? Could you imagine, chat? What's in here? It's just how we get our pinball on. Pinball says Franco-Gregarian. Oh, Franco-Nigerian, sorry. Pinball with white tiara, black glass, shows a female figure in mourning. Note MB, spare key is tied to a bush house. Ah, there's the... Yeah, okay. Ooh, what's this?
Over there, in the corner. Not just any pinball machine. This is the pinnacle of pinball. Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats. It's lit. You can't wait to get your hands on it.
The pinball machine. Gordy's Goats. A classic. A little.
Feels like a lot. Too much to play it again.
Ah, great.
He's so fed up with our shit.
Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats.
So fed up with our shit.
The golden lettering on top of the back box. There's a small column of text underneath. The machine is coin operated.
Guy Ritchie should do a hacker movie with his humour. Wow, yeah, this is the thing. He deals with like geezers and villains, doesn't he? So I'm not sure.
Get the game on, Fingerboy. Those flippers are ready. Above the painting of a moustached man climbing a hill, a column reads, inspired by the legend of Cornelius Gordy, taken on the world's tallest peak, Corpus Mundi. The Mesk legend holds that when the nation is in danger, heroic Gordy shall return and save his people. The theme of the game is to explore Gordy's climb through the perspective of goats and to ascend to the top of the mountain in a time of trouble.
The thing, all I can think of is that saying someone's going to hack it would mean, in Guy Ritchie's geezer villain world, hack it would mean like deal with it, you know, like they can hack it or they can't hack it, right? So I think they would do a play on words with that. But beyond that, but it does remind me of Jason Statham in one of the films. He gets given a line that he's eaten so many computer chips and shit them back out again to make a computer, and he can't keep a straight face when delivering the line. So I've eaten enough. I've eaten enough computer chips and shit them back out again to make a fucking computer. He can't hold it together.
The peak of the mountain
so
is
good.
at the top of the playfield. All the balls have small goat icons on them and represent the goats as they race up and down the mountain.
But the Bryan Cranston film where there's this like tanned guy with like really big sideburns, and Bryan Cranston sat on the toilet, and this guy like leans down to get his face in line, and Cranston can't keep a straight face because it's such a fucking ridiculous scene.
Gordy's climb, places he was said to have camped, which the goats can discover. Get them to the
spy
summit.
movie, yeah. Was it The Intouchables or something?
Indeed. Think of them as balls. It takes a while to get into a rhythm.
Right, we got a trophy. We've got one trophy for the whole stream.
Goat-faced balls in play with relative ease.
During the threat of an assassination attempt, I appeared convincingly in front of Congress as Barack Obama. What?
Go, Fingerboy.
I feel sorry for the gods. If they only knew the kind of guy old Cornelius really was. The kind of a guy who uses the word savages a lot when recounting his travels. A masked nationalist. An avid huntsman too. He was often photographed in his dining hall, surrounded by wall
I'm trying to find the name of the spy movie. Apparently it's literally called Spy. Okay. It says that starting with badass Statham things before a computer. Oh, okay. Yeah, like they get him to deliver some fucking ridiculous dialogue, and bless him, he just can't keep a straight face.
Sometimes pet, hateful little man.
But yeah, like obviously he's so used to delivering really dry masculine dialogue that when he can't keep a straight face and he keeps laughing and breaks character, it's really fucking hilarious to watch.
Your game is definitely improving. The jolly goats are flying all over the board, and although a few plummet to their deaths, you're never left with less than 3.
Yeah, I'll make a habit out of doing things that people say I can't do. Water ski blindfolded.
Suddenly, a special passage leading to the summit slides open at the top of the board. This is where the balls need to go. Maneuvering a goat ball into a position for a perfect hit isn't easy. More fall to their deaths. But finally, the opportunity presents itself. One of them gets through. Tiny hammer shatters something inside the machine. Something glass. The words "Pale Rupture" light up on the speaker panel, and the machine starts filling with a thick, milky fog. Something's happening.
Congratulations. This is where the game ends. It's a cheap way of getting more money out of the players. A stupid, nihilistic finale.
There's so much fog, you can barely see anything. Some is actually leaking out of the machine, and one by one, your goats start slipping, disappearing into the milky nothingness.
Yeah, I can't do. Walk through fire, water ski blindfolded, take a piano up at a late age.
Lucky goats. The fog looks soft and inviting.
Oh, take
this
piano
can be
up at a
navigated.
late age.
The balls leave almost imperceptible
so good.
disruptions in the fog. Use them to calculate where they hit next. You're down to your last goat, going mostly by sound. Eyes are useless at this point, but that goat is something special. 5 times you snatch him back from the jaws of death.
I am. I've seen it before. Played it too. You will eventually make a mistake, and then it's all over.
How, if you can't even see it? The last goat plummets into the fog with almost suicidal glee. It killed itself to spite you. There goes nothing, finger boy.
Cool. Yeah, where's this guy?
All these mesmerizing machines, just waiting to be plugged back in and played. Feels like it might jump back to life any moment. The lights illuminating the white-robed woman.
Some kind of inane pinball theme, probably related to Messina during the DeLorean age. The history themes are the worst.
The lieutenant grimaces, looking at the machines.
Melissa McCarthy is so good in that movie too, the main actor. I haven't seen it. I probably need to watch it. But I remember watching the Transporter. Was it the Transporter? Where he's like a getaway driver and he won't drive away because there's too many people. And then, yeah. He lives in some British... Yeah, I'll have to look it up.
You can't fire them up. They are broken.
I think I've got it on... I've got Transporter 1 and 2 on DVD. Because I'm that old.
What a dumb name. Royalist Pinball. If they weren't broken, he would kick one of these machines about now.
No, I love it. I love pinball. Who doesn't love pinball? Let's move on. No.
Ah, it's a red check. It can't... Okay, so it's encyclopedia. Oh, no, it's a thought. Shit, I can't go back. Fuck.
This small elevator is dimly lit by a bulb that's been glowing for ages. The latticed cage is open, inviting you to step inside. Smells of nougat and sweat. Your head brushes up against the ceiling. There is a control panel to your right, and just enough room for 2 people to fit in.
Kim is not going to get in this elevator with us.
The maintenance card under the control panel reads, Last maintenance, 10th July, 88. There are large rectangular buttons, monter, descente, and an international call for emergency assistance. That third one appears to be broken.
That it does. I say, let's brave it. No, it was maintained in 88 of the previous century. No, I think the bureaucrats just forgot about this backroom elevator after the revolution. Seems like a small freight elevator for transporting machinery. For that, it's pretty quaint.
Oh shit, what's this room? Oh, pinball maker's coat.
So this is where they brought 40 pinball machines to fix them up, a long time ago. Everything is covered with dust now. The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the shelf.
At some point, 20 years ago, 15 maybe, before pinball went out of vogue. Looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hostel. There are machines left over.
A creak. Some dust falls off a shelf.
Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works. I've seen one of the artists bang away at it.
Remember the dice maker? Then that means...
Ah, yes, as the novelty dice maker said. This has absolutely nothing to do with the case, I'm sure. But I do like a nice little connection.
But then, it went bankrupt. Your skin crawls from making the connection.
If that's true, then our cafeteria manager is not going to like it. We should tell him what we found up here, omitting that suspicion. He does not appear to be the kind of man who likes his establishment to be part of a neighborhood ghost story about bankruptcy.
It's not a ghost story. It's a curse, and Gart ought to be made knowledgeable so he can perform counterspells. You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop floor.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new. 3 weeks maximum from the dust coverage. It could easily have been 1 week too. You know, officer.
This is good. He likes it. There's a little smile there, in the dark of the workshop.
This isn't bad at all. It was a good idea to see where that door leads. Commendable work bringing us to this place. It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route, behind our rape victim's room, in the recent weeks. This may prove to be significant.
Large prints, most likely made by Boots. The size is hard to determine. Sole could be bigger than Vamp. The soles have left a pattern, uniform, horizontal lines.
The size looks about the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they could be the same person. No, these little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me, or some kind of foreign print. Hard to say. Still a boot, though.
Everything around you is quiet. The prints crisscross the workshop floor. The door is small but heavy looking. It's barred from the inside.
Unless we've veered off into a folded M dimension, I'm expecting to step out on the roof. We could ask Class here about this route. See how she reacts?
Folded M dimension. A reference to the popular science fiction series, In System. Look who... Yes, it is quite likely that we will re-emerge on the M plane. Brace for psychokinetic impact. Or the roof.
Oh shit, yeah. Okay, speaking to Class is pretty significant. We do know what happened, so need to tell Gart. But yeah, we didn't get many trophies today, but we did a lot of anti-aircraft gun. I'm gonna raise some pulses, don't I? Right, let me bang a save there. Because yes, that will do it for tonight. I'm going to snooze that ad just in case. Excuse me a moment. Snooze that for a few minutes so I can raid out. But yes, Make sure we've got a save down. I'll jump you guys over to the raiding screen. We can hang out over here briefly. I can then go main menu, quit the game so I can get my screen back. And then we'll raid out. Let me have a look. So let me grab a tab over here and see who's on. Playing the video games. Who have we got? Who have we got? Pragmata, VR Chat, Diablo 4, Baldur's Gate 3, Elden Ring, Stone Machia. Never heard of that one. Marvel's on stream. Dino Crisis. Just chatting. I've got 2 people playing Dino Crisis. Assassin's Creed, Black Flag. Oh yeah, there's a few people playing Black Flag because it's just come out, right? They're all massive streamers that have thousands of viewers, so it'd be kind of awkward to raid them. I think we raided them the other day. Yeah, we've got someone playing Dino Crisis, and Dino Crisis is a really fucking cool game. So I think we should go say hello to them. So let me just grab this raid message, copy and paste it in the Twitch window, because that works a bit better. Excuse me. YouTube, we can't raid out on YouTube. I apologize. I should have clarified that earlier. But yes, YouTube, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you guys very much. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that nonsense. But yes, the next stream will be on Saturday, midday onwards. We'll speak to class, get some more information. The story might move along a little bit, but we have ticked a few major things off the list that we didn't do in our last playthrough. That whole section in the pinball room and everything, completely didn't do that on my first playthrough. So I'm really glad I actually remembered that we hadn't been there and we actually figured out where the key was. That's really cool. So you can see I was yapping a lot less when there was story that I hadn't seen before, so I apologize. But yes, I'll try and focus more on playing the game on the next stream, I promise. But yeah, it's a very dialogue heavy game. It's very thought provoking, and I have a lovely chat to speak to, which you could be a part of if you want to. But yes, if you want to watch the YouTube videos as well, that's perfectly valid. People can consume content in a way that suits them best. But yes, YouTube, thank you for